Today we are playing The Roottrees Are Dead, which is a cool detective game I've heard a lot of good things about. And I'm guessing the Roottrees are a family. It looks like a group of sisters. And somehow they die, and we have to figure out what happened, who did it, and why, I guess. So this is the title screen, but it looks like there's some information we could gather from this. The Butler County Times. The Roottrees are dead. What happened? The plane crashed last night near Pittsburgh. The only passengers were Carl Roottree, his wife Brenda, and their 3 daughters known as the Roottrees sisters. Carl Roottree was the president of the Roottrees Candy Company, and it's not clear who will succeed him. So far, local police are not sure what caused the crash. You have the crash site right there. Interesting. They are calling it one of the most deadly plane crashes in Pennsylvania history. All passengers and crew perished. Pittsburgh is generally known for pleasant flying conditions, and the weather was not atypical for this time of year. We do not know much at this time, but our sources tell us that local authorities do not suspect terrorism, but foul play was likely involved. The crash did not cause any local property damage, and fortunately nobody outside the plane was hurt. Funeral plans have not been announced, but you can be sure that the Butler County Times will cover it to the best of our abilities. And then we can't see the rest. So we're just going to go ahead and see. We're going to figure it out. Ooh, there's a second mystery. I heard about this, but I don't... They say it's supposed to be harder, I think. But we're going to do the Roottrees Are Dead first. The mystery begins here. Let's go discover what happened. Oh, it's loading. Oh my gosh, it's taken quite a long time, but I'm really excited. I heard that this is has similar aspects as like her story, but I only think that's because like there's moments where you're going to be on the computer searching for clues, which I'm really excited about.
Outside of Pittsburgh is now known to have been the private jet of the Roottree Corporation.
Right.
Local aviation authorities have speculated, based on the pilot's final communication, that the winter storm and heavy winds played a significant role in the crash.
But
on
they said
board
no.
were multiple family members, including corporate president Carl
They said the weather was
Roottree
not atypical.
and his daughters, the Roottrees sisters, best known for their fashion lines and modeling careers. There were no survivors.
They said the weather was normal.
For those of you just joining us, the Roottrees are dead.
That's such a cool intro. Holy crap. I'm so excited. Oh, hello.
I know it's late, but I'm guessing you've seen the news.
Yes.
In addition to dealing with the grief, the Roottree Company's lawyers are scrambling.
I'm sure they are. Life insurance.
Everything's about to change. Anyone proven to be a blood relative is about to get much richer.
Ooh.
I'm here to ensure everyone is accounted for.
Am I a blood relative?
I've heard you're an expert at sorting out complicated family trees.
Oh, I am. I played storyteller. Don't worry.
Genie, as it were.
Don't worry, girl. I got you.
I'm going to give you a quick test. Pass, and I can promise you the job of a lifetime.
A quick test. Okay. Complete the family tree of the Roottrees sisters. Spouse. Siblings are in birth order. Let me turn this down. Oldest to youngest. To-do list. Examine my evidence. Search the internet for clues. Oh, you can click these. Fill in the names. Fill in the occupations. Fill in the photos. Sleuth. Oh my gosh. Okay, examine the evidence. What do we have? Got milk picture. The person who hired you gave you this photo with a note attached. This was taken during the shoot for the Roottrees sisters' Got Milk ad. I tracked down a test. Oh, I can look closer. Oh. I've tracked down a test photo from before they painted the fake mustaches on, which I thought would be more appropriate considering their circumstances. The ad's copy reads, "You might recognize our faces from the magazine you're reading, or you might recognize our name from the candy bar you're eating. Being a Roottree is a full-time job, but so is growing up. That's why the calcium found in milk is so important. Plus, you can't make chocolate without it." What is this? List of names. Oh, okay. The list was provided to you by the mysterious person who showed up at your door. You'll need it to fill in the family tree. So there's a lot. Oh, there's a lot of people. There's the Roottrees. So the 3 sisters, right, are some of these. Candy, Carly, all these. But we have to remember who the mom was. I don't know. Okay. Let's go to show photo items, show text items. Okay. Let's go to the internet. Oh, what is this? Hold on. Oh, it's oh my gosh. Not the dial-up internet. Hold on. Welcome to Information Superhighway. Thank you for purchasing a new Cashew PC. Your PC is equipped with a 56K modem, which is fast enough to access any site on the World Wide Web, even those with high-resolution images. If you find anything interesting, be sure to print it out with your included high-end color laser printer, or burn a music CD to listen to later. If you want to revisit a search result, be sure to use Netscape Explorer's new history feature. Happy surfing, and remember, cashew PCs are delicious. So, cashew, so this is a Roottree family PC. I'm assuming. It's December 1998. When did they die? You have no notifications. You have no documents printing. Okay, let's go to the internet. Negotiating, connection, handshaking, acknowledging. Okay, preparing. Connected. Oh, spider search. Oh, pro tip, you can create notes quickly by highlighting text with your mouse. Okay, let's look up the Roottrees first. Is that how you spelled it? Roottree. The first few pages are filled with news results about the plane crash. Besides that, there are countless advertisements and conversations about the various products made by the Roottree Candy Company. Most articles mention Carl Roottree, who was the president of the Roottree Candy Company. Okay, highlight. Ooh. Okay, so you can put notes to over here, like the girls modeled for this, like, or something, right? So we can look that up later. We can also look it up straight from there. Okay, his daughters are eulogized, collectively referred to as the Roottree sisters. They've been famous from a very early age, but I want to look this up. So if I go like this, I can spider search that. There you go. There are a lot of obituaries that focus on the Roottree sisters' modeling careers. You also come across an unofficial Roottree fan site seemingly curated by a teenager. Okay, so we have to look at it's neon pink with purple text and hard to read until you highlight the words. The young webmaster writes, Raina is the most famous because she's the oldest and got married to TMS. Okay, so we're gonna write that down. Oldest Roottree sister, because she got married to TMS, so we're gonna find that guy somewhere. But Riley is the smart one. Rose is a middle child like me. Okay, so Riley is the youngest, and smart. And then we have Rose. This is so much fun. I love this. Rose, who's the middle child. Middle sister. Nice. And it shows you what you were searching for when you found that. That's really nice. Page 1, add a page. So you can separate them into different pages. Okay. Rose is a middle child like me. You might think they are rich just because they are models, but their dad is also president of the candy company and their mom, Brenda. Okay, the mom is Brenda. Well, okay. As a fashion designer, they do the modeling for her brand Root. Oh, we have to look that up too. I eat Roottree candy all the time. My favorite are Maple Crisp and try to dress in plain Root. Oh, I eat Roottree candy all the time and try to dress in plaid Root. Clothes like Riley does in most of the posters. Someday I want to get my ears pierced like Rose. Rose has ears pierced. Okay, so that helps. I suppose. I don't know if you can search notes, but reorder notes. Oh, you can drag and drop them. Okay. So could I put this up with that? How do I put this under there as well? Like that. And then I can erase this one. Okay, so you can reorder things, which is good to know. Also, sorry if my camera is blocking the top notes. I don't know where else to put it. That'll work, but you can see most of the screen. Okay, so I'm done reordering. Let's go then to the picture of them, the family tree, right here. So siblings are ordered in birth order. So we have, click on the faces in your, oh, right. Because who has their ears pierced? She has her ears pierced, right? So where's my notes? Right. Rose is the middle sister with her ears pierced. So this is Rose. Right. I'll take pictures of them. So then we go here. Rose is let's say the middle sister. Rose. Unknown name. If we can search up her name. There's nobody in the list with that name. If someone isn't in the list of names that your employer provided, doing a deeper dive on what you learn about them will often lead to additional discoveries. A good research tip is to make a note of any brand names, books, product lines, or magazines that you don't recognize and search for them. Oh, so we have to go find their names. Is Raina here? Raina's here. She's the oldest. So we can put Raina here. Bang. And then we can put the other one who was what was her name? Riley. We can put Riley here. Do we have Riley? We do have Riley. We just don't have Rose. All of them start with R and H. That's interesting. So we're going to go to the root. We're also going to look up Roottrees Family or Candy Company. And we'll also look up, they're all models, right? I think this works. They're all models. They're also all children. And then spouse, she got married to T. What was her spouse's name? It was like T something. We know, like the TMS. So somebody with the last name S and starts with a T. Sheridan Thomas? Possibly. We just need to figure out his middle name, but he's the only one that's a boy right now that has a T as the first name. Because I think it's her husband. I'm not sure. But we'll page that for later. Maybe we'll go here and we'll say possibly married to Thomas Sheridan. Also, you're going to realize that I am terrible at typing. But I want to try my best. All right, put it there. And then I'm done reordering. Okay. So let's go look up more about this. Let's look up root. Spider search. Root is a pretty common word. Oh, okay. Although searches are not case sensitive, if you're searching for something specific, you should keep an eye on how it's spelled or punctuated. There was a dot after it. Root, the period, is a part of the name, right? It's a clothing company. They make clothes for children from toddlers to teenagers. Although their website is down, likely due to increased web traffic, you find countless retail sites attempting to advertise their clothes toward their target audience. One of them has this to say, you spy the Roottrees sisters looking hella fly on catalogs, magazines, and posters. Now you too can be the Riley, Rose, or Raina. You apparently come across a website from a collector of clothing catalogs. Apparently Root has released 2 catalogs per year every year since 1984, and Raina has appeared on almost all of them. There's only one that the webmaster considers a collector's item enough to mention. That it seems that Brenda Roottree, the Roottrees sisters' mother, and Root's head designer appeared on one cover holding her daughter, Rose, in 1985. The site says this is the only time her daughter was ever listed with her birth name, Carly Roottree. Nice. So we'll put in here, we'll say real name Carly. And then we have to reorder this, so put this up here. And then we'll delete this note. There you go. Real name Carly. Okay. So then we can go over to where we're here and we know this is Carly. For some reason in here we have Carly Roottree. But now we need to figure out the photos. We have more information about what they look like. She looks the oldest. For sure, but we don't quite know that. Let's see. We don't know enough yet quite about that. Maybe we can search up their names. Spider search was founded in 1997. Okay, but modern technology has its limits. It is recommended to search for only one person or concept at a time. And if searching for a name, to use both first and last name if possible. If someone is prominent enough to be found online and the person goes by a nickname, you may get different results from searching that nickname. Oh, okay, like Carly and Rose. Okay, let's do Riley Roottree. There are a lot of obituaries that focus on the Roottrees sisters' modeling careers. You also come across an unofficial Roottree fan site seemingly curated by... Right. But Riley is a smart one. Rose is the middle child. Oh, wait, maybe in the picture she has a wedding ring on. Let's go see. She have a wedding ring? She's blocking her hand, but this one doesn't have a wedding ring. Oh, but that's the married one. Oh, we can't see her left hand. But we can see this one's left hand. Wait, nobody has a wedding ring on. Oh, yeah, she does. There she is. I see the wedding ring. Okay, so this one is the wife, is the oldest. Right. This one, you're the oldest because you have a wedding ring on. And then the other person is, there you go. Yes! Yes! Well done. 0 out of, these 3 entries are correct and have been locked. Yes, 3 blood relatives found. You have also locked the following optional entries. None. Oh. locked the following optional entries. What does that mean? Hello? Hello?
Sorry to test you, but I had to be sure you could use the internet.
I gotcha.
Some folks refuse to get with the times. Safe to say, you're hired.
Thank you, thank you.
The
I'll do
reward for
so
untangling
good.
the family tree is substantial. Life-changing, even.
Right.
But here's the catch. The root trees go way, way back.
I
The
figured.
family tree's a bit
They
daunting.
got old money.
Most people freak out the first time they see the whole thing. But I'm sure you'll be fine.
Thanks, ma'am. I'm gonna do great.
The man who started it was particular about whom he considered family. For your purposes, you only need his direct blood relatives.
I gotcha. What is this over there? Can I look at that? Okay.
Anyone
blood
related
relatives,
only
right,
by
for the
marriage
money.
is optional. But filling them in can lead
Oh.
to useful discoveries.
That's they're talking about you locked optional information.
Lastly, you
Ooh.
now have access to some unique websites, plus a
Ooh,
list of
new
notable
evidence.
root trees.
Notable root
Notable
trees. Okay.
people are easy to find via your search engine, and marked with stars on the family tree.
Gotcha.
I'm off for now. Carl Roottree had a lot in his office. I'll look for anything useful. I'll return once you identify 6 more blood relatives.
I got you. Okay, we know. Oh. Well, blood relatives does not count the wife, Brenda.
Sorry, one last thing.
Okay, sorry.
This might
I thought I was
sound
gonna get to
odd,
play the
But if
game.
anyone else claiming to represent the Roottrees reaches out, I'd appreciate you not mentioning I was here. Thank
Ma'am.
you, and good luck.
Man, what does that mean? Now I don't trust you. Now I'm scared about you. What? Can I zoom out? Oh my gosh. Oh, notable root trees, right? That's probably their dad, the first one. Oh, what is pictures? Oh my gosh, what is all this? The clues are. Oh my gosh, stop. The root. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, so now we're starting back in the. Oh. Oh my gosh. Every time. Before the person who hired you returns, every time you get 3 additional blood relatives in the family tree completely correct with their name, occupation, and portrait, they will be locked in. All non-blood relatives and small portraits are optional, but placing them in the tree helps remove extra names and photos. Right. Oh. You can open this envelope after the whole family tree has been filled in. It has 2 names that must be typed in manually. The clues are obscure, have been intentionally hidden in the past, and may even require some leaps in logic. Try to keep an eye out for any inconsistencies. Okay, so let's see. Their father, right, is Carl. Oh. But if we can... Oh, notable root trees. The Roottrees sisters. I did those. Easy to find online. What is this? Intuition. You've been in this line of work for a long time, so long in fact, that you develop a sixth sense for how useful your evidence can be. The numbers in the magnifying glass refer to how many clues are connected to a specific piece of evidence. The higher the number, the more there is to find. At the start of your search, the notable list sets off alarm bells, a list of famous people that you could find via search engine. It's pretty rare to get something that useful, best take advantage of it. As you progress, the numbers will change. Whenever you find more evidence or lock in family members, new discoveries will be added to the list and old evidence will become less useful. Trust your intuition. If a piece of evidence seems too good to be true, take a closer look at the people or phrases it mentions. Often, the most satisfying revelations come from retracing a path you thought was fully explored, armed with a new perspective. Oh, sometimes the reason certain evidence has such high value is because it can lead to finding more evidence. You may be missing a huge piece of the puzzle. Okay. Oop. The Roottrees, Carl Roottree, Elias, and Gwyneth Roottree. Gwen, Red, Jim, Lauren, Miracle Jr. Red is a nickname, easy to find online. So Red, right? We can find his real name. Okay. And then we have this. There's 11. Oh, there's 11 things we can do for this. This is an advertisement for 5 pieces aimed at kids from the magazine Teen Blast. It mentions that the 5 pieces were named as such because the original creator had 5 children. The ad also mentions that the current 5 flavors are not the same as back then. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we're gonna look up this at some point. Oh, there's just so much. Okay, I'm not gonna make notes for absolutely everything because I can always come back to the notes to this and realize, okay, there's this many pieces of evidence. Okay, news alert, the story so far. Okay, so this is basically just saying that this is the next day after they died, and then a mysterious figure appeared at my door and gave me a task, right? And said we would return after we find 6 more notable relatives. So that's important to know. So we have all of these important information. So we can start pretty much looking up this. We can look up Carl Roottree, because that's the dad. We can fill that guy in. Oh shit. Okay, I guess I'll go to the computer. Carl Rootree died in the recent plane crash along with his wife, Brenda Rootree, and their daughters, the Roottrees sisters. He was the president of the Rootree Candy Company as well as the clothing company Root, where he co-founded with his wife. There's a short press release that the Rootree Candy Company released today to the news organizations. It is heavy heart that we mourn the loss of Carl, Brenda, the Rootree sisters, and the other employees that perished in the terrible tragedy. The entire Rootree family is in shock and requesting privacy at this time. As the head of our company, Carl was an incredible man and an unmatched leader. Filling his absence will be difficult and may take considerable time. In the interim, we hope that you join us in looking back fondly on Carl and his family's triumphs and achievements. They go on to list some of those accomplishments. One of them seems relevant to your search. Like his great-grandfather before him, Carl earned the highly prestigious Watchman of the Year title. Okay, let's make that a note. Okay. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Title of Carl and his great-grandfather. But what's also, let's go look this up. How do I look this up now that I've highlighted it? Go like this again, and then I can spider search. Okay. New periodical added, Business Watch. Business Watch magazine is a magazine focused on companies, CEOs, and the economy. They have been around for over 100 years in one form or another, and will often write about major changes in management at famous companies. Every year they offer an award to prominent businessmen who have furthered their field. They call this Watchman of the Year. You find through a few searches that two Roottrees have been featured as Watchmen of the Year, Elias Rootree and Carl Rootree. Okay, so that's the great-grandfather of Carl Rootree. Business Watch does not host any online archives on any site you can find via spider search, though you may be able to find individual articles and issues through your periodical search. Okay, so this, let's make this a note, is the great-grandfather of Carl Rootree. Okay, if we go to the family tree then, this is Carl Rootree. This is Brenda White, I'm assuming. But we have to, because she's optional, because she's not blood relative, but we can use her to whittle off that name. But then his great-grandfather, right? So dad, grandfather, and then great-grandfather up here is, we already have Elias Rootree, and then we have Gwyneth, oh, but which one? We don't know, because they're one of the, but which one is the notable Rootree? Because that is one of these. Where did I find my evidence? Elias and Gwyneth Rootree. Gwen Rootree. Oh, we don't know her maiden name. We have to find, I'm guessing that's her maiden name, but we don't know yet what her maiden name is. So maybe we can look up her maiden name. Is that spelled right? I don't know. Apparently, before marrying Elias, Gwyneth Rootree was Gwyneth Anderson. Nice. Okay, I'll come back and read the rest of that, but I want to write this down. Gwyneth Anderson. Nice. Let's go here. Oh, and we have the picture now. And then we can take pictures of them, and then we can add that to the tree. This is a famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth Rootree. It was taken in 1909 after they founded the Rootree Candy Company, before it was a success. From what you found searching the internet, it seems quite difficult to find any site about Elias or Gwyneth that isn't accompanied by this picture. Elias and Gwyneth are on the notable Roottrees list in your evidence. They will be marked on the chart with a star. Yes, so let's go then to this, and we can post their pictures there. And then unknown occupation. I mean, they're CEOs, right? He's a CEO. I'm pretty sure that didn't lock him in. Oh, you have to have 3 at the same time. What about her? There's a lot. Travel agent, student, public speaker, president, politics, police officer, nurse, news anchor. Is she also a CEO, or is she a housewife? I think she's also a CEO. Let me just go look real fast. After they founded the Rootree Candy Company. So they're both the CEOs. And they're married. So now we have to find one more, I think. I'm pretty sure I have their occupations right. The first Anderson maple farms. They had a maple farm. Before marrying Elias, Gwyneth Ritchie was Gwyneth Anderson. She had no brothers, so as the oldest sister, she was to inherit the Anderson maple farm, so as long as she married. So we'll look that up too. Maybe page 2 will be the search terms that we want to look up. That's what I'm going to put over here on page 2. Oh, you can't see that. I'm typing in Anderson Maple Farm just now. See, I'll show you. Anderson Maple Farm, right there. Okay, that'll be, maybe then I'll put you down here. I'll keep moving you. I'll move you around so that you can always see, or hopefully see. If I don't catch you every time, I'm really sorry. Okay, Anderson Maple Farm. We'll look that up later. But before Elias took over, their farm produced only syrup. It was supposedly Elias' idea to create candy instead. Their success was not immediate until they decided to combine their maples with other flavors. This led to 5 pieces, which are still found in stores to this day. We'll look that up too. So I think that just saves it. If I come back to my notes, will that be saved? Oh yeah, it's highlighted. Though the Roottrees Candy Company expanded well beyond their original farm, it has been preserved as a tourist attraction. According to their website, there are still daily demonstrations and educational tours that show off the many turn-of-the-century appliances that Gwyneth would have used as a housewife in the early 1900s. Gwyneth is a housewife. Okay, but she's also CEO. She founded it as well. That's kind of rude that we're going to write her off as a housewife. She's also CEO. Okay, maybe we can try to find a picture of Carl. I don't know how we do that. Maybe if we can search up Brenda. Oh, we have the public library. Oh, we can look up books. And the periodicals. Oh my gosh, wait. Business Watch. Keywords. Okay, Carl Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987 for his work with Root. The cover and a summary of the article has been added to your evidence, so that should have the picture of him. Right? Yes! I got you! Carl Roottrees grabs life by the roots, also our ongoing coverage of who's in the corporate world. Carl Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987, and a photo of him appears on the cover. According to the cover, Business Watch is a magazine for and about corporate leaders and has ongoing coverage of who's who in the corporate world. Carl was chosen not for his work at Roottrees Candy Company, but rather a clothing company, Root. There's a brief history. Before they married, Carl's wife Brenda was a fashion consultant when Raina was born. Brenda retired to become a stay-at-home mother looking for a creative outlet. She spent any free time she had at the sewing machine. Raina's new clothes were a hit with other parents, including Carl's cousin, Jim Roottrees, a notable singer who had a young daughter around the same age as Raina. Word spread. Okay, so then page 1 is like the relatives, I guess, is what we're gonna do. Okay, he was Carl's cousin and a notable singer, had a daughter, same age as, okay, I can't see you, as Raina. So we'll keep that. By 1982, Brenda's patterns were being copied by other brands. Seeing the demand, Carl and his second cousin Ernie, who had just become president of the Roottree at the time, spearheaded Root. Okay, another one. Another one. Okay, so I wrote down that Ernie Jr. was the second cousin to Carl and the president of Roottree. Other blood relatives who have a say in the company's finances refused to fund anything other than candy. So Carl personally spent his entire inheritance to bankroll the clothing company. When the profits began to disappear, however, the rest of the family changed their tune. They repaid his investment, and now Root exists under the umbrella of the candy company, and they all benefit. Of course, they changed up once they could make money. Of course. Of course. Per tradition, or perhaps superstition, new clothes always debuted the way the first ones did. Raina became the catalog's cover model. As she grew, the product line expanded to older kids as well. Her younger sisters were then recruited to show off the baby clothes. Carl was voted Watchman of the Year primarily for his personal gamble and the ensuing payoff. Okay, so now I think we should be able to lock in Carl's photo, and that should be 3. Oh, unknown occupation. Was he the CEO? No, we messed something up. Okay, so maybe then that's wrong. We'll find out. Carl's cousin and singer had a daughter. So let's see. So his father's, one of his siblings, somewhere in here, is going to have a child who is his cousin, but is Jim one of the famous Roottrees? I don't know. Jim, Lauren, oh, Jim. Wait, is that what we're talking about? Jim? Jim Roottree, Carl's cousin and singer, has a daughter. So Jim is one of the famous people. Oops, excuse you. So he could be, he's this guy. He has to be this guy, right? And then he had a daughter around Raina's age, who's the oldest. So I think that means this has to be Jim, but we don't have his picture yet. But we have Jim Roottree. No, we don't. Maybe I have to look up his name. But I'm thinking that's Jim. Let's look him up. Printing, rolling, MP3. Okay. Is that a picture? Please tell me there's a picture. Who are you guys? Jim? He's a singer.
We're rolling, rolling, rolling on down to the sea.
Oh, there's lyrics! Oh my gosh, there's a whole big old lyric. Hold on, let's hang on. He was a singer. Let's just go to him first though. Oh, we can listen to the music while we play. Okay, hold on, let's stop this. I won't be able to focus if I do this. Stop. Oh my gosh. Stop! I think we have to listen to the whole thing, so just hold on. What is this? As seen in the Only the Grace Elias Rootree can make this disco this sweet. Right. Let's just, okay, we'll go over here and we will add him over here. Elias. And then his, or not Elias. Oh, there's a picture of him now. If we can look up Jim. Why can't I look him up? Maybe that's not his real name. But he's a singer. Musician. How long is this song? Oh, I found out how to pause it. It's over here. It's a bunch of different songs. Okay, I can always come back and read this all later, but I really just want to get 3 people that I can. James Roottree. His full name is James. I can always come back and read these later because we know Jim and Diamond. His wife was Diamond. Diamond Rowe. Maybe we can find what her real name is to help us out. Oh no. I want to look up her real name. Stop. Diamond, although Diamond, okay, we can't find her real name, but they have the album name. So we'll just go put in James's real name. Oh my gosh, I'm going to figure out how to navigate this quicker, but we'll go in here and find James. James Roottree. Nice, he is a musician, and then he has a wife or spouse named Diamond. Is she on here? She is, Diamond LaRoe. Okay. So that narrows her down, and they have bonus photos. But why is this not correct? Is he not? The CEO. I don't know. We have the photo of her. We can put that in there, and we can whittle down who these people are. Okay. I'm thinking that must not be right, but I'm not gonna look. I'm not just gonna guess, but he's probably one of these presidents. But I have to figure out which one, because there's probably a bunch. So I'm gonna put, for right now, unknown occupation. But maybe I can search up president, and that might help me. Because right now I'm just really trying to get 3 locked in so that I can go and start searching, or go to the next thing. Oh, okay, so I looked up Carl Roottree, and it does say he was the president of the Roottree Candy Company. So maybe if we look up this whole term, I don't know if that's too much. We can look it up. Nope, too much, but maybe we can look up Roottree Candy Company. Okay, there are a lot of results about the Roottree's extremely popular candy products. You find a direct link to the history section that manages the work momentarily. The Roottrees Company was founded by Elias Roottrees shortly. Okay. For reasons that aren't explained on the page, it has no CEO and no stockholders. Instead, it is run by a president who inputs and votes from extended family. It's like to mention that every president has been a direct descendant of Elias and Gwendolyn, including Carl Roottrees, who, despite his death, is listed as the current president. The product that put on the map was 5 pieces, yada yada yada. Right, so he's a president, and everyone has been a relative, a direct descendant, right? So blood relative. So let's look up 5 pieces. From marketing materials and various candy history sites, you learn that 5 pieces are the iconic candies sold by the Roottrees Candy Company. Okay, it says there's a history of print advertising website that claims to have a 5 pieces advertisement scanned from a book called The Sweet History of Candy Volume 2 by Charles Lee. Unfortunately, when you click through the website, it seems like all of their image links are broken. Okay, so not that. You gotta find out who is the president. Maybe we can look up Business Watch and look up Elias Roottrees. Printing Watchman. Okay, we've printed out something. Let's go see what that is. Business Watch. Bonus photo. Okay, Watchman of the Year is a timeline of the 5 pieces. Elias forms the Roottrees Company. Inherited a maple farm. Yada yada. Elias had a daughter, the first of 5 children, 4 more following, leading to. Okay, so Elias's first child was a daughter. Okay. So we're gonna take that as a note. And we're going to put that maybe on the 3rd thing, that's just random miscellaneous notes. Elias has been in 5 peaches. Each of the 5 flavors is chosen based on the initials of his 5 children, 1 flavor per child. 5 pieces are sold in some pits. Okay, that's good to know. So he has 5. Okay, we need to find out what the flavors are. With the help of his son, Elias Roottrees Jr.'s architecture firm, a new industrialized factory and warehouse are built in the Butler County. Okay, there's also a What's Next section that claims Elias is going to pivot to ensuring his company's legacy and that the Roottrees Candy Company remains a family business. He plans to do this with the Clan's trust. So we're going to look up this as well. Okay, so that's something we have to look up. So we're going to put that over into the number 2. Bang. And then we're going to look up What's Next, I think. And put that into page 2. Boop. And then we have Elias Roottrees Jr. that we're going to look up right now, which is his son. Elias Roottrees' name is listed on a website about historical buildings in Butler County. He is listed alongside an old residence that has been preserved called Hunchetop House. Oh, but the man in the building would come up empty. So if I look this up, it probably won't show me anything. No. Okay, so that's nothing we can use. How do I find more information? Okay, so we can go up here and we can put the bonus photo of Elias. Oh, I haven't verified him yet. Right, because we got to verify everybody, but I don't know. Oh, no CEO. So he was the first president, I think. Oh, I did all. Okay, there you go. I did 3. So I had the housewife correct. Yes. Okay, right. I forgot about them. These 3 entries are correct and have been locked. Elias Roottrees, Anderson Gwyneth, and James Roottrees. You've also locked the following optional entries. Yes. Oh, yes. Look, yeah, Diamond, Brenda, and the photo of Diamond. Booyah! So that eliminates the photos and the names from this. So in this, I could still move this guy around because I don't have him verified yet. But now I can put Elias's bonus photo in his frame. Ah, that's so cool. I love this game so much. And I feel like it's going to take you a while. There's so many things to look up. There's a lot of leads that I haven't yet explored. Oh, I wonder if I could look around this room. What's in here? Hold on. What is a duck? Don't know where to look yet. If you're completely stuck, try talking it through with your rubber duck. Oh, interesting. I just want to look around the room. There is a bunch of stuff. Oh my gosh, I wonder if this is going to be important. What's over here? Oh my gosh. Nothing? Yeah, that's just where she's going to come in. What about over here? Oh, that's my, okay. That's that stuff. Can I leave the room? And that's, okay. What is this? Right, girl. Okay, slay. This game is so much fun. I love this game. And I wanted to try everything out because I was just getting so excited about all the different leads and all the different things to discover. But I promise in the next video, I'll read through everything that I'm learning and write everything down and take better notes. I was just really excited. I love detective games. It's so cool. And this reminds me of Her Story, but it's so much better. I like this a lot better because now I know that these 5 kids all of their names are based on the candies, and they all have spouses. There's all of these to add, but typically the people on, okay, so I know it's not gonna be a root tree, right? Because I think that this thing, the family tree, uses their maiden names, which is really cool. But there's just a lot to know. There's a lot of information that I have to learn. Oh, I'm so excited. I cannot freaking wait. This is so much fun. Yes, look, family trees uses surnames from birth. Always use a person's most recent occupation. Genealogy for dunces. Gotcha. I can't wait to get into that. I'm so excited. Oh, I'm so excited. And since recording last time, like when I was editing, I found some things that I didn't really know about. So when you click on a person's name, it gives you a list of everyone that ever exists. These are the only people you could ever place on the family tree. You're never gonna find more. I thought last time, like we may find more people. This girl right here, Raina Roottrees, is the daughter of like the main guy. She was married to somebody, like if I look at my notes, she got married to somebody who had married to someone who had the initials TMS. So I thought maybe it would be this Sheridan Thomas, but I wasn't sure if we had to uncover more people, but this is the list of everybody. So that means her husband is Thomas Sheridan. And I think if we even look up his name, like if we look up TMS, so yeah, we'll find his name. TMS is a common abbreviation for early 90s teen heartthrob Tommy Mark Sheridan. His first credited role as Thomas Sheridan was on a soap opera called Times March Onward. We may need to look that up, I don't know. But anyway, he skyrocketed to popularity after starting his role on the sitcom Brother Trouble. Since the end of Brother Trouble, he has more often been on the cover of tabloids for his supposed drug use and more recently his relationship with Raina Roottrees. After a short engagement, they married in 1997 when she was only 19 and he was 23. Controversial. So now we know for sure that this guy is who we thought he was. And after 3 of the main people getting locked in, like getting their name, their face, or their name, their faces, and their occupation done, we can move on. Or we get confirmed that they're right. So we're gonna start today with our evidence of the famous notable Roottrees. And we have some of them crossed off, right? Because we've done them. We're gonna look up Gwen Roottrees and see if we can find anything with her. Gwen Roottrees, you find some information on a website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. The site is not very well organized, and the search is broken, but you can get to individual pages from your search engine. Gwen Roottrees is a somewhat well-known actress who was active in the 1950s. Okay, so she's an actress. She often appeared in tabloids, especially around the time of her highly publicized divorce. Her biggest role was for the minor hit movie. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna take her name as a note. I'm gonna come over here and I'm going to start writing some notes about her. So she's a well-known actress. Oh, I'm gonna spell everything wrong. She was active in the 1950s. That can help us narrow down who she is and what time period she was in. She got divorced. Okay. And she was in a couple movies. These are the 2 movies she was in. So we can go ahead and copy that, and I'm going to paste it into here. So we can look up those later. There's a widely circulated picture of Gwen from behind the scenes on one of her movies, which you added to evidence. Nice. Did you know trivia? Gwen was the granddaughter of Elias Roottrees, the founder of Roottrees Candy. Okay, so we take those notes because that's going to help us narrow down where she's at. That's great. She shouldn't have been named Roottrees, but her father took her mother's famous name, which was rare these days. Oh. Okay, so her father... because the people listed on the family tree are listed by their maiden name, or I guess their name when they were born. So that means her father is going to not be a Roottrees, and her mom is going to be a part of the bigger branching tree. So if you look, the famous Roottrees are the little stars. So she was the granddaughter of Elias up here, I'm pretty sure is what it said. We also have her picture, I forgot. Right here, we have her picture. This photo is, we've seen it on multiple websites about old films. Gwen Roottrees on the notable Roottrees list. She'll be marked on the chart with a star, right? So she is the granddaughter of Elias. So, if we go here, we zoom out. She is one of the stars, and this is the only one that we have here. Oh, it could be her. Oh, but she got separated. So this is the only one that has somebody who, this little red thing being split up. So that's her. This is Gwen. What was it? Gwen Roottrees, and she was an actress, I think. Actor. So that, and then she got married to somebody, but we don't know who quite yet. But I think that covers everything that she, because we need to find their occupation, their name, and a picture of them. Well-known actress, active in the 1950s, sure. Guys like, we have these. Those could probably maybe tell us about her spouse. Granddaughter, the founder of Roottrees Candy. We could look that up. And father took her mother's famous name. Right, so this is going to be a boy. Or no, this is going to be a boy, this is going to be a girl. We know that, but we don't yet know what about her. But let's go and look up some of the stuff that she was in. Ooh. Guys Like Us is a 1953 film in which two secretaries cut their hair short and pose as businessmen to get ahead in life until one of them falls in love with their client and hilarity ensues. Starring Gwen Roottrees, Leslie Florence, and Harrison Lane. Did you know trivia? The title is a play on words, as it can be read like that the two women are men similar to other men, or that the men are fond of them, right? Guys Like Us. So she divorced after, or she left Hollywood after this. Maybe this helps us find out something about her husband. Christmas Mission is on a page called Flops. It was a war movie about a World War I release in 1955 that received poor reviews and lost studio money. Gwen Roottrees had a role as a soldier's wife who wrote him letters from home. You find no additional relevant information. The movie was marketed as an incredible true story, but no record of the events happening has ever been found. Okay, let's look up this. No, nothing there. Okay, maybe we could look at Roottrees Candy. Okay, I actually read this wrong. I don't know why I thought she was the founder of Roottrees Candy. I know she wasn't. They're talking about her father. So, or her grandfather. We'll remove that. But we can't find her husband quite yet. But we could go to the next, we could go to the next famous person, which is Red Roottrees. Maybe we could find something about them. We could also search the periodicals, but I don't know why she would be in the periodicals. No, of course. Correct magazine or newspaper name, right? We haven't unlocked those magazines yet. So maybe we could find a magazine she was talked about in, but not quite yet. Let's go look up Red. Okay. Ooh. You find information on a website about strange historical facts. Aloysius Herring Roottrees, aka Red, was an appointed judge and politician who earned his nickname ironically because he was the ambassador to Ireland for only about 6 days. Okay. So this is a list of people that we have. So I'll put him here. He's Red, and he was a politician. Nice. He served what some people contend is the shortest term in history. A few days after he was appointed, he was heard disparaging his position in the Irish people. He then tried to run for state senate. He claimed it to be related to the Roottrees Candy Company in a newspaper ad. But it came out that the last name was merely a coincidence, and he was defeated in a landslide. What? He wasn't related to the Roottrees Candy Company. But he kind of is. I mean, maybe he's a distant relative. He in Ireland, but I'm assuming he's on the famous relatives list. Famous Roottrees list. I spell everything totally wrong. I think that's actually spelled right, but famous is not. Also, oh, there's a welcome page on this thing. So it's just walking you through kind of how to play the game and how your notes work, and it's telling you siblings and what those all are defined as in American school terms. I guess if you are not from America and are trying to know what's going on. So I'm gonna rename my pages actually, because this is people. Is where I have information about all the people in there. And then this is like terms I want to look up. And then this is just miscellaneous, I guess. Anyway, let's go then we have to figure out where she goes. Red. See, oh, he's a red herring. He has nothing to do. He's not even on this list. Is that what it's saying? That he's not even on here? There's 1 star left, 2 stars left. And do we only have 2 people? 2, because we haven't done her yet. Yes, he's just a miscellaneous Wow. Okay. Let's look up Lauren then. Lauren Roottree. She's an author. Okay. Let's make her a little note. Under people. Oh, shoot. She was an author in the early 1960s. Okay, so that's like a little after the other girl that we just put on there. She released romance novels under her married name. Okay. So she married someone with the last name Rafferty. That's important because that would be his maiden name. When her publisher learned she had been keeping diaries about her famous family, they insisted she release them under her original name, Lauren Roottree, to take advantage of her family's notoriety. Okay, so she is a blood relative, obviously, but because she's a famous one, they're all blood relatives, but it's just, I'm going to leave that, I'm going to put it down. The section of diary entries released in 1965, A Life Between Wars, spans from the untimely death of her husband in World War II to coping with the post-war world as a young widow and mother, as well as her perspective on changing time and socialities, all the way through the entry into Vietnam. While the content is not considered particularly relevant to modern audiences, it has found new life as an exercise in high school English classes to show an evolution in writing style and a look in previous generations, or a look into life in previous generations. After the success of her diaries, her publisher re-released her romance novels under the name Lauren Roottree. This includes Romance in Court, which gained popularity. She followed the re-release up by writing 2 sequels, creating what fans referred to as the, what is this like? As the Court Jester series. You find no recent details about Lauren, though she is listed as retired. Okay, so you're supposed to put their most recent occupation, so she's gonna be retired. Actually, we're not gonna put author, we're gonna put retired. But let's look up her books. Oh, we can probably go to the library for that. Wait, let's go to the library. Because it was put into... So this was the public library before 1999. So, I have caps lock on. Lauren Roottree. Shoot. And the name of the book, so I should write these down, is A Life Between Wars. So, I've never gone into the library before. Oh, I clicked all the wrong buttons. Every wrong button I could have clicked, I clicked. Let's look if we can see her book title. Oh! It's Printing the Diary! Republished 1993 nonfiction. It seems to be the jackpot here. There's a book occasionally taught in schools. You even find a hardcover edition for students that has full-page, high-quality pictures in it. A summary of the contents of the book, photos, as well as some particularly relevant entries from the diary. Whoa, there's a lot. Have been added to your evidence. So we're gonna have to have, oh, pictures. See, you have to take pictures from their faces. Oh, there's a long book. Okay. So we can learn about her lover or her husband. We can read that, and this means there's 18 clues associated with that. But that is Lauren. Okay, what about these? There's so many people back here. Which ones can we take pictures of? All of them? Oh gosh, now we have a lot. This is the 5 pieces. The 5 pieces, in other words, are like the main 5 kids. So is she one of the main 5 kids? Oh my gosh, there's so many people to take pictures of. Oh no, the next generation with our generation. So there's about to be so many pictures now. Maybe I should have waited to not take all of these pictures at once. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, different pages have different amounts of like lore. But we can maybe try to find Lauren. Notable root trees. Oh my gosh. Okay. There's so much now. Okay, let's go to the family tree. Who do we figure out can be Lauren? I guess it could be here or here. She's kind of on the same thing. We have to figure out how many kids she has, and that will help us. No, they both had 1 kid only. Oh gosh. Okay. Before we go too deep into that, let's see, because we're going to go look into Lauren and all of her stuff. Let's look up the last famous root tree before we do anything else, because I struggle to click the right buttons. Let's look up Miracle Jr. just before we do anything else, just to see. Miracle Jr. doesn't go by his full name in promotional materials. Instead, he has shortened it to Miracle Jr. Miracle Jr. is a tele-evangelist who is part of the Miracle Network. Okay, we're going to look that term up. So we're going to put that in terms to look up. He used to have a show that aired on local access across many stations in the northeastern United States. According to a website called Clergy Watch, he was exposed, and here we go. Oh, I thought it was going to be worse. I'm going to read it. We'll see what happened with him. He was exposed and subsequently charged with conspiracy to defraud the public in 1979 when he claimed to heal someone in a wheelchair. A news expose revealed it was his wife Edith's sister in disguise. Wife Edith. Okay, so let's do a note on Miracle Jr. over here, and people. Oh shoot, we have to move this to... Oh, it did move to people. Okay, and then we'll make a note that he had a wife named Edith who had a sister. Oh, but that doesn't matter because we're not going to have her family members on there. The author also mentioned that Edith had a bit of a checkered past herself, but doesn't clarify. He has since lost his television show and instead goes on tour across the southern United States, which he was not well known before the scandal. So maybe we could look up Edith. We need to find this guy. So let's look up Miracle Network first. Ooh, with the testimonials of Miracle's Roottrees. You found a website for the Miracle Network, a production company run by the Miracle Roottrees estate. It's quite bare bones, but has the following blurb. Witness the testimonies of Miracle's Roottrees. Miracle Roottrees arrived so late in his mother's life that doctors swore he wouldn't survive his first year. His mother and father, Elias and Gwyneth, named him Miracle because they thought him impossible. He was younger than his brothers and sisters by only over 14 years. With the birth that late, the final child of his generation was nearly torn apart by countless health problems. But still, with the power of God on his side, he persevered. He triumphed over these complications and even regained his sight to spread the healing word of the Almighty. 23 years later, Miracle Roottrees Jr. arrived and became the famous family's second vessel for the higher power. At 18, he unburdened himself from the Roottrees name and took his father's testimony to a whole new level. Via the power of television, Miracle Jr. spread the gospel across the entirety of New England. He has since left life of glamour and glitz behind to reach those places that need it most. Think the power of the Lord coming to a town near you. Below the blurb is a flyer about the tour, which is in your evidence. Okay, so there's two miracles. There's Miracle and Miracle Jr. Right, and this is him. Witness the power of the Lord, yada yada yada. Summer 96 Three Generations of Miracles tour, featuring the testimony from world famous Miracle Jr. and special appearance from Miracle Roottrees. Oh, in his 68th year on God's earth, children now welcome. Celebrate with your pastor, Miracle III and his wife Nicole. Oh my gosh, Miracle the Third. Oh no. Miracle the Third. Let's take a note of him. Miracle the Third. Wife Nicole. Right, so there's three miracles. We're gonna have to figure out all of them. Miracle Jr., who is said to be world famous and gets top building. Miracle Jr. is on the notable Roottrees list, right? Miracle Roottrees, who the flyer says will make a special appearance, and Miracle III and his wife Nicole, who are said to be the youth pastors. Oh goodness. Okay, so a lot of things. We're gonna have three different miracles. Is that true? We have three different miracles in here? Yep, Miracle the Third, Miracle, Miracle Jr. Okay, so someone has to give birth to a miracle. But that could also be here. We could also have him be Miracle, Miracle Jr., Miracle the Third. We have to figure out which one. Maybe Miracle the Third got divorced. So I'm going to try to whittle out which one is which by doing Miracle the Third. I'm going to go look him up to see if maybe he got divorced. But, oh, no, wait, hold on. Miracle was the youngest of his siblings, and the tree is in birth order. So, actually, then that means Miracle has to be over here. How many people can I say? Miracle is over here, which means Miracle Jr. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. Miracle Jr. is this one, and then Miracle the Third has to be this guy. I think. But now we gotta assign them... Oh, what was his wife's name? We gotta assign them pictures as well. Miracle the Third had a wife named Nicole. Oh, but it could be either. Okay, so we need to find last, because there's a lot of things, but she is just helpful to deduce down people. But now we need to figure out the pictures. But there is like so many of them. Where do we think would he? Oh wait, no. We have some of the pictures. This is Miracle Jr. and I'm assuming this is Miracle the Third. So if we go over to the family tree, we got a Miracle Jr. This should be Miracle Jr. This should be Miracle the Third. But we have to find their occupation as well. So he was, what was he? I mean, they claimed to be pastors, right? But they were frauds. But would that count? I don't know. I think maybe we could find if he, does it count if he's like he's a fraud though. So let's see. Actor, I mean, kinda. Baby, cat, not a baby. Like a preacher? And this guy was considered a youth pastor, is what they said. We could always come back and fix this. But public speaker, though, as well. Oh, okay, that counted. There you go. When you get 3 locked in, you get to be told you're right. These 3 entries are correct and have been locked. Root Tree, Gwen, Miracle Jr., and Miracle the Third. You've also unlocked the following optional entries. Yes. So those are like the optional people. You can let them know and get them off your list. Oh, the woman's back.
You're on a roll.
Yep.
I'll try to keep that momentum going. Carl's office was a mess, thanks to some burst pipes.
Oh no.
But I unearthed a photo from a 1970s Roottrees reunion.
Whoa,
I also
new
found
evidence.
some important-looking papers.
Lots of photos. Lots of photos. Oh gosh.
You've traced 9 blood relatives so far. I'll have more to share after you find 9 more.
Sounds good. Are you gonna come back this time, or do I have access to the game? I do have access. Vote for Stephanie Jones. Should I take all the pictures now, or should I, like, wait? She is pregnant. I'm gonna take all the pictures now. I think it'll be fine, and we'll figure it out. Because these also could be bonus photos that we could figure out. Gwen and the boys. Okay, so that's Gwen and her sons. So, oh my goodness. Look how many people there are. This is probably such a bad idea to take photos of everybody right now. But it's true. Your client returns. Okay, so this is like the evidence that updates over time. So it says that mysterious woman who comes at your door comes back with a new papers and new evidence, right? And says she has a bit more to share after 9 more blood relatives. So that's interesting to know. Okay, where's Gwen? Right here. So we can put her bonus picture on there. And it only shows you the girls' photos because it helps you narrow it down. So if we go back to our evidence, we can go to where Gwen was. Eventually, if we're done with this, can we like throw it out? Also, I found out you can use a magnifying glass to look closer. I was like at my screen looking like this. You can just zoom in. You can just zoom in. Where was Gwen and her boys? Right here. The photo has a note attached from your employer. Here's a bonus. When I pulled the water damage picture of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Written on the back of the photo is, couldn't make the reunion, wishing you well from Paris. So this is her boys. We're gonna look this up later though. All right, so let's look. This girl with the blue shirt is Gwen. Right here. Gwen, where are you? This one? I think that was her. Yes, and then she had 2 boys, which I guess we could put them in there and just know that they could switch. Like, I guess this guy looks older, so maybe we'll put him there and this guy there. But we could always switch them later. But I want to just put them down so I could come back and fix them later. That's Gwen and her children, and then she got married or whatever. Okay. We need to lock people. The yellow ones are the ones we locked in. Also, this guy, I realized he's Carl Roottree. He's the one that just died in the plane crash. So he was a president, but he is probably the last president, right? Because he just died. So obviously he's the last one. All right, so now that we've done all of the famous Roottrees, maybe we can go back to those photos about the like 5th or like the 1st generation, like these guys. So maybe we can figure out who all of these people are. Because this, I'm assuming, these are the 5 pieces, right? They're the 5 kids of the first 2 people in the family tree. Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. This is the 5 pieces. The picture was famous in our house. Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. Okay. So Lauren's dad is the guy on the left. Or maybe Pop means grandpa. Where's Lauren? Oh, I did never get her. I did never mark down Lauren. So this is Lauren Roottree, and she was retired. That's not an option. So maybe then she is just marked as author. And we gotta find what Lauren looked like to help her go. But then we can put Pop in, so her dad has a photo, and he's on the left, and it was this guy, I think. Because we don't have an extra bonus photo of her grandpa, so it had to be Pop, like her dad. So let's see if we can find a picture of Lauren. I'm kind of all over the place. Okay, we also know that this is Eli Jr., the little one, right? Because he's with the eye patch, I'm pretty sure. So then we can go over here. I'm all over the place. I'm so sorry. But we can go over here and put... Oh, Elias Jr., not Miracle. Wait, is that Miracle? Hold the phone. Right, this is Miracle. So... Yes, Miracle, Miracle, Miracle. Sorry. Getting confused. Miracle over here is the little boy. We don't know what he did. I can't remember. Oh, there's a picture. There's something about him in this. World famous Miracle Roottree. So I guess we don't yet know what Miracle did, but we will find out. Going back to this. Sorry, this picture was framed in our house. Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. It was taken in 1935 to celebrate the move to the new warehouse that Eli Jr. designed. So this guy is Eli Jr. Angie and I were both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and the 3 of us were all about the same age. We were told only the 5 pieces, which really didn't go over well, to say the least. Especially as opposed to Stop the Tantrums, they posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. Found out years later that they never even took a second photo. So these, or the black and white photos, are all of the 5 original siblings. And there's a new character. Where was it? Angie? And then we know, I guess, that Lauren's writing this. So Lauren refers to Gwendolyn as her aunt. So Lauren was not a child of Gwendolyn. We can at least know that. Oh, but we know that. I'm just going to assume they would name their first kid Eli Jr. But no, I think they said that they had, I think I have it in my notes somewhere here, that Elias had a daughter, the first of 5 children. The first child was a girl. Who is Angie? So this is going to be a girl. It's either going to be this girl or that girl. This girl looks older, but we don't know. Let me look up who Angie is. What's her last name? Oh, Angelica. Angelica Morden and Mr. Morden. Right, 2 dating. So she was a Roottree. No, she was born a Roottree. Oh, who's Mr. Morden? I don't know. There's so much going on. Let's see if we can use this picture to figure this out, because this is Lauren's next diary entry, and this is the next generation. An attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5 pieces photo with our generations. For old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, since to me he looked like Pop did in the old one, but I was outvoted by my brothers. Right, there he is. I see him. They insisted the 4 of us stand together, and so we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwen. So Gwen is not here. So Gwen is the blonde one then. Grandma insisted we include Sam even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam. None of us understood why, including Sam. I also didn't think it fair Miracle made it in, since it's technically a 5-piece. I guess my inner child still holds a grudge even after all these years. I would too. Right, so we have all of these relatives. So this little guy is Sam. Okay, side tangent. This is side tangent because I'm getting confused with all those faces. I think if we go back over here, I think they were all preachers. Because why would Miracle Jr. bring his famous dad to come talk at his preacher event if he's not also a preacher? So I'm going to put him as a preacher. And then we'll see if anything confirms later. Yeah, I think if that guy's right, and then this guy's right. We only need 1 more person to confirm everything. And we will win the thing. If we can find Lauren, a picture of Lauren. then we can win. Because that she would be a part of the next generation. So she's one of the people in this photo. And it says they like 4 of them clumped up in the middle. And everyone else filter behind. And there's 4 of them. So I don't know what they're referring to as the middle. And that everyone else filter in behind. And this is her brother. Because he looks like their dad. Who we don't have a name for yet. I think they're referring to these 4. I think that's what they mean. So I think this is Lauren. So let's try that one out. I think that's Lauren. Let's find out. Yes! Okay. Dang, this game is freaking tricky. And I was all over the place with so many different clues. And I didn't take a ton of notes, and I'm so sorry. Locked in everyone on the notable Roottrees list. Yes! Also locked the following optional entry. Yay! So we did get her face, or her bonus picture, right? Right here. Nice. And we don't know about this yet because we didn't lock in their full thing. That's so cool. Oh, but we got 3. I'm going to go a little bit farther. Maybe find out guardian, adoption, or otherwise. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we got to figure out what that is. Okay, so since we already confirmed, I think 6 different people today, let's just read through Lauren Roottree's little book, her excerpt from her diary, and just take the notes that we can, and maybe we'll uncover some things before we go. The below are notes and observations you made when skimming through Lauren Roottree's diary, pages in A Life Between Wars. Lauren Roottree is on the notable Roottrees list in your evidence. She will be marked on the chart with a star. Let's write this down as a thing to talk to, or look up next episode. The book was published in 1965 and consists of diary entries that stretch from 1940 to 1965. The most important event that much of the diary and Lauren's thoughts revolve around was the loss of her husband Jacob. Jacob died in the final months of World War II while Lauren was pregnant. This left her to raise her son Clark alone. Lauren never remarried and only had 1 child. So this was also Lauren, and that's her husband. So I think, I would assume, but maybe that's like someone else's photo of her, and they're like actors, but I'm assuming that's them. So let's go to Lauren right here, and we can get the other photo of her, which is here. And then she had a husband named Jacob. How many Jacobs are there? 1. Jacob Rafferty, right? She married someone with the last name Rafferty, I forgot. And they only had 1 son whose name was what? Whose name was Clark. Okay, who had a son named Clark. Let's go over it there. Oh, right, and then we can mark off her husband. That was a photo of her husband, and she had a son named Jack. Roottree Jack. Nice. And so he was a child. Maybe. Oh, wait, he got married and stuff. Never mind. Okay. So we'll find a photo of him later, but let's go back to the evidence we were looking at. Right there. By skimming the pages of the diary, you glean the following information. She was the granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on her father's side. Her mother's family was called the Cossels, but she hardly ever mentions them. Okay. So her mom had the last name Cossel. I don't think we need to write down absolutely everything. If we can use this to find, if there's only 1 Cossel, bang, we got the mom. Her dad was part of the Roottrie family. We got that. We don't need to really write that down, I don't think. Her father was always referred to as Pop, was the head lawyer for the Roottree Candy Company, and helped write a legal document called the Clanced Trust. Was the head lawyer. Okay, so he was a lawyer. Oh, I always go out of that. I shouldn't do that. He was a lawyer and was part of the Clanced Trust. But let's just look up the Rootrees. Let's see what the options we have is. See if we can look for names like that. Candy, Clancy Edward, Clancy Jr., Edward, Clancy Edward, Clancy Jr., Edward, Roottree, Elias Jr., Elias C., Elias M., oh my gosh, Gwendolyn, Jack, Christina, Margaret. There's so many of them. Robert, Ronald. I almost bet you he's Clancy Edward, and then he has 2 kids named Clancy Jr. and Clancy and Edward. I'm almost sure that's him. But before we just go willy-nilly and confirm that, Let me look up his name. And then I guess we'll just do this page because I'm going to be recording for too long. We'll just do this page. Let's look up the Clance Trust just so maybe we can verify that. The Clance, to pronounce clan said, is a highly unusual corporate arrangement named after Clancy Edward Roottree, who was Elias's son and the Roottree Company lawyer. Due to its unique nature, it's often brought up in online discussions about financial matters and inheritance as an oddity. The company mandates that a fixed percentage of its profits are split every quarter amongst bank accounts representing each direct relative of Elias and Gwyneth. An account is created for each blood relative at birth and first accessible when they reach 18. Oh, the actual numbers have never been fully disclosed to the public, but due to the ever-increasing success of the company, it is a significant amount of money. The Clance Trust is known for being essentially impossible to get around due to many checks and balances written into it. Still, there have been a few situations in which family members have tried to forcibly remove another member from their trust. Most details online are pretty vague since the matters are handled internally. The only information you discover is from a university law school which apparently had a guest lecturer talk about the Roottrees versus RR. Okay, we'll write that down to do in our terms. When looking into the Clance Trust, you often find mentions to the 5-piece guarantee which went into effect at the same time. We also have to remember the 5 pieces of candy, like the 5 flavors, were named after the first letter of all of the second generation of kids, or like the original 2 people's children. We have to remember that too. So we have this guy, he has a lawyer. We also, I think, confirmed this guy. So yeah, we didn't exactly finish all 3 again, but I'm pretty sure we got this right? And he has 2 kids. I'm assuming named Clancy Jr. and Edward. We know Clancy Jr. at least. We know that. But I'm assuming Clancy would give his kid the same name that he has, right? There's just Clancy Jr. But yeah. Sorry, I kind of go all over the place with the detective games, but I just get distracted and get really excited about everything. But we've accomplished quite a lot. We have 12 out of 18, and we're about to lock in 3 more next time we play. We have this guy done. We have these pictures. These get interchanged. We don't know their names, but we're getting there. We're definitely getting there. I'm really excited. I keep looking out for this. I don't know. This one's going to be hard because it has to look for inconsistencies and leaps and logic. That's probably going to be pretty difficult, but I'm really excited to get into more. This game is just super intriguing, and I really like finding out new information about random people. And I like that there's kind of scandals, I guess you would find in rich families like this. But yeah, I am so excited to keep playing this game. And I already have an idea of where I want to start actually looking stuff up. So we come over to the computer, we look up the 5 pieces. There was a book that I missed that I didn't look up in the library. So I'm going to look up the History of Candy Volume 2 by Charles Lee, because that may help us find out the 5 pieces names, which will help us, or the 5 pieces old flavors, which will help us figure out their names of the kids so that we can, oh my gosh, what was his name? Charles Lee, so that we can figure out the main 5 pieces, which I think is a good place to start this video. Okay, there you go. So it's printing that. Published in 1985, this is a part of a book series about all things candy in the modern world. It starts in 1925 and continues onward to chronicle the rise of mass production and global distribution. The book ends with a look into the future of candy as envisioned by experts in 1985. With the addition of hindsight, you can clearly see they got pretty much everything wrong. Oh, darn. It includes some print advertisements. You find a newspaper ad for 5 pieces from the 1930s added to evidence. See, that is what I'm talking about. That is going to help us, but let me see if there's anything else we should probably look into. I don't think so. So we're just going to go to the 5 pieces. Great. You found this advertisement in the Sweet History of Candy, Volume 2 by Charles Lee. It's from 1928, 6 years after the debut of 5 pieces. It states the flavors are inspired by their children, and the order is grape, elderberry, cinnamon extract, melon, and the newest flavor, Miracle Berry. That's Miracle. It's a miracle, modern candy for a modern society. Roottrees 5 pieces contains 5 different maple-infused flavors. The Roottrees are a proud family business, and our flavors are inspired by our children. G is for grape, E is for and so on. Miracle Berry is a burst of beautiful blossoming blended berries. Try it today. So, if I'm just gonna write this down, I'm gonna highlight this and use it as miscellaneous because that's gonna help us place the kids in order. So if we go to this family tree, you see each in order. This guy is Clancy Edward, so he's the cinnamon guy. which means that this one will start with an M, and then miracle berry, grape, elderberry. But we have to remember, oh, so in this, there was a Elias Jr., which I thought was probably the second born. Elias Jr. Roottree, probably the second born, who was also known as the oldest boy, because they said that their firstborn was a girl. And I think this is Elias Jr. We have to figure out what he did first, though. And then we have to find what was the first girl. But we can kind of look at the root trees that have an M. I'm not just going to guess, but we can see. That is probably Margaret root tree, I'm assuming. And then we have, oh wait, that was G. Melon is probably Margaret, but who's grape? Who starts with a G to be the firstborn? Gwendolyn. Right, I remember Gwen. Because if we go to this photo over here, I think it was here. No, the original 5 pieces. Where are they? Right here. Yeah, these are the 5 pieces. I'm assuming this is the oldest, Gwendolyn. And then this is the other one. We don't quite know that. Who are these people? Let's first, though. Who is this again? Gwen. Another Gwen. Let's look up Gwendolyn root tree and see if we get anything to try to figure her out. I'm gonna have to look up how to spell her name, actually. Gwendoline. Gwendoline. No. Alright, so she doesn't pop up, but I mean, that's the only... We can use that, I guess, as evidence. We know that the firstborn starts with a G, and the only one that has, is a root tree who starts with a G is Gwendolyn. So if we put her there, we still don't know, I guess, which one is which. We'll find that out soon. And then we have the M, or what was, hold on. Melon, right, which is the only one with the root tree with another M. If we have one, let me see. There's only one. Margaret. So we basically have the 5 pieces, but we don't know what they did for a living quite yet, unless there is something somewhere in my evidence. But that's where I wanted to start. So now we have at least their names written down, and we'll swap out the girls later. Let's see if we have anything in our evidence that tells us what those people did for a living. Let me reread these. Eli Jr. designed a warehouse. So that's Elias Jr. And then Mr. Morden was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. So is there a Morden? Is that like her husband, I'm assuming? Mr. Morden was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. Angelica Morden. Gwendolyn Morden. Oh no. So did she have a kid and name the Gwendolyn second? There's a lot of Mordens. Angelica Morden. Oh my gosh. So this is a whole bunch of... So it's either James or Zachariah Morden, I'm assuming. So we can't really do anything about that. I also noticed when I put in... Where did I put that in? These people over here. It said that Lauren had a son named, I think, Clancy. And for some reason, Clark. And for some reason, I said over and over again, it's going to be Clark is her son, Clark is her son, Clark is her son. And then I put in Jack. So that is her son. Because Jack Roottree, they wouldn't have a son named Roottree. That's her husband's name. We don't know what he was yet. But that, I don't know how I messed it up so bad. But I did, somehow. Okay. Now, I guess, let's go start doing... We were doing this before. Okay, here we also know that the generation after Lauren's, so her son, Jack, right, including her son, were in the, so he's one of the free spirits. He's one of those people in that free spirits photo. I get messed up going through these all the time. The free spirits. One of these is Clark. Oh, well, there's like 70 of them. But he's one of the boys. Eli. I see that. Because there's like Eli C. There's so many Eliases. But he's one of the boys. That helps us. There's a child, so that will help us eventually finding where that kid goes. Anyway, I don't think I can figure that out quite yet. So we're going to go to the second page of this book, which we were doing last time. 1953, Complaints. An entry entitled Complaints from Lauren Roottrees' diary entered in 1953. This entry seems to focus specifically on one of Lauren's family members, Gwen, who's on the notable Roottrees list. It seems everyone has something to complain about. Gwen, as an only child, complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after 3 younger brothers didn't feel like a blessing, but it fell on deaf ears. During the summer where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot, I hoped she would be the sister I never had and that I'd do the same for her. I even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the 2 of them. What a mess, but she complained. To her, I was the lucky cousin. So Lauren used to be blonde, but the 2 sisters are different hair colors. They're not both blonde. One of them was brunette and one of them was blonde in that picture, but we'll figure it out. Now she's off living the glamorous life while I'm stuck here with Clark. Oh. I must admit, seeing her everywhere contributes to my unhappiness. Her visage stares at me, even now from my coffee table. She gets to be in Starlet and tell tales of how she gallivants around the world. So we're going to look up that. We'll put that into our terms to look up. Okay. And tell tales of how she gallivants around the world, kissing the likes of Harrison Lane and Wide Bill Williams. Should I look those 2 people up? I don't know if I should, because they were in... Let me just see what happens if we look this guy up. Western Frontiers do the popular of guys like us, so maybe we should. The studio brought Lane back to play the villain's twin brother, this time as a hero joining the protagonist. Western Frontiers has no connection to the Roottrees. Harrison Lane seems to be a dead end. Oh. Harrison Lane married his high school sweetheart after they were reunited at a movie premiere. Let me just check. Yeah, has no connection, so he's a dead end. But what about the other dude? Wild Bill Williams. What if he has something to help with? Wild Bill Williams was the leading man of some notable movies in the 1950s. He appeared in an adventure movie called Fortune Favors the Grave, which is yet to be released for home audiences. You don't find any additional information about the film. He was well known for his good luck and off-screen romances, specifically with blondes. He was married 4 different times to 4 different actresses. There's a famous Hollywood rumor that he even approached Marilyn Monroe at a party and that she was already aware of his reputation. Did you know trivia? Wild Bill grew up in Paris, France. He returned there often. But this one doesn't say this is a dead end, so I'm going to look up this one as well. Wild Bill Williams was the leading man of some notable movies. Oh, this is... So yeah, dead end. Okay, so I didn't think I needed to look up the other actors, but I just wanted to be sure. Okay. She's the first Roottrees woman to be anything other than a housewife, and I am jealous. Ooh, if I were not a single mother, could I make my own way in this world? But I'm off topic. A girl with all the luck in the world was jealous of me, and now, though I have been undoubtedly burdened by this terrible tragedy, I'm also lucky to be born into a family that can support me for eternity. I can raise a child without worry, and like countless other widows, if any of them were to hear me complaining, they would rightly scoff, just like I do Gwendolyn. Okay, so we're gonna look this up. Oh, new periodical! That's like the magazine. Scarlet was a magazine that started with the colorization of film and went until around 1964. Generally, it was a tabloid with a focus on famous actors and actresses. It didn't much go into any other aspects of filmmaking or Hollywood news. So what if I'm supposed to look up Harrison Lane and Wild Bill Williams in that then? Let's see. Let's go to periodicals. Let's do Starlet and let's look up. No, nothing seen. Okay, they're a dead end. But what about I just want to be sure. Ooh, there's something here. Wild Bill Williams was mentioned many times throughout the magazine's lifespan, with stories and gossip about who he was seen with in public, blondes mostly. Yes, the 3 specific packages stand out. The first mentions one of his first roles was under his real name, Walter Forsythe. The second is an interview, although he doesn't mention her by name. You can determine from context he's talking about Gwen Roottrees. An apology to the ladies I'm actually taken. Earlier this year, I did a friend a favor. He was directing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. Wouldn't you know that son of a bitch cut me from the picture? I'm just ribbing. It wasn't his fault. Apparently the studio didn't want to pay for a star of my caliber. I got the last laugh though. I met someone. She spent most of the film crying. She was playing a soldier's wife, but even through the tears, she was incredible. I know I tend to have a reputation, but this one's true love. I only have eyes for her. Unironically, the third is a rumor that his divorce from Gwen was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. An American renter on vacation in Paris claims to have overheard Wild Bill and Gwen arguing in public while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Not long after, Gwen announced she was divorcing Wild Bill and also that she was pregnant again, giving her rumor more credibility. Okay. So I'm glad I looked into this guy because that's her first husband. Let's look up him. No, that's just the same thing. But if we can look up maybe Walter Forsythe in the period or in the regular spider search. Walter is listed in the cast of a movie called Gal and the Gangs, which was directed by Bruce Throckmorton. It appears to be a low-budget comedy, but there's no other information about it anywhere else online. Well, let me just make sure. No. Okay, what about in the Scarlet? And then we'll go put his name in and as her husband, but I have to look. Oh, shoot. Gal and the Gang. Okay, Walter Forsythe was Gwen's first husband. Gwen Roottree had Walter Forsythe, which, okay, is there any other Forsythes? Did she name her kids? Oh shoot, did she name her kids with his last name? Nope, sure didn't. Good for her. Split up, yes, and then she had 2 kids. And then he had an unknown spouse. These ones I remember, I don't know if these pictures are in the right order, but those are her 2 kids. We might have to swap them later. But that's a name out of my freaking thing. Oh, yes. And then, okay, so now we have to go to read the rest of this. So I think we've read everything and taken notes for everything that we could do on here, other than that, I guess Lauren wasn't blonde naturally, but we knew that. And that, assuming maybe that means that she gave birth to a blonde child, so maybe that means something, that this is Gwendolyn. It's just interesting that this is Gwen and her mom was Margot and not Gwendolyn. But that I'm pretty sure is correct because you go back to the 5 pieces thing and the first kid was Grape, which means it was Gwen. And so forth, right? Unless I'm completely wrong about that, but they talked about them being in the right order. So, yeah. I think that's right. And then we talked, something else somewhere talked about Gwen being the oldest. Here, I'm pretty sure. Gwen is an only child, complained of loneliness. Maybe this is saying Lauren had 3 younger siblings. Where's Lauren? Yes, 3 younger brothers. So these were all brothers, right? Because there's a Clancy Jr. and then there's an Edward, which I'm assuming are both his kids, and then there's like a final Roottree. There's another Roottree boy that's gonna go there. November? Who's named November? Wolf? What the heck is Wolf? That's some type of stuff that this famous dude would name his... You know, he would name a child Wolf. Just because he could. Anyway, let's go back to this. I'm getting really distracted, but it's okay. Dynasty. An entry entitled Dynasty from Lauren Roottree's diary written in 1958. It focused on the day her grandfather Elias announced he had stepped down as president of the Roottrie Candy Company and the meeting to determine his successor, so the second president. I wish I hadn't been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious none of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding on to it so long. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody's got... Architects, preachers, and lawyers. Nobody's got time for candy. That's his kids are architects, preachers, and lawyers. Right. Architects, preachers, and lawyers. 5. Oh shoot, I just opened a calculator. LOL. These are the 5 pieces occupations. That's gonna help a lot. Save note. Because I'm assuming Eli Jr., they talked about him building a warehouse or something. That means Eli Jr. is the architect. I'm pretty sure. So let's go to this guy first. And he is an architect. Bang. Nice. Okay, now let's go back to what we were doing. So with the 5 pieces refusing to step up, it came down to us next gens. Pop argued at length that the company should stay with our branch, with the family, since we still have the Root Tree name. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who was volunteered. Instead of it ending up going to Zach, even though his surname didn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. Zach is the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. Firstborn son. Right, of the firstborn 5-piece. But this could be a girl, and we don't know. But didn't I say, where I was like, it's either this or this? Where was that at? It was either Zach or somebody else. I literally don't remember. I'll probably have to go watch my video, but I said where I was like, it's either Zach or this guy is the last root tree. Like, if you look, oh no, there was a lot more, but it's specifically like ZAC, wasn't it? Oh, it was Zachariah Morden. Right. Oh, right. Oh, the Morden. Right. So, because there's 2 Morden boys. So, James or Zach Morden was her husband, but Zachariah is her son. So, meaning James Morden is her husband. Right? Yeah. And then she has one of these firstborn son. But that could be, we don't know. This could be a girl, this could be a boy. So we're not gonna do anything there. Interesting. But Zach became the 2nd president. Okay. So we're actually gonna take a note down here. We're gonna do Zach Morden. Or actually, we should go over here and highlight his name. And then Zach Morden, 2nd president, Gwendoline's firstborn son. Okay. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. I'm not sure how that's relevant to running a new company, but Granddad has always had a very particular views when it came to his bloodline. Ew. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Andy's older than Zach, and I'm the next oldest of us all. But he just laughed. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick-witted, at least with catty remarks, countered back. Maybe they wanted to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. Is that a fat joke? Is that a fat joke? Because there's one kid that I noticed was a little bit bigger, and I'm assuming that's him being a butt cheek. Okay, so let's look up, hold on, let's do Andy's older than Jack, and I'm the next older of us all. Let's put that as a note. Written by Lauren. Oops. Okay, but I think we're making good progress. We're putting people in places, and we're finding out some drama. Some real drama. Okay, so Zachariah Morden. Let's go back to the photos. I always get confused. The Free Spirits and Next Generation. Zachariah should be in here somewhere. Like, I'm assuming they're trying to make a dig at this guy, which is really rude. Which one is the Morden? He's standing right next to his... No, that's not his mom. This is Lauren. Oh my gosh. I don't know. What about, oops, these guys? There's like 7 million of them. Bonnie, next president Guy Hut. Okay, Ernie Jr., Caroline. Oh, that's how many signatures there are. So Guy Hudson really wanted the presidency, I guess. Miracle Jr. is somewhere in here. Oh, this guy. Jim Roottrees, Clark Carl, and Eli M. Eli Morden. Is there an Eli Morden? But there was another, oh my gosh, there's another Miracle Jr. So I think we can go over here and we can put this guy's picture. Where is he at? Is this one? That one was like the dude. This one? Is that the same photo? He got like a tan suit on, like a white suit. Yup, that's him. Okay, so we're doing some things. Also, there's another one who was a lawyer. Oh, right there. Architect, lawyer, unknown occupation. But if she was the first woman that wasn't a housewife, wouldn't that mean that the other ones, that all the women before her were just housewives? I don't know for sure. So I'm not going to do that just yet, but I'm going to store that little information in my little noggin, okay? Let's go back to here. We're on the third, or on Dynasty. Did we finish Dynasty? Okay, yes. So there's a lot of more information to lock in from these guys, but that's okay. Sam. An entry entitled Sam from Lawrence Roottrees diary written in 1963. From a previous entry, you learned that Elias Roottrees had given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time. Lauren writes, "Why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met at all. I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Grandad had a brother or two, but I was told, trim their branches from the family tree." Oh, so why is Sam special? Nothing adds up, and I'm not the only one to realize. And she summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwen's in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle Boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. Uncle Junior... Which one's Uncle? Lauren's writing this. Her uncle, one of the junior, and he married a Patsy. At the reception when I asked who Sam was, Pop shunned me and said it was complicated. So let's go to Lauren. And she has an uncle who has a junior. So that's like her, which one is a junior? Elias Roottrees is a junior. But also I think, no, this is junior. But are they like being, because he's so young, are they being like, hey, he's a junior? I don't think so. So I think then they're talking about him, and he married a who? Patsy? He married a Patsy? I'm assuming that's a nickname for Patricia, but there's two of those. So I'm gonna take this now and I say I think Elias Jr. married to a Patsy. I think Patricia. Because I don't see a Patsy, so I don't know. I think that means it's one of the Patricias, right? Because there's no Patsy. It's one of these. Anyway. At the reception, when I asked who Sam was, Pop stressed me and said it was complicated. I remember Sam's picture. He's like the little guy. Clancy swore he saw Sam working along the farmhands, EC, and John when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Okay, upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three are on the books. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother, even chimed in. Eli, Miracle's youngest. So Miracle gave birth to an Eli, or had an Eli. Oh, but Eli C or Eli M. Why are there so many of them? Why are there so many of them? Okay, back to our notes. Miracle. Is there a Miracle? Do we have just regular Miracle dude? Anderson Maple Farm, yeah. No, so we need to write that down. I just take this. Eli is Miracle's youngest. Chimed in. Apparently when he was riding his mini bike along the farm a few weeks ago, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engines faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli certainly seemed thrilled. Okay, Sam working alongside the farmhands. So EC and John. Or Sam was working along the... I was gonna make that enough. Sam was working along the farm's hands, EC and John. So EC, I'm assuming, is Edward Clancy? Oh, you can put unknown male or unknown female in here to help you deduce down. I haven't touched that. Why is there just an Eloise? We don't know her last name. That's interesting. But EC, there's no like C last name with an E. So I'm assuming EC is Clancy, but he was a lawyer, not a farmhand. A farmer? Oh, I don't know. But it said he was a lawyer because he did the Clancy Trust or whatever. Confusion. We're just gonna move on. Oh, but it did say it was always the most recent job. So it makes sense because Elias, or Edward Clancy or whatever his name was, he was one of the 5 pieces, and his mom, not her, his mom had an Anderson maple farm, and then his dad took, like, they started doing it, whatever. So he was a farmhand back then, but then he grew up and became a lawyer. That just helps. But there was a John who worked on the Anderson maple farm as well. Interesting, okay. At the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider has cozied into family affairs, especially one who works on the farm of all places. Whatever happened to blood is thicker than syrup? Why is Granddad making an exception now? What does that mean? Is he not an obscure relative was to be included? Obscure relative. What does that mean? Does that have something to do with like the adoption? Where was the adoption little thing? Over here, but that seems like he's too young for that. Sam Cattrall. Cattrall. Stephanie Cattrall. And Sam, so he was given, Sam Cattrall was given his mom's last name, which is interesting. So like here, I also noticed Gwen, it said that her father took her mother's name as last name. So we could go here and we could click unknown male. I think it's fun. It helps you reason what everybody is. Okay, but let's go back to this and just read through the rest of her diary. Because I'm figuring stuff out a little bit. Like we know John. Who is John? Let's look up. Oops, John. There's not a John. There is not a John anywhere on here. So maybe they're just referring to some, like, the help. You know, because they're like that. They'll refer to people like that, apparently. They're so, like, classist, it seems. Like, it's just so, like, he is not even our family member. He is just a random dude. Clark, that's her baby. One of the final entries called Clark from Lauren Roottrees' diary written in 1964. Clark getting married and, in my opinion, far too young. He's barely 18 for God's sakes, and Danielle isn't much older, but openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. After all, Jacob and I got married at 16. Danielle, her son got married to a Danielle. Where the heck was she? This one? Danielle. Danielle Franks. David Third Kellogg. Who are those people? Oh, they split up and then they got married to somebody else and they all split up and then he got married to somebody else. Oh, Clark, dang. Married, divorced. Married, child, divorced. Maybe before or after, we don't know. Married, 2 kids. Oh, and then their kid had a spouse and then got married. Interesting, okay. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person can spend? Yeah. They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. The only one who had any discipline is Carl, and that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. So Clancy had another kid named Carl. That's the last one. I'm assuming it's Clancy Jr., Edward and Carl are Clancy Edward's children. Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seemed to pursue passive knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south. What? But our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seemed to pursue passive knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Like a black person? Is that what they're talking about? I'm scared. You guys are scary. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. Okay. Edward? Yes. And as for me, my first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart, is based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. Even my cousins are doing well. Okay, hold on. Let's take some notes. 16? Oh my gosh. Yeah, there's a lot in here. Let's take some notes. Let's say Carl went to the academy. I don't know what that means he did as a job, but we're going to do that. Probably Clancy Edward's son. I'm assuming. Then we have Edward took over, or was set to take over after, I'm assuming it's his father, Clancy Edward. She's talking about, because this is Lauren, who's also one of Clancy Edward's sons, or daughters, or kids, so she's talking about them. As for me, my first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart, is based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. I'm gonna look up this actually in the library. I'll come back to all of that nonsense. Oh, what was her maiden? What was she born as? Oh, Roottrees, right? Yeah, but she wrote, it didn't say she wrote under her, I think it said she wrote under her maiden name at some point. No copies available. Re-release has X marks the spot. Interesting. So if we can look up this, nothing relevant was found in the public library. Check for typos. What? X marks the spot. If I copy this. Published under a different name. Oh, so then she republished it under her real name. According to the back of the book, this is a buried treasure by Lauren Roottrees from the author of the Court series. It also says keep an eye out for Lauren Roottrees' next book, Revisiting the Diary 10 Years Later, releasing in 1975. What? A buried treasure by Lauren Roottrees from the author of the Court series. It also, okay, so this is just giving us this. Revisiting the Diary 10 Years Later. There you go. Scandal. Oh no. This was a version of Lauren Roottrees' diary released in 1975. Unlike the original diary, it contains no pictures but has many new passages that reflect on her thoughts 10 years later. It's printing a lot of stuff. Oh my gosh, read Hanger. One major event happened between releases that changed Lauren's outlook on certain subjects. The death of Elias, a summary of the fallout has been added to your notes as well as other select pages. Oh, here we go. That's gonna help a lot, girl. Thank you for being an author and giving me the tea. Like, thank you. 4, 2, 4, 4. And this one doesn't say anything. This is just, I guess, some other scandalous drama we're gonna learn about. That's really fun. Okay, but let's go back to this first and finish what we've been reading here. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad president after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Okay, so that'll help us figure out which one Zach is. Gwen is Gwen, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. She even told us that she might come home next year so we can meet her kids. But the free spirits in any other family, they'd all end up on the streets, even Clark. Right. Okay, so let's go over to here, the Mordens. She had twins. Oh, well, that doesn't really. They both had 2 kids. We have to figure out who had the twins and who. Oh, wait, did it say younger? Hold on. His sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Gwen is Gwen, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. No. Because whatever it is, if this is Zach, he's going to have the two of these girls are going to be his kids. Because they have the last name Morden, and then the other one is not going to be that. Oh gosh, there's so much. I just want to look at this person. Who the heck are these people? To Carl and Brenda. Much love, Debbie. Who are these people? We'll figure them out later. But also this, I just realized Stephanie Jones. Wasn't I talking about there was a Stephanie? What was I just? Butler County Times. Carl, I know we didn't see eye to eye when it came to the candy company, but you could talk to your girls about putting on a statement supporting Stephanie. She could use the publicity your daughter's ring. CM, don't let conflict spread to the next generation. I don't know. How many people do I almost have locked in? Like this guy, I think I have completely because he was the architect, yada, yada, yada. And then Clancy Edward was a lawyer. So which one? I need one more to lock in. We could try to look up Gwen's kids, possibly. Or Margot. But I don't think we can just find Margaret. Because she's not a famous Rootree, so we can't just find her in the computer system. I don't know. I think I'm going to use the piece of information that Gwen was the first one who in the family was not a housewife to make these 2 women housewives. And then she is a blonde, so I'm gonna make this girl blonde. Okay, that's what I thought. I wasn't sure, but I thought these 3 entries are correct and have been logged. Roottree, Clancy Edward, Margaret, and Elias Jr. have also logged the following optional entries: Kosel, Jacob, Danielle, Walter Forsythe, James Morden. There's a lot of names off there. That photo, the optional photos, that optional photo. Yes, that's a lot. That.
You're
Oh.
listening to WRTG.
Okay.
It's time for your
104.5.
headlines. Once an hour, every hour, on the 45.
Okay.
It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale.
Oh, no.
In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl Roottree's belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably, a framed photo of the Roottree family from the mid-1970s that Carl had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing and why. For that article, search online for WRTD News.
WRTD
Again,
News.
That's WRTD.
WRTD News. Okay, hold on. What is this? Oh, it told you here. You heard something odd on WRTD radio. The photo you were given may have been stolen from Carl's office. The newspaper mentioned you have to search online for WRTD to find out more. Now this one has like clues to figure out. That's fun. Okay, but we're not going to do that in this episode, but the last thing we're going to do right here is just we're going to go in and put Gwendolyn in there. It kind of looks like the Scarlet Witch a little bit. Look at that. We're getting some stuff done. Look at all this yellow. That's really good. Like, we only got 3 people locked in this video, but I feel like we learned a lot of information. Like, we have a lot of people partially done. And we got a lot of names, like the bonus side names that we don't really have to do, but they help us reason things, or like figure people out. We got a lot of those gone. Like, there's a lot of yellow on this board. I'm really excited. This one, ooh, we know some about this. Like, I took some notes for this. We know some of these guys. We're just gonna have to figure that out later. But this, I still don't know anything about what this is supposed to be. I might have to look up some hints for that one, because maybe I'll figure it out later, but I don't know. Look up for some inconsistencies in the past. I don't know is all what they're talking about. That's all what they're talking about. But I'm really excited. So they were talking crap about him for divorcing once and getting remarried. He had 3 wives. So maybe he had a husband, but we'll find out. They're going to be, they have kids. Well, they get adopted. No, there's not an adoption here. Never mind. This means by birth. Anyway, this game was so much fun. Today we're going to start with what was I left on a cliffhanger last episode. Apparently, one of the photos that I was given by that mysterious lady who came to the door was stolen from Carl Roottrees' office. It says not long before they were set to return, this mysterious stranger who came to our door and said, hey, by the way, if anybody comes looking for the family and is like, hey, I represent the family, I'm here to talk to you. If anybody comes to you and tells you that, don't tell them I said anything. So that person, right? It says not long before that person was set to return, you heard something odd on WRTD radio. The photo you were given may have been stolen from Carl's office. The newscaster mentioned you should search online for WRTD to find out more. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go over to Spider Search and we're going to look up WRTD News. WRTD is your local investigative jazz radio station. During their news segments at 45 minutes on the hour, they have been talking about the plane crash. This most recent hour, they also talked about a picture taken from Carl's office after the plane crash and promised an interview online with a psychologist. During the interview, it's revealed that there wasn't a break-in. Instead, someone with a key to the office took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to the recent storm. This means it was likely someone close to the family who was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. The psychologist, however, also goes on to posit the culprit had an alternate, oh my gosh, I can't speak today, agenda, specifically because nobody in the family has come forward to say that they have it in their possession. A comment below the article says, don't believe their lies. This is just another instance of the root tree curse being a real true thing. I bet you Carl was murdered and the picture had evidence on it. I think there was some foul play because I remember in the very first episode, they mentioned that there was a helicopter crash and they said that they blamed it on the weather. But then in the newspaper, it said that the weather was normal. So, but I am going to look up the root tree curse. There's a long, rambly conspiracy website with a very small, very red text on the black background that says that the root trees are cursed. It has been very recently updated with the following. Carl and Brenda. Oh, that's right. That is the main couple. Important update with Carl and Brenda and their girls. That makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, but 3 of the 5 presidents of the root tree company had died mysteriously. They say that Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982, but nobody was arrested. Then Ernie Madison Jr. stepped down. Was he poisoned? Now, just this week, Carl died in a plane crash. Oh my gosh. Those are 2 of the... that's a big note, but I'm going to put in the miscellaneous notes. That is 2 of the presidents. Or some of the presidents, right? Miscellaneous. So we're looking for Guy and Ernie Madsen Jr. We're 2 of the... So we have 4, right? We have the first guy, Elias, and then we have Guy, Ernie Madsen Jr., and Carl, and Zach. So we know all 5, Zach Morden? We know all 5 of the presidents. So that's good. That's helpful. Now, just this week, Carl died in a plane crash. This cannot be a coincidence. There's another entry that claims that if you connect the dots in the pattern of the 5 pieces wrapper, it creates a Mayan ruby school. Should we look that up? A secret message. Oops. It's meant to subliminally scare people away. Let's put that in terms to look up, I suppose. Also, I forgot. We have to go here and look up all these guys. I should remove the ones. Oh yeah, these. I gotta remove some of these that I've already looked up. Like, let's remove that. I looked up the Clance Trust. I looked up... Maybe I didn't watch that. I didn't do these. The Free Spirits. Life Between Wars. I looked up that book. I didn't look up this or any of that. I looked up Starlit because we found that periodical. So these are the ones I need to look up. Okay. The post before that has a link to a site that talks about how Earth has 4 corner simultaneous 4-day time cubes. What? The author of this, what the heck does that mean? Wait, you begin to read the site and come to the conclusion that the words no relevant results isn't strong enough description for what you're seeing here. It's a massive column of technical terms that aren't real and confusing rants you can't find any meaning in. Regardless, it will help your search. What the heck are you talking about? The author of the site seems to agree. An entry from a few months ago claims that the owner of the site received an email from Chris Raff75 at prodigy.us asking him to take down a site with faked proof that Ernie Madsen Jr. actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. The owner claims that although the proof looks quite credible, he knows that the proof is fake because he's an expert at creating fake evidence. The first entry is from 1996 and has a blurry picture of the Root Tree Candy Company factory, seemingly taken from the website's author, from behind a fence and through some trees. It seemed that Operation RT29 is real. I witnessed the helicopter land on February 29th, 1996. The website footer says all images and ideas owned by Thomas Overwood. Okay, so maybe this is something we should look into. Maybe Operation R229 for sure. And then Thomas Overwood. We definitely need to look into. But do we have a Chris? I wonder if there's a Chris Raff in our... No, Patricia. Chris Raff. There you go. Chris Rafferty. Wait. There's a Rafferty Clark. Rafferty. Who would be a Rafferty? Are there any more Raffertys? Rafferty LaRoe? That was Diamond's last name. Right? Where's Diamond? Where are you, Diamond? LaRoe. Diamond. What? Did y'all get married together? Is there another LaRoe? There is another. There's so many LaRoes. What on God's green earth is happening? Rafferty? Clark? Rafferty. So did he marry a LaRoe and then they had kids to Rafferty? Maybe this is he married a LaRoe here and then had two Rafferty LaRoes? Chris Rafferty. Chris Rafferty, that's here. Chris Raff, 75, asking to take down with faked proof that Ernie Madsen Jr. actually had a heart condition. All right, so someone in the family was like not wanting people to hear about it. Can I look this up? I wonder. Installing pixpox.exe. What on printing cousin scramble? What is this? Hold on, let's read. Oh my gosh. What is free photo editor? I have to zoom in and out. What on earth is this? Oh my gosh. Like, okay, there. I was like, we just have to find one that's correct and then we can find the rest of them. Oh, that was already right. Shoot. This is so funny. Who is this? This sound is annoying. Almost got her done though. Oops. Oh, you can undo it. Okay. Printing cousin portrait.jpg. Alright. Oh. Alright. I did not realize we were going to be doing stuff like this. This is fun. Wow. I love when games surprise you like this. Like, you don't expect something like this to come out of this game, but then they do. So these are I haven't seen any of the younger generations, or the newer generations yet. I've only really seen the first three, but there's all those other kids. Oh, that looked pretty right. Cousin school.jpg. Cousin sliced. What? Oh no. Oh no. Why would you do something like this? Why is this hard? Like, genuinely hard. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We have to, like, get him in there. Oh goodness. Like, down and then like that. Okay. And then we need, where's that piece of his body? Here? That's probably this. Oh, they can rotate like that. So we gotta bring that slot down for me to put it in and then go back up. Yeah, and then this part of his body, I don't know. This is right here, I think. So then we have to bring this down, bring this over, bring this down. Oops. Over. Oh, shoot. Over and then up. Wow. This is interesting. And then this. Oh, this comes down. Over, up, and then back over. And then, oh, those are going to go up there. I see. How do I get that in there? Maybe I bring this out and then I bring this down and then over. Yeah. Then I bring this out and then down and then over, and then I gotta bring this over, and then this has gotta go up. Are these, hold on. Move these guys out of the way so I can bring this guy up, and then we can bring them all into the middle. So we've got this guy, cousin.swim JPEG. That's really, I wonder if more photos are going to be added to that later. So now I have a bunch of photos. But let's read this first. You find a simple page called The Art of Rafferty, copyright 1997, on Prodigy, that lists the author's email address as chrisraff75@prodigy.us. Is this... Should I look this up? Nope. Check for typos. Search for only one person or concept. Maybe like just The Art of Rafferty. Is this the same? We'll see. We'll read both just in case. Below a bunch of gifts that says under construction, there are a few art pieces. The first is a painting captioned "Me and my fiance Lulu." You didn't spell that very well. A painting I did for my first year of college that I plan to give her. Maybe get married in May. Go Tartans. Okay. So let's write this. Maybe that's a term I have to look up. And then tartans? Maybe. And then let's go to people. Let's go to Chris Raff, because I know who that is. Chris Raff. He, fiance Lulu. I don't know. He's a photographer. I don't know if that helps. There's an odd collage called Cousins, which seems to be made up of 3 scrambled images. The accompanying artist's statement says, "We had to create a piece of art about our family. I asked as many of my extended family of cousins for their pictures as I could, even some I've never met. Only a few of them got back to me. And my teacher said I wasn't allowed to use pictures of Raina, Riley, or Rose, so I had to get creative and use only my 3rd cousins." You couldn't use the famous ones, right? That includes Davy, he swims for Yukon, and Bethany's yearbook photo. She's Davy's younger sister. And Stephanie, who is an only child. Chris's artwork has been added to your evidence, but the cousins' photos will need to be unscrambled before you can use it. We've downloaded a new application, Pixpox, to edit the photos. Okay, so we need to go to notes. Davy. So is Chris Rafferty's 3rd cousin, also I can't spell, in swim photo. I think it was also a redhead, if that helps, probably. Bethany is also Chris Raff T's 3rd cousin and yearbook photo. And then we have Stephanie. Same thing. Chris Rafferty's 3rd, I spelled that wrong, it's fine. 3rd cousin, only child, other photo. What's the photo? Let's see, we have, this is probably the yearbook photo. And then, whoa. This is his art project, said to include pictures of Davy, he swims for Yukon, Bethany's yearbook photo, and Davy, and Stephanie, who's an only child. Perhaps you could extract them, right? I got that. So this is probably the yearbook photo. And then this is just another photo. So this is Stephanie, I'm assuming. I'm just gonna say photo with backpack. Yeah, that seems fine. Okay. So we have this photo of the one guy, the cousins. What about this? The art piece was found in the portfolio of college student Chris Rafferty. It was referenced to as self-portrait of me and my fiance. Sick? What does that mean? Lulu. Okay. So, probably one of these. Oh no, Chris Rafferty. Maybe, is there like a Lulu? Oops. Lucy maybe? Luisa? That's probably Lulu. That's probably her. Oh, Clark Rafferty. He had a kid and then probably this. Third cousins. I need to go back to this to figure. I honestly forgot my notebook. Third cousins could also sometimes be referred to as distant cousins, people that share the same great-great-grandparents but not the same grandparents. So like mom, grandma, great-grandma, great-great-grandma. So these ones, and they don't share the same grandparents. So like 4 generations down, 1, 2, 3, 4. Like these guys are third cousins. Oh no, they're like the marriage ones. No, that's a kid. I don't know. Don't ask me questions about relatives. That'll come into play. Like, I need to remember all that. There's a lot. There's a lot. Chris Rafferty. Right. I mean, because I'm assuming, I'm not going to just put it, but the Rafferty Rose, right? There's 2 of them that have the same last name, meaning they would be from this one. So meaning the LaRoe, one of these LaRoes is going to be here, but there's 2 LaRoes. You know? I have to find more of James Roottrees. Why are there 2 LaRoes? Unless she doesn't name her kids after him, but I think they would. How many more Roottrees do we even have? Oops. Quite a lot of them. Wolf, Tessa, Samantha, oh my gosh. Gwen, Elias, M, Edward, Clancy. Those are his kids. I just gotta figure out the order of them. Gotta figure out who's his dad was. Which one's James? Because they're, oh my gosh, I don't know. What other evidence can we look into? Can we get our hands on? Oh wait, I forgot to take these guys' pictures. Bang, bang. Boing. Okay. Let's go. Stephanie Jones. There's 11. Oh my gosh, hold on. Let's go actually to the terms that I wrote down when I was looking through that stuff. Oh. What? Oh, I didn't press save. Okay, because there's multiple Stephanies, right? Stephanie Catterall and Stephanie Landon. But there's a Stephanie Jones who gets married, right? So there's a Jones somewhere. There's 2 Jones. Brian Jones and Patricia Jones. There's so many. Okay, let's go then. Hold on. Yes, let's do what I was planning to do. Looking up the terms that I wrote down. All right, let's look up Tartans. The Tartans are the mascot of Carnegie Mellon University. It doesn't seem relevant. Okay, well, you can go away then. Me and my fiance Lulu. That was like the title of something. Nothing relevant, but I think I figured out Louisa. Right? Oh, I should probably write that down. Oh, I did write fiance Louisa. Probably Louisa. I think that's how I spelled it, but it's something similar to that. Louisa? I can't remember. I don't remember. Terms. Going back. Thomas Overwood. Thomas Overwood seems to have a few different sites about the mysterious deaths and curses. In addition to the Roottrees Curse website, you also find one about the truth behind Spirit Cola, which claims that Spirit really stands for Satan's Plague as reported in 2000. And that in the year 2000, anyone who has drunk Spirit Cola will die. Another website is Stock Markets and the Devil Numbers, which claims that if you multiply any stock's price by 666, then also multiply the current year by that same stock's price, Then add those two numbers together and divide the entire total by the stock price, and finally subtract the current year. You'll always end up with 666. But you can do that with any kind of thing. Okay, let's look up if this has anything to do with anything. Of course it doesn't. Of course it doesn't. The truth behind Spirit Cola. Shoot. Nothing. This guy is just a dead end, I think. I don't know. Probably. We'll leave it here for now. Operation R229. This has got to be something good. You find more conspiracy websites. Some people out there claim that the Roottrees are changing the candy recipe to include more and more chemicals, and that this was done in cooperation with bad actors from an unknown government. Ooh, they claim that due to a loophole in the calendar, it is possible to get away with nearly any crime on a leap day so long as it isn't discovered until the day is over. And that every 4 years on a leap year, the Roottree Company hosts a meeting with foreign agents to conspire to poison our children. Y'all, calm down. They're rich, but like, that seems a little too far. The proof is that Rootree candies contain polyglycerol polyricinoleate, an ingredient of the candy that wasn't there when it first released. They claim it is added in an attempt to addict people and eventually induce mind control. The website claims to sell pills that counteract this effect for children and that have already eaten Rootree candy in the past. You do an additional search for polyglycerol, yada yada yada, and it seems to be an emulsifier in chocolates approved by the FDA and widely used across many products. Oh, so it's totally normal. They're just freaking out. But, right. This doesn't help you. So that's just another dead end. What else should I look up? This doesn't seem like it'll help. Leap year. I don't know. I think that's all. That didn't lead to anything. I'm finding out more stuff. This had nothing to do with anything. Rootree Candy Company Factory? I don't think it has anything to do with anything. No. Mayan Ruby School. Okay. You find a few conspiracy websites that claim that the Mayan Ruby Skull is a symbol of death. The alleged proof is a blurry photo of a reddish shade that is supposedly a cave painting from South America. According to legend, discoveries beneath the painting were bones from hundreds of different people and animals. One site also mentioned that the photographer who took the picture died when their boat capsized after crashing into a skull-shaped rock. Also, pause. I'm changing this song to something that's not so saxophone heavy. I like this one. Listen to that one. Amongst the spinning skull gifts, you find no sources or verifiable details to back up any photos or claims. To you, the blurry photo looks more like an egg than a skull. So just a little more. Maybe that's the Mayan Red Skull thing is a thing in real life, but that's just more lore for this world as well, I guess. Didn't have anything to do with anything. Okay, the Roottrees versus RR. You find a few details about this particular incident with regards to the clan's trust. A student that attends a lecture about it wrote the following on a legal oddities website. From what you can tell, RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member from the trust. It was said that RR attempted two arguments. First, the person in question was born out of wedlock, and second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. Ooh. Still, due to the ironclad wording of the clan's trust, it was impossible to remove any direct descendant of Elias Rootree without completely dissolving the trust. There's no additional information online. RR. Nothing. We have to figure out who that is. Okay, so they tried to remove somebody. There is somebody who was born out of wedlock, which is not that controversial at all for like you and me, for normal people. But for for this rich family who's all about money and inheritance, it was like the end of the world. They committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. Okay, who has... Oops. RR. Rafferty, Clark, no. Candy, nope. Robert or Ronald. One of them tried to remove another. Catherine, Willie, Penelope, Tessa Green. Tessa, but that wouldn't be a Green. I got confused. Who is this Eloise? Why does she not have a last name? That might be the out of wedlock thing. But no, that's a girl though. You're done. I just gotta figure out 2 other people. These guys I gotta figure out. I don't know. This song is a vibe. So that... Oh wait, hold on. We should probably go back and take notes on what I just read. Okay. RR attempted incessantly to... I'm gonna just take that whole thing as a note and put it in miscellaneous so I can read it later. Because I love that it tells you where... I think you can click this and it immediately takes you to the page that you took that note from. That's... I really like that. Or the evidence, I guess, which is really cool. Okay, so we can remove this. Let's look up the 5-piece guarantee. The 5-piece guarantee, in combination with the Clance Trust, was Elias Roottree's attempt to ensure that the Roottree Candy Company would remain a family business for eternity. In isolation, it is somewhat baffling. The yearly salary of Roottree's president is always locked to the price of a single pack of 5 pieces. When the 5-piece guarantee went into effect, this was 25 cents a year. Now it's closer to $4. Huh? Combined with the Clance Trust, however, it makes a bit more sense. Elias wants to ensure that only his direct relatives could afford to be president. Oh, and he knew that because their passive income was tied to the profits of the company, they would have a vested interest in keeping the company as profitable and successful as possible. Whether or not this is a smart or successful decision is widely debated both online and in person by economics enthusiasts of all levels of expertise. This Elias guy does not sound like a very nice guy. Like, on one hand, that logic makes sense, but also that's like a lot. The free spirits. Nope. Right. Because that's just the 2nd generation. Clergy Watch. Miracle Junior. Oh. Yeah, I already did that one. Miracle Network. No. I think I already read this one. Because we're talking about Miracle Retreat Jr., which is in your evidence. Yeah. We already did this one. What about What's Next? Nope. And then we already looked up that. So we've cleared out most of our terms. Let's go see if there's any evidence. See, I don't know. These people, I don't think this is enough for me to figure it out. Like, I know she was not born Stephanie Jones, right? She took his name, but I don't know where at all the Jones on the family tree are yet. And I also don't, there's 2 Stephanies, so I don't know which Stephanie is that. But also, this one has 11? 11? I don't know. What can we, is there anybody, there's 10. How are there 10 clues for this one? Peter Jankowicz from MMM. Oh, we never really looked into their song. I never played their full song and read all this out. We should do that now. Okay, let's do that now. Rolling On Down to the City was barely a top 20 hit for a few weeks in 1979. According to the liner notes, it satirizes how a part of society was content to remain indifferent to economic inflation and civil unrest in the Middle East. Ooh, unless pop culture tricked them into caring. Oh. Somewhat ironically, listeners didn't seem to pay attention to the lyrics enough to trick them into caring. Instead, most of its play came from roller discos. So he was trying to do something good in the world. Because it was such a product of its time, it doesn't get much play anymore, even on stations that play oldies. Maybe that's why you'd never heard of it before now. The image is from an auction from a sealed copy. It has a sticker that says, "Only the great-grandson of Elias Rootree can make disco this sweet." It's credited to Peter Jankowicz. Maybe I should look this up. What's MMM? Peter seemed to be a music critic. You find a mention on a fan website about bands related to the Roottrees. He used to work for Modern Music Monthly before the magazine went under. A magazine! Yes, new periodical. MMM is an abbreviation for Modern Music Monthly, a magazine from the 40s to the early 80s. It went out of business due to high competition for much more major publications. So if we go here, we should be able to look up James Roottree. Jim, maybe? Jim. A review and an interview from 1979 titled A Reluctant Hitmaker, Jim goes into his first band. Until a few years ago, Diamond and I were C and J plus J and D with my cousin and his ex. Yes, Diamond and Jane. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actually sisters, so the four of us had a sort of cutesy family band thing going on. I already figured this out. I'm so smart that Clark was with a was with LaRoe. So the four of us had some kind of cutesy family band thing going on. Not our finest hour. Regardless, when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her youngest sister, everything exploded. No more family band. Oh! That's why there's 2 more LaRoes. Oof. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even then we never agreed on what it should be. He was always more interested in catchy tunes, something you hum a week later. I've been told Rollin' is like that, but that wasn't my goal. When he called me up and said he liked it, I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction musically. That made him laugh, but I'm trying to make art. I don't mind saying any of this because he'd agree. For most of the decade he was a mess, but he's a lot happier now. He started Raffer tunes, and he's a much better jingle writer than songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. That's also how my father was connected to Roottree. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls over the record player. But I was never interested. I just went straight for the music. I guess Clark was paying more attention. Okay, so James's dad was in old ad campaigns? But not... I'm assuming it's not the Jones, right? I'm assuming it's not them. That helps. Okay, so I'm thinking that split up. This doesn't, I guess, say that they were married and then split up, right? Because there was one that was born out of wedlock. Someone said something about being born out of wedlock. Was that... Oh, these people? Because he had an affair with... There was LaRoe, right? Jane and Kim. He was with Jane and also with Kim, the little sister. And then they had 2 LaRoe Raffertys. So these are going to be all that. But we don't have these people yet. We don't know what order they're all in necessarily. What if we look up Diamond LaRoe in here? Oh, that's not how you spell her name. Also, that's not how you spell her name. No. Oh, gosh, if I know how to spell, maybe. In an article from 1968, you find a small section focusing on a young, upcoming talent that Modern Music Monthly predicts will make it big. Yet, as this is to say about the LaRoes. The LaRoe sisters got their start doing sessions work for the Great Uncle's record label. If you remember any songs from 1960 to 1965 that feature the voices of kids, they were probably involved. Back then, they were credited as the Lucky LaRoes. Now that he's passed, they've moved on to bigger and better venues and are going by their full names. Diamond and Jane have been touring with some famous faces, ever heard of the Roottrees, and are looking to release an album sometime the next year. Youngest Kim is about to step into a prominent role on Broadway, taking over for one of the children in Oliver. The Lucky LaRoes indeed. Okay, so I'm assuming he was with Jane first, and then got with the youngest sister, who was, what was her name? Kim. But is it in order of which kids you have first on the family tree, or not? Like, here, I would assume this would be Jane, and this would be Kim. Oh, it does say spouse. Did he marry both of them? And then he had the 2 with these 2 after that? I don't know. Let's keep going down that train of thought, though. Maybe we should take some notes. Or I guess we could look up Jane LaRoe. And then maybe the LaRoe sisters. That looks like the same, yeah. And then Kim LaRoe is probably the same. Yep, but maybe the LaRoe sisters? The Lucky LaRoes, actually. But that's probably the same. It's gonna be the same thing. Yeah. We don't have pictures of them. How do we find pictures of them? Maybe... Jane DeVelka was listed on Talent for Hire site as a wedding singer. Way down in the credentials section of her biography, it mentions she got her start as a young girl when she was Jane LaRoe of the Lucky LaRoes. It also mentions to only contact her agent in the event that you actually wish to hire her, and that any and all inquiries about her past or her sister would be ignored. Right, because her sister got with her ex. Jane DeVelcio. This is the same as a wedding singer. But that's like a fake name, unless she got remarried later. But we don't have any photos of them yet. Right, because there's no DeVelcio in here. Deborah. I hear Deborah's name everywhere. Angelica too. Angie. Zachariah Morton. Oh my gosh. There's so many. I don't know. How do I get their photos? But I should also probably put a note down here that James's dad was in ad campaigns. I don't know. Raffertunes. I could probably do that. Raffertunes. I forgot about that part. Nope. It wouldn't be in here. And it wouldn't be in here. Maybe we look it up in the spider search? Printing yes, a website about Raffertunes, Clark Rafferty LaRoe's advertising firm. On it, there's an about page, and you find a picture labeled the inspiration for the famous Super Bowl ad campaign. Below that is more detail. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children, and when his wife was trying to get his youngest, Katrina, there you go, to come down for the picture, he had the idea for the Roottrees Super Bowl ad. The photo is now in your evidence. Nice! That's great. They found this photo on the Raffertunes website. It was labeled the inspiration for the famous ad campaign. Clark was a department store. Okay, yes, right. His youngest, Katrina. Right, so that's a lot. We can go down here then, and we can look up Kim, which is this one. He is this guy. I forgot what he did. And then his youngest was... They say Katrina, and then the other one was Jessica. The youngest is this girl. The other one, I'm assuming that one's the youngest. Right, she looks younger. And then they are children. They're the youngest generation. And they're like, what was it? There's like a pre-K, or like a K through 8th or something. Student. Yes! Nice! Well done! Did I lock any optional ones? I hope so. 15 out of 50! Or 18 out of 50. Locked in the 5 pieces. Yay! Nice. Okay, cool. Nice. Booyah! Are you back? Oh, there's a phone call.
So, you may have heard the news. Some of Carl's things have gone missing.
Yeah, I wonder who stole them.
That includes the pictures and mail I brought you earlier. I promise I didn't steal it.
Yeah, you had permission?
But I did borrow it.
Right, sure.
I'll return it once we're done. Let me deal with my family in the meantime. Oh, I guess that means I've officially confessed.
Wait, let me deal. Oh, she's a part of the relatives. Because I was thinking maybe like she was the person behind the curse and she was killing all these people. But she's a part of the family.
I'm a Roottrees.
Oh, that's cool.
I assure you I have a reasonable explanation for the secrecy. I'm about to do something big the family doesn't approve of.
What? Dating someone outside your race? Because they apparently don't approve of that either.
If you could just wait a little bit longer, I'll tell you more. In person. I'll return after 15 more blood relatives.
Dang, okay. That doesn't seem like a ton. I don't think. We have a lot of evidence to look into now. Instead of returning, the person who hired you called you on the phone. They claimed that they were a Roottrie. They also told you they'd give you more of an explanation the next time they returned. Whoa! Okay, Kim and Jane LaRoe. We don't have a picture of her yet, though. We have all these people. Did I not take a picture? Oh, there's because that's a boy. I was like, there's people missing. So that means the last LaRoe should go here, right? Oh, there is no other row. Maybe Rafferty? Is there another Rafferty? Chris Rafferty? That's the guy. Because there's no more LaRoes. So he named this kid after him. He didn't give them the LaRoe last name. Yeah. So they're talking about something about being born out of wedlock. But these all say spouse. Is there any ones that don't say spouse? And are just like partner? I don't know, I don't think so. But that is very nice, very useful, because we've got this family photo, I think is, oh right, we haven't locked him in yet. But oh, you can click. Oh, that's cool. If you have a photo, you can click, if you put it on the map, you can go to where they are. That's cool. I'd figure out what he did for a living. Clark Rafferty? That might be in her revisiting the diary. There might be something about him in here. Like there's probably a lot of information in this one. Not as much anymore, I guess. I may have used other evidence to figure out some of that, because I feel like there's more before. They said as time goes on, your old evidence becomes less and less useful, right? Because you find, like I may find information on with different clues, which is really cool. Finding this photo, that was a showstopper. I can't believe this guy, not only, he has 3 wives, just like, you know, to each their own, you do your whatever, but he got with one of them and then got with another one and then had 2 kids. Oh no, you suck. Chris Rafferty. Do you think the RR, who she tried to remove somebody from the family trust, do you think this is talking about this guy, that they weren't actually married when they had the baby? Probably. But now I guess that we know where Chris Rafferty is. We know he had 3 go back to this. Oh my gosh, I clicked the wrong buttons. He had 3 third cousins, so they share the same great grandparents, but different grandparents. So, you know, there's these ones could be it, like all of these. There's a lot of different ones that could be it. What is this? Why are these different colored lines? You see that? Is this attached to this guy, Elias's firstborn? And then there's, or only child, and there's why is there like a big thing around this? That makes me think that has something to do with this over here. I don't know. But I think that's probably where we're going to end this video, because we've learned a lot. I mean, we're getting some yellow stuff done. We didn't really get a ton of new people done, but we did learn a lot of information that we're going to be able to use in future episodes. I feel like there's going to be a time where we're just going to start going crazy and we're going to get a bunch of people just done and out of here. And it's also fun, I guess, on games like this to go slow and really consume the knowledge and like talk about my theories and like, I don't know. This is a scandal. That's a scandal. Wow. He should get kicked the heck out of the fam bam, because that's foul of him to do. And I already have what I want to start the day out with, because when I was editing, I took some notes. First thing I want to do is I want to go to the computer and I want to spider search the Butler County Times, because that's like the main newspaper that's on the title screen, right? And I don't know if that will give me a new periodical. I was wondering. Butler County is located outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. While the Roottrees Candy Company now has its headquarters in the city, the company began on a small farm within the Butler County limits. And the area has a lot of history within the family. The Butler County Times is presumably a local paper here. There are likely articles from over the years involving the Roottrees family and those adjacent to them. It has been automatically added to your periodical search interface. As a side note, a video game called The Roottrees Are Dead was once set in Butler County, and it turns out the creator never lived in or near Butler County or had even any connection to Butler County. Wow. Very meta. Because now I'm realizing we could have been looking up everything in the Butler County Times this whole time. So like we can start looking up people in here. We're probably going to find out a lot of information here. Carl is mentioned in the Butler County Times quite often, including an article that mentions Ernie Jr. Most of the articles containing Carl are not important. The plane crash is too recent to appear in these archives. One announced Carl's marriage to Brenda White in 1978. They were both in their early 20s. Another seems even more frivolous. Apparently, in 1981, Carl got quite drunk at a charity event and broke his arm falling down some stairs. The article mentions that Ernie is from 1996. When Carl took over as the 5th president of the Roottrees Candy Company from Ernie Jr., Ernie Jr. apparently liked to stay out of the spotlight and never appeared in the Butler County Times other than a few mentions here and there. The article does mention an illness as the reason Ernie Jr. was stepping down. Okay, so That's good. We now know. I wish I would have had this the whole time. Because now we know he's the 4th president. I feel like I should have. I can't believe I didn't have that. Ernie Jr. is the 4th president and from 1996. Let's see if we can figure out Ernie Jr. Because it's mentioning some articles that he might be in. No, okay. Not in here. Let's look up Deborah. I think her name was White? No. Deborah Roottree? Nope. Let's look up Jim Roottree, because he's like the famous guy. Jim Roottree seems to have left Butler County by the time Jim and Diamond gained notoriety. The only article we find is from 1979, and the article is titled Former Butler County Resident and Enters Disco Charts. This article came out right as Rolling On Down to the City was hitting its peak popularity. There isn't much to this article other than what you already know, but it does mention that at the time Jim and Diamond had a 2-year-old daughter they named Candy. The writer of the article did not seem thrilled to report this fact and called the name a bit too on the nose. Right, okay, that helps us a ton though, because their first child is named Candy. Candy Roottree. And she could be old enough to be doing something, I suppose. And this guy, I also think he was in advertisement, right? Because we talked about what he did right here. Oh no, this is a website about Rafferty's Clark Rafferty LaRose advertising firm. Clark Rafferty. He has an advertising firm. Oh yeah, this is him, right. He's an advertiser. Clark Rafferty LaRose. Right, okay, you're right, because this is his birth name. He later on gets married and changes his name to Rafferty LaRose. Right, okay. Chris Lafferty. Anyway, what were we doing? Yes, we were looking at random people in the Butler County Times periodical. That just... I can't believe I didn't do that. So I'm just gonna look up a bunch of people and see if any of them like make any notable stuff in here. Oh, one more thing. It also said that Bethany was Davy's younger sister. I noticed that. I didn't write that down. In last week's video, it said that, yeah, Bethany was Davy's younger sister, so that's important. So I'm just gonna look up a bunch of things in the Butler County Times and I will fill you in if there's anything important. Lauren Roottree. Okay, Lauren Roottree has something. The Butler County Times reviewed Lauren's diary, A Life Between Wars. They go into a bit of Lauren's history. She grew up around the famous Roottrees family. She wrote some romance books involving historical figures such as pirates and knights that were released under her married name, Rafferty. Now her diary is being released under her birth name, Roottree. The review gives it a 4 out of 5 and claims it captures the evolution in perspective from adolescence to adulthood and a true feeling of change in society across multiple decades. They call special attention to the author's recollection of the day she heard that her husband Jacob died in the war and how times have changed in more than 20 years. How times have changed in the more than 20 years between the first and last diary entry. The writer of the review that mentions that because the majority of the interactions in the book took place in Butler County, including many locations they personally recognized, it made everything feel more real and perhaps contribute to a higher score than it would have received otherwise. They end the review with, "Don't forget, you can find this and many other books in your local library." Oh. So some of this information you can find multiple ways. That's cool to think about. Elias Roottree appeared in the Butler County Times quite often. Almost everything you find in the first few pages of results are the same types of things you find with a basic internet search. He invented 5 pieces, was Watchman of the Year, and had a strong focus on family. Yeah. Specifically, who could be let into the family. If you catch my drift. Miracle Roottree. Okay, Miracle Roottree and his son, who goes exclusively by Miracle Jr., have appeared in the Butler County Times a great deal over the years. The Miracle Network, which is a collection of churches, television shows, and products that can be purchased, has multiple advertisements in each issue. You did find one article mentioning legal troubles. Unfortunately, it's a throwaway line in an article about a tour they plan to take across the southern United States called The 3 Generations of Miracles Tour. Author speculates that they're going on tour to leave their legal troubles behind. Because of all the advertisements, the results in the Butler County Times are not particularly relevant to your search. Any attempts to find more about these legal troubles are thwarted. Ugh. Maybe this, though, we can look up in the spider search. No, I think this is... We've already looked at that. Dang. Gwen Roottrees. Oh, wow. This is something we already know. It does not seem like Gwen was a resident of Butler County for long, if at all. Darn. Okay, I don't know if we're going to find any other useful information here. I pretty much looked up everybody that I could. But that's important. That's good to know that we have that article, that thing now. Okay, so now let's get into some other stuff. Let's go to the revisiting the diary, because there probably is some good information in here. Not as much information as before, because I guess I found it other places, but I like the drama. Okay, scandal. The new diary opens with an explosive incident that happened in the decade between the release and the re-release of Thorin's diary. It did say we can look up events in the Butler County Times, so that's cool. Elias Roottrees had died, and during the reading of his will, there was an audible gasp when a certain name was read aloud. Samantha Roottrees. Although Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance, he had a stipulation that she retained the rights to run the farm and any and all decisions related to it. Okay, we're gonna look that up in a second. We're also gonna, well, that'll be terms and we'll look them up. Okay. It was then that the scandalous secrets came out. None of the 5 pieces were surprised, but it was quite a shock to everyone else, including Sam. She had been told her parents died. Apparently, Sam was the illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia Christensen. Patricia, the daughter of a local steel mogul, and Eli J. harbored a secret romance at age 16. Okay, so that's the born out of wedlock, I'm pretty sure. So then we can go over to... Oh, this is the top secret. That's why he's connected to it. Yeah, so this is Patricia Christensen. And they had a Samantha Roottrees. Married, but like dash, dash, dash. And this goes over here. Samantha Roottrees. Inconsistencies. So for inconsistency. So if the name changes, maybe, or... I don't know. EC. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. Patricia, the daughter of a local steel mogul, and Eli Jr. harbored a secret romance at age 16. She became pregnant, and after the birth, her father refused to let her see Eli Jr. ever again. Her baby Samantha was sent to the Roottrees. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as EC. Right, Patricia was married off to a much older man and sent away. That was the end of that, almost. Okay, none of the next gens had ever met or heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared, now going by Patsy. After Patsy's husband died, she reunited with Eli Jr. and they finally married in their 50s. Lauren mentioned the wedding in her first diary without knowing Patsy's history. Yeah, I remember them saying Patsy. Eli Jr. had never taken another lover. Lauren, the romantic, quite appreciated this. When Patsy and Eli Jr. finally married, Elias decided Sam should have been a Roottrees in the first place. Even though she was not a part of the clan's trust, he wanted to include her in family affairs. That was what led to Lauren's initial entry entitled Sam. Right, because Sam... Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands, EC and John. Right. And then one of the RRs, I think this is who they were trying to keep out of the family trust. Right? Yeah. Whoa. That's some good tea. Holy crap. So wait, she went by Patsy? She went by her mom's name. Is that what they said? Wait. No. Patricia was referred to as Patsy, but Samantha went by Sam. Oh my gosh. That's some tea. So we need pictures we can look up Samantha Roottrees probably. Maybe she'll also be in Butler County Times. Let's look him up. Or her up. Oh, are you sure you didn't mean Roottrees? I did 3 T's. Sorry, thank you. Nothing relevant. Maybe Sam. Nope. Okay, so let's look up that in the Butler County Times. No! Maybe she went by her mom's last name. Christensen? Nope. Because it did say she should have been a Roottrees all along. Oh, but that's interesting. We have that now, and then we have the illegitimate child, and she got married. So all of these people are, in their eyes, would be considered like not, because this one was born out of wedlock. So then everybody else is like, so it means they were actually married when this baby. Maybe there's multiple out of wedlock. I don't know. Interesting. Okay. Dang, I should have read that piece of evidence sooner. Dang. All right, what else are we going to learn about Sam? This is a page of additional notes and context from the 1975 10-year anniversary re-release of Lauren's diary. It is a companion piece to the entry about Sam. Clearly, I did not know our true family history when I wrote this. I didn't even know Sam was a Rootree. All of my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. Had she the chance to grow up with us, Sam might have been the sister figure Gwen never was. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. It has been a long time since any real Rootree was excited and interested in the actual candy as Ernie. As a bonus, Gwyneth has been the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. Adopted Gwyneth. Okay, Gwenolith Madsen was adopted. This also has a little dash line. Oh, wait a minute. Is this because those are ones they deem like not legitimate children? Because dash because out of wedlock, dash because adoption, and then dash because I don't know. What's going on there? That'll be fun to know. That'll be really interesting to know, because they got separated, but these children aren't in the dash. Ooh, interesting. Okay, anyway, I got distracted. Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather, so I'm assuming that means this one's Gwyneth Madsen. What other Madsens are there? Ernest Jr., Nicole Madsen. Wait a minute. So these two had a kid. Oh, wait a minute. These two had a kid and then split up, and then she married somebody new, and then that spouse adopted them. So maybe, but that's the only adoption that I see. Oh, look, it moves around. That's the only adoption that I see on this whole thing. I'm going to put her there from now, and we'll figure it out. But I'm thinking about it because of how many Madsens there are. I'm assuming what it's going to have to be is like something like Ernest Jr., Nicole Madsen, who will then get married, so then her children have different names. Because I was going to put that in because that's what I think genealogy-wise. I'll change it if I need to, but Ernest gives his two kids his last name. Nicole Madsen and Ernest Jr. Madsen, who then gets married to somebody else, has a child who they named Gwyneth Madsen. But who would be her adoptive grandfather? I don't know. We may change those, but that's what I can think of right now. We'll find out. But we do know that Ernie Jr. was president after Zach, which is helpful. So Zach was the second president, right? I guess we already knew that. So Ernie Jr. was the third president. So then who is the other president? Guy, what's his other name? I don't know. Guy was the other president. Let's put him here just for a second. Guy Hudson. Okay, Guy Hudson. Guy Hudson here. Okay, I was gonna use this to make him a term, and then we'll say fourth president, because that's the only one we have left. Guy Hudson was the fourth president. Let's just read into him real fast. Fancy Flavors was an addition to the 5-piece product line for less than a year in 1979. It was Guy Hudson's first and historically most cited move as president of Roottree. In an attempt to cater more towards what he thought was the average person wanted, Guy looked at his own wealth, which is often a source of envy for others, and decided to tap into the idea that if they added fancy flavors to 5 pieces, anyone could live like the wealthy. The philosophy led to a flavor in 5 pieces that was meant to mimic caviar. 5 pieces sold less that year than it had any other year, except in some foreign markets. It was very quickly announced that caviar is meant to be limited flavor and would go back to normal as soon as possible. I wonder if that means there's a 6th hidden child, because the 5 pieces flavors were typically named after the kids, but I don't know if he would know that information. Fancy flavors, nothing new. Okay, caviar? No. What about looking up Guy Hudson in here? Because maybe they talk about him taking over the presidency. Although the Butler County Times does not archive their obituaries, they did a front page story in 1982 about Guy Hudson and his wife Patricia dying in a car accident. Okay. So the other Patricia's there. The story itself is surprisingly light on relevant details due to the recency of the accident. Police reported that the crash was caused by an unidentified driver who swerved in front of the Hudson's car, causing them to brake hard and veer off the interstate. That sounds suspicious. Although Guy was a somewhat controversial president, foul play is not suspected. There were witnesses who reported that the vehicle was investigated the wreck with speeding, swerving between lanes, and cutting other drivers off, as well as for at least 5 or 6 months before the traffic accident. One witness says it could have been any one of us who they eventually ran off the road. I was gonna look up Zach after this, that's why it's in my head. The aggressor fled after the accident, and police have very few leads other than make and model. Guy has been president of the Roottrees Company for only 4 years, though an undoubtedly volatile period in the company's history. He and his wife have no children. Okay. No children. So who can we find here that has no children? This couple has no children. How many Hudsons are there? Guy Hudson, Bonnie Hudson, and Christopher Hudson. So I think probably they're over here. One of Christopher Hudson was the spouse, married, took the name, and then had Bonnie, who married and then took her husband's last name, and then Guy, who married his wife, and then they had no kids. Because who else had no kids? Because they can't be born after Carl. They had kids. These people all had kids. They had kids. They had no kids, but they're after that. Oh, they're not married. They got married, but that's too long in the generation. Yeah, there's only one people that got married and didn't have any kids. So over here, it has to be these guys. And he married a Patricia, it said? Yeah, he had a wife, Patricia. Patricia Jones. Oh. The Jones. How many Jones are there again? Brian Jones and Patricia Jones. So maybe that Jones has nothing to do. Because there's a Jones over here. Stephanie got married. Stephanie Jones. And this guy had the last name Jones. But they have a baby on the way. So why wouldn't their son be named Jones? But we know this Patricia is Christensen. And we know this Patricia has to be Jones. Ooh, interesting. I don't know, but I think this has to be right. Hudson, right, Chris Hudson over here, and then Bonnie Hudson. I think all those have to be right. I just don't know where we'll find the other Jones, but I think that's all good. Okay, and these are all, I guess, temporary. We could find out that these are all sorts of wrong later, but it's feeling right, because like the adoption could be, like they could be using this as, but I don't think it's adoption. Anyway, that was good, but those are the only 2 without children that we had left, so that had to be in there. What about Zach Morden? Because when he became president, there's probably something. Nope. What about Zachariah Morden? No. Although, let me go to Zach. Zach Morden was Gwendolyn's firstborn son. Who the heck is Gwendolyn? Gwendolyn. Oh, shoot. So that means this one has to be Zachariah Morden. So I was wrong about all of the Madsons, but that's okay. Zachariah Morden is here. Do you have a picture of him yet? No. Let's go get these out of here. Wrong about that, but that's okay. But now we know the Mordens. What do we know about the Zachariah Morden? Gwendolyn's firstborn son, second president. Bang. We don't know who he got with, but what are the Mordens? There's Angelica, Caroline, and Gwendolyn Morden. Okay. That's progress. That's all I really care about. All right. All over the place this episode, but it's kind of fun. While I'm ashamed of what I'm ashamed of is not figuring it all out myself. Sam's a spitting image of Patsy with her jet black hair and green eyes. Okay. Sam has jet black hair and green eyes like her mom. Oop, hold on. Save note, and then we're going to reorder it and put it up into Samantha's. She doesn't have the thick glasses Patsy did, of course, but I guess that skips a generation. Her children have that covered. Okay, Mother Patsy had thick glasses. Right. It's hard to explain. Oh, wait. But I guess that skips generation. Her children have that covered. Oh my goodness. I need to keep reading. Mother Patsy had thick glasses. So did her children. Cool. Oops. Stop opening the calculator. Oh my gosh. It's hard to explain the look on Pop's face when they read that the farm's operations would pass to Samantha Roottrees for as long as he was willing. She was willing. I got flashbacks to when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it a bit to calm him down. Sam wouldn't receive any candy money after all, and was essentially inheriting the right to rule over the peasants for eternity. Pop warned us away from that farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him a confirmed bachelor, and I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. Roommate? I'm not sure Sam will ever forgive Uncle Junior or Patsy for abandoning her to that life. If I were her, I might not forgive them either, but even so, she seems to blame more than just the two of them. She has no problem with us next gens, but she has a palpable hatred for the five pieces and Elias and Gwyneth. Well, of course. I understand. Revisiting the diary, Clark. This is a page of additional notes and context from Reading this back, I get deja vu. As I write this addendum, Clark's gotten married again. No Roottrees has ever remarried. Sure, I lost Jacob and Gwen divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Not even I can blame her for that. I've seen what he gets up to in the Starlet, but neither of us ever took a second husband. Should I look up him in the Starlet? I feel like I have. Okay, Wild Bill Williams was mentioned many times throughout the magazine's lifespan of stories and gossip about who had been seen with in public, blondes mostly. 3 specific passages stand out. The first mentions one of his roles was under his real name, Walter Forsythe. The second is in an interview, although he doesn't mention her by name. You determine. Oh, never mind. We already read this one, but neither of us ever took a second husband. With the way that the world is moving, I guess it would be inevitable someone in this family would remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to the lack of a real father. I did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped, more than I can say for Clancy or Edward. Yes, her brothers. And Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Eli's marriage seems fine, and Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock, pun intended. So who knows what causes these things? I suspect that he's marrying Jane to keep her from running out on the band. Without her, he'd be the third wheel, and I imagine they wouldn't last long as a trio. But still, I don't think a marriage on such a shaky foundation like that can last, and Lord knows I was right last time. Right. We're talking about these people, Jane and Kim and everybody, and they had a kid. We don't have a picture of them yet. If we can find a picture of their band, then we could figure it out. Okay. Let's keep going. This is a page from the 1975 10-year anniversary release of Lauren's diary. It is not a companion piece to any specific entry, but addresses feedback. Oh wait, hold on. I forgot to take this as a note. That, you want to know, Eli C. raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Eli's managed Clancy or Edward. So I think Eli C. is the other She has 3 brothers that are Clark Edward, or Elias C., Edward, and Clancy Jr., who's probably the firstborn. But I'm just putting them there for now because that's her 3 brothers. We'll switch them around, right? But they're like Elias Clancy maybe, and then maybe Eli Morden is over here. Eli M. No, I don't know. I'm gonna stop guessing, but I'm gonna put them there for now. All right. So the biggest complaint I got after publishing my diary was how many similar names there are. Thank you. And I get it, there are 4 Eli's for Pete's sake, but that's how it is. Sometimes someone would say I saw Eli in town and I wouldn't know which one they meant. My brother, okay, my uncle, my cousin. That's why they become Uncle Jr. or Miracles Eli or Eli C. Uncle Jr., Miracles Eli, or Eli C. Miracles Eli. Oh, Eli. Miracle. Root tree. I guess. Eli M. Interesting. There's more bonus photos to find. Oh, I really want to find all those bonus photos, but that's a big task, it looks like. But I'm excited. Anyway, okay. Our family's names were always unusual. Grandpa Elias was a believer in using the names of each generation to honor those in the last. His father and Grandma Gwyneth's father were named Edward and Clancy, so now you see where my pop's name came from. Edward Clancy, right. One thing that's always been consistent in our family, though, is anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son that goes for Miracle, Eli, or even Clancy. Well, that would have been really helpful. With the women, however, it goes out the window. I think Gwendolyn got her first name from some combination of Gwyneth and Caroline. Who is Elias's mother? Who is Elias's mother? Women's names tend to get all mixed up as the generations went on. I guess that's because there's no female equivalent of junior. So if you're reading my diary and confused, you're not alone. Even the government had problems. I remember once receiving certified mail for an Edward Clancy root tree. I'd break the news that they got my father's name backwards. Gwendolyn, Gwyneth, and Caroline. There's a Caroline. I don't know. I really want to lock in 3 people for the end of this video, but I've been recording for a long time. I gotta find somebody. I think the 2 clues for this, though, are the Miracles Eli and the Eli C. So let's go to this one. Anger. This is a page from the re-release. It is not a companion piece to any specific entry, but rather a fun bonus. Okay, apparently this is the first thing she could find that she ever wrote. She knows it was for a school assignment about anger, and she believes based on the teacher's name, she must have been in the 3rd grade. She doesn't exactly remember the events spelled out here, but she does remember getting in trouble. I got angry when I met a new girl who I do not like. She was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. You spelled wrong. Me and Pop walked home in town and she hugged him. When I told her he was my Pop, she pushed me. I got angry and yelled at her, and Pop said to treat her nice. Then she said, "Your Pop is my dad." She screamed out loud in my ear. She was lying to me, and lying is not a nice thing, so I pushed her too. Then I got in trouble. Then Pop took her away. He told me, "Don't worry, I am glad she's gone." So do you care to explain? There's a secret child. Is that what that... There's a secret child? But... I don't know what to do with that information. I don't know what to do with that information. Guys, just looked up Zachariah Morton in Business Watch, like the one for like rich and famous like moguls. Not mogul, but like the, you know, the businessmen. And it says there's a small blurb about Zach Morton, son of James and Gwendolyn Morton, and grandson of Elias Roottrees inheriting the candy company. He is quoted saying, "Elias entrusted me with carrying on his legacy, and that's what I plan to do. Along with 5 pieces of chocolate maple products are selling incredibly well. We will not be making any changes." So that doesn't help me, but maybe Guy Hudson will. Okay, Guy Hudson, along with his twin sister, are no strangers to the public when it comes to Roottrees snacks. They are both appeared in the company's advertisements as children during the Boys and Girls era. Boys and Girls agree. We're gonna look that up. I'm gonna put that in our terms, okay? Who would have known that one of those 2 adorable redheads, Guy credits his mother and father, Angie and Christopher. Oh my gosh, this is a gold mine. Guy Hudson, who I'm pretty sure is over here. It said he's a redhead, one, but two, it said Guy Hudson his mother was Angie and Christopher, which I have right here. Hudson, I have that. And then Angelica, I think, is Angelica Morden, which fits, yeah, James Morden fits right there. And they're redheads. Oh, there's redheads. That's the second generation. There's redheads right there. Oh my goodness, because this is, hold on everyone. There's a break in the case. There's a break in the case. This is the Free Spirits, Bonnie, next president Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Caroline, November. There's childish print writing. This is November. So this is November. I see you. November is the child. Okay, hold on. Calm down. But Angelica is not in here. Angelica is in the other photo. It says she wasn't pictured here. Oh, no, sorry. Angelica. The next generation, right, is everyone here. So I mean, that's Angelica. The redhead. Yeah, because that's the next generation, which is after the 5 pieces. And she's right there. Hey, Angelica. And, oh, is she a housewife? Probably. Because the first person to be a housewife, or not a housewife, was the other girl. I thought it just confirmed was this girl. And they're in the same generation, so maybe we'll find out that she was not just a housewife. But for now, I'm going to put them there. Oh my gosh, this is so good. Who would have known that one of the those two adorable redheads? Oh my gosh, they have twins. Guy credits his mother and father, Angie and Christopher, with providing his fiery duo, arguing over everything but chocolate would grow up to take. Who would have known that one of those two adorable redheads arguing over everything but chocolate would grow up to take over the whole company? Guy's uncle and current president Zachariah has decided to take an early retirement to focus on traveling the world with his wife. Zach was quoted as saying, "Now that our daughters have started families of their own, Clara and I plan to reflect on a life well lived." Oh my gosh. Guy is new to the business world, but he's family. We at Roottrees have faith in his innovative ideas and he's eager to share them with the world. We like to think that boys and girls agree that he's ready to succeed. Catchy. So Zach's wife is Clara. We are killing it right now. Do you think Zach Morden's one of these? I mean, have to be. He'd be one of these people. One of these guys. Or maybe this guy. Probably not this guy. That guy's too little. That's Clancy Edward. That guy has a little kid. He's redhead. Wait, that's a redhead. Twin brother. Are they the twins? Is this... Oh! Yes, because they're both redheads! Whoa! Holy crap. I've been recording for almost an hour. But that's... Oh, I really like to end... Patricia Christensen. Clara... Oh, yes. Yes, keep it coming. Keep it coming. Yes, I locked a bunch of optional entries. So that helps me know I was right about Patricia Jones and Guy Hudson. I was also right about... I think that was already there. But I locked some other optional entries. Where? I don't know. Somewhere. I guess here. And here. And here. Nice! I like to end each video with at least getting 3 people, because now I feel like we're going to go fast. We know a lot of information. Zachariah Morden. Oh my gosh. And then he had some Mordens, Caroline and Gwendolyn. Oh, interesting. Because his mom was Gwendolyn. And he gave... So these are both daughters. Interesting. There's 3 kids here. I wonder how I'm going to figure out these 2. I don't know, but why is there like a dot? That's like really strange. I want to figure this out so bad, but I'm getting there. 21 out of 50 is not bad. Like, I'm starting to clear names off. Like, there's really not a lot left. Like, some of these are gonna figure out what the heck is the April Quadric? Interesting. I'm so excited. But anyway, that's where I'm gonna cut this video. Maybe I should finish. Actually, I'm not gonna cut it yet. I'm going to look this up right before we leave, just to see what here is. Oh, there's photos. Okay, you find a site about successful ad campaigns. One of the ads listed is from the late 50s, Boys and Girls Agree. It is a series of television and magazine ads for Root Tree chocolate bars. The ad campaign is described as having the premise that boys and girls are often diametrically opposed, except when it comes to one thing. Both of them agree that Root Tree is their favorite. The first advertisement in the series was the most memorable due to the bright red hair of the boy and girl involved. One of the magazine advertisements has been added to your evidence. This is a bonus. Boys and girls never agree on anything except Root Tree. Boys and girls agree it gotta be Root Tree. There's an ad for the Root Tree candy from the late 50s. It's part of the campaign called Boys and Girls Agree, which is included in television and print advertisements. The ad campaign is described as having the premise that boys and girls are often diametrically opposed foes. Except when it comes to one thing, both of them agree Root Tree is their favorite. That, right, because they said the twins used to act, or used to model. Wait a second. There's not bonus photos here. Who are you guys? Who are y'all? Maybe one of them had twins. Hold on. Yeah, Guy Hudson and his sister. Oh, Guy Hudson and his sister. Wait, Guy Hudson and his sister. Okay, so that's Guy Hudson and his twin sister, Bonnie, are right there. Oh my goodness gracious. This is going to be their main photo then if I lock them in as this. It's not going to be their bonus photo. It's going to be these kids. But they were like models or something, military. Oh my. Oh no, wait, Guy Hudson was the third president, right? The fourth president. Fourth president. That's nice. That's a good jump start on tomorrow, or on next episode. But you know, Guy was president after Zach. Yeah, Guy was president after Zach. I don't know how I got those confused. So Guy was the third president. And then Ernie Jr. Oh, come on. It was probably somewhere in there, was fourth. Yeah, we're gonna change that real fast. We had a really, really good episode. Last episode, we found out a lot of drama, a lot of like, you know, hidden children and like scandalous stuff. And I'm ready. I just recorded it like 2 seconds ago. I'm about to jump right in because I have so much knowledge that I can now use flipping through. Oh my gosh, going through these, I think I can do, there's a lot I can do. So this, first of all, Chris Rafferty and his fiancee Lulu. We have Chris placed, right? We have him right here, meaning, or well, where is he at actually? Right here. We can place Chris, bang, and his fiancee, Lou, I'm assuming it's Louisa, right? Fiance, they got married, whatever. Chris Rafferty, and he took photos. I don't know if like photographer is a thing on here. No, because he was, I don't know if we know his job yet. Oh, there is model on here. Oh, I knew that. But we can do that. Maybe he's still a student in college. I don't know, because he was in college. What? Oh, maybe we can find out. Hold on. It says that photo was a college student, but I don't know if he's currently a college student. If you could know what year he did this portfolio. I don't know. I think we also know this guy, right? He's a redhead, so he was there's so much. He was probably one of the redhead's kids, right? And he was a swimmer at college, and then she is a middle school student, so that's cool. So we could go ahead and put this guy. We don't know which order he was, but he's the redhead over here, and one of Chris Raff's third cousins. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4 down the thing. So one of these, right? And we also know his name was Davy. Oh, right. And then Chris Davy's younger sister was Bethany. So we can actually put Davy. Oh. Maybe it's gotta be David. David Kellogg III. Is there a Bethany Kellogg? Yes. Davy Kellogg IV. And then Davy Kellogg III here. And then this is Bethany, who was in the, I think it was the yearbook photo, is what they said. Let me see. Bethany was Davy's younger sister in the yearbook photo. Yes. And then there was Stephanie, who was an only child, who was in middle school. See, now we're just going to be able to, like, go absolutely crazy. He was a college student because he swam. He was a student in college. I think that means also this guy was a student in college. Oh, sorry. I was a little worried about how long the first half of the video was taking me. The first half of the game was taking me, but now look at that. I just got that in like 2 seconds. It's gonna go fast now. I'm so excited. Okay. Chris Rafferty, Guy Hudson, and David Kellogg. Yes. And then Louisa, yes, I was right about that. It was David III. I was right about the photo. Nice. Nice. I got Guy Hudson, but I didn't know what she did. Because she was not a child anymore. She like grew up and, you know, she grew up and stuff. That's really exciting. 9 more and I get the lady to come back. Okay, it's also really late right now. So I'm a little like, you know, you get sleep deprived. So you start like being really jittery. That is, that's how I am right now. But I'm really excited. That's fun. So now this still has 1, right, for her. And then let's see what else we can figure out. Right, we have her here, but we don't know. She was probably also a student in college, but we're not going to jump to conclusions quite yet. Maybe we could figure out the only child thing. We also could try to figure out maybe these ones have the glasses. This is also Eli. So maybe, oh, Eli. And that's this kid's, I'm for sure. Because it said it looked like Pop. And we tried to get him to stand in a certain place. Or no, actually, that was back here where they said we tried to get him to stand. Hold on. I wanted Eli to stand all the way to the left since to me he looked like Pop did in the old one, but it was output of my brother's. All right, so this is Eli. It also said they included Sam in this photo. Well, the only girl left is this, so this is Sam. Oh my gosh. I hope you're following this because I'm like freaking out. That, hold on, was Sam, the like relative that they didn't know was a relative who was a secret love child. But then they got married, so then that fixed it. But that, yes, was Samantha Roottree, who was connected to this top secret thing. I don't know if that has anything to do with anything, but yes. And then Eli. Nope. Eli C is this guy. Where's he at? This one? I'm pretty sure, because they look so similar. And he has an Elias tag on him. Or no, actually, this is Eli. Sorry, I'm getting confused. That with the tie is Eli. This is definitely Miro's Eli. He's right, standing right behind his dad. Sorry. Okay, this, that. They're definitely father and son. Because it said, I can use that information because it said he looks just like his dad. Right there. And then the other Eli, that means it's over here. And it's the one that looks like all of these guys, the ones who were like with the luscious locks. That's so fun. And then he had a kid. Oh my gosh. Okay, they really like sticking with the names, and I'm really appreciative of that. But sometimes they trip you up. They say the women, last episode they said like the men kind of like their names make sense. They name them after their relatives, whatever. And the women just go buck wild because why? Gwendolyn's over here, and there's a Gwen over here, and there's a Gwyneth somewhere else. There's just a bunch of random stuff. Candy Roottree. Right. Okay, so this is November. So who? Because they said it was a child. So November Roottree. Right, so she was born to somebody with the Roottree last name. So I had to figure that out eventually. Roottree. November is the kid. Let's put that down here. Where do we see her name? November. Right. Because you think maybe that's like, okay, someone wrote the month, but no, child in the Free Spirits photo. Nope, that's just her name. Child in Free Spirits photo. So she's the youngest of all of them. And then there's all of these guys. Eli M, right? Eli Miracle. There's Guy Bonnie. There's Guy Hudson. There's Ernie Jr. There's Caroline. There's Gwyneth. Right, so, oh, okay. The redheads are over here. Bonnie and Guy Hudson. Right? So we can go over here and put their bonus photo in. We can't, Bonnie's not locked in yet, but we can put Guy Hudson's bonus photo in as the redhead dude. We just don't know what she is doing yet. But we can probably figure out what their photos, who they are. Samantha Roottrie, right, had jet black hair and green eyes, which I think we got right. Jet black hair and green eyes, and then her kids, and then that's not her kids, because they're the same age. She had jet black hair and green eyes like her mom. That's not really relevant. Her mother, Patsy, had thick glasses, so did her children. So she had 2 kids, and those, I mean, there's 2 people in that photo. Hold on, which photo? Let's go find them. 2 people in those photos that have thick black glasses. Are those black glasses, though? Actually, no, they're not. Oh, no, just thick glasses. Didn't say black glasses. These 2 are her kids. So we're gonna put, I don't know what order they are, but we're gonna put them down there. Just to put them there. Because that's gonna help us a ton. I don't think there's any other Christensens. Right. They got the Roottrie last name. There's Jack Christina. November is the child. So what other Roottries are in this photo? Bonnie, Guy President. Okay, Ernie Jr. Nope. Caroline. Wasn't there something about Caroline? Gwyneth M. Gwendoline, Miracle Jr., Jim Roottrie, Clark, Carl, and Eli M. One of those has to be a girl. It's not Bonnie. It might be Caroline. Gwyneth M. Gwendoline. Gwendolyn Morden. Where do we have Gwendolyn Morden? Oh, one of these is Gwendolyn Morden. Right. So it's not Gwendolyn Morden either. So it could be Caroline. Gwendolyn. Oh no, Gwyneth Madsen. Right, so Gwyneth M is Gwyneth Madsen. Gwendoline is a Morden. Oh, my doggy's coming in. Do you see him? You probably don't see him. He's down here. Okay, so she's not Bonnie. She's not Gwendoline. So she is either Caroline or she's Gwyneth M. Is this girl right here. So who is Caroline? Caroline Morden. So she's not Caroline. So she has to be Gwyneth Madsen. So then her brother is Ernest Madsen. We don't know the order of this yet, but the Madsen. So this is the Madsen family. And then Ernie Jr. Madsen. Okay, we don't know those just for sure yet. Because they could swap and then this is Ernie Madsen. But that I think it has to be because the Mordens are over here. And then the other girls in that photo. Oh my gosh, hold on. There's this girl and there's this girl. Not November, because we already know where she is, and then we know these people. So one of these is Bonnie. No. One of that's Caroline, and the other one is Gwyneth or Gwendoline. These are the Mordens. So we can also, I guess, put. I don't know, these 2 are Caroline and Gwendoline, but we don't know which are which yet. I'm just gonna put them here for now and put their names as Morden. Because I can remember that these need to change, right? Because these could swap. Like the ones over here. We don't know their names, we don't know, but they could swap, but that's their tier in the thing, right? What does that suit look like? We need to swap these. This is confirmed. We may need to swap these, and their names are paired here. These names could swap though, but that helps us. And then we have her bonus photo. She's the last woman in this photo. She's right here. And there's also all of the guys, right? And here we have Guy Hudson, Miracle Jr., which I think we already put him. Yeah. Jim Roottree. Oh, which one's Jim? He's the singer. It's probably this guy. That looks like him. Clark, Carl, and Eli M. Or we have Eli M. Let's see. Does anyone of y'all look like this? That looks like him. I think that's his bonus photo. That looks just like him. I think. If not, we're wrong, but I think that looks like him. Let's see. So we got, which one's Guy Hudson? Oh, right, this one. We got Guy Hudson. Done. You're done. Ernie Jr. Shoot. I click the wrong buttons every single time. Who are you? Ernest Madsen. Here. And then Ernie Madsen Jr. Oh, wait, hold on. No, I just realized Madsen. There's only two. So there's three Madsens. She's gonna marry and give her name to, or have her husband's name. So meaning this is Nicole Madsen. This is Ernest Madsen Jr. Oh my gosh. And then this is Ernest Madsen, right? He was Ernie Jr. Ernest Madsen Jr. was the 4th president. I don't think that's enough to lock people in, but that Ernest Madsen Jr., Nicole Madsen, and then she, they might swap. This may be over here. Yes, Gwyneth Madsen. I forget. These may need to switch. Okay. Yes, but we're getting stuff done. Because I could easily switch that to the other side, but this is a cool way to keep notes for me. Ernie Jr., Caroline, Miracle Jr. is this guy. Jim Roottree, got that guy. Clark. Carl. Oh, which one's Carl? I think this one looks like Carl. Carl, where's Carl? There you are. Which one do you look like? That one, maybe? No, oh, this guy. That's Carl. You see how he looks? That's Carl, for sure. And then... Sorry, we have Clark. What does Clark look like? Do we have Clark yet? Clark Rafferty. Balding. Kind of looks like that guy. Because these photos are already all placed. So it's either this guy or that guy. Or I think this is the only guy in that photo we haven't placed yet, was this guy. Does that look like him? Not really, but that's the only guy. Because this is Eli M. This is, what's his face? Ernie Jr. This is Carl. That's Jim, the singer. And this is the redhead guy. So the only guy left is this guy. So that must have been him before he balded. So we've got most of these guys' photos placed, except for you, November. I don't know whose kid you are, November, quite yet. Don't know quite yet whose kid you are. Let me look up November. What last name did she have? November Roottree. Right, so she has to be the kid of I don't know, I'll find out. I feel like I'm doing some really good work in this one. It may be all over the place, but I feel like I'm getting down to business. These guys are almost all placed. Who is that child? See, because I always assumed this was Sam, the little guy, which I think is what you're supposed to believe, but this is the next generation. Okay, so this is saying that they insisted that Lauren and all of her brothers stand in the middle. So these guys, these are her brothers, and then everyone else clumped. This is Samantha. Gwen wasn't in here. Miracle's in this photo. Miracle's in this photo. This one, with that tie for sure. Because Miracle's a 5-piece. Maybe it's this guy. He's got sunglasses on like he's trying to cover his face. So that might be Miracle. Because his eye had an eye patch on. Wonder what happened to his eye. Anyway, these I'm assuming are her brothers. Right? And this is the older one, and that he's younger than him. So we can put those, I think. I think I'm allowed to use that logic of they look younger, because we had to use that before, I think. So I'm gonna use that. Older brother with the glasses, younger brother without the glasses. Older brother with glasses, younger brother right there. Edward, Clancy Jr., Roottree, Clancy, and that's Clancy's Carl's dad. What did they do though? I don't remember. But look at this family tree. We are getting stuff solved today. Miracle with his rainbow tie. Right, this is Miracle. This is Miracle Jr. Maybe he passed it down from his dad. Or he got it passed down from his dad. Right, because this is the second generation. So Miracle Jr. is part of that second generation. So then I think this is Miracle, and this is Miracle Jr. And he just got his tie from his dad, because he's part of the generation rightfully. He's a 5-piece, but he's in that same age group, I suppose. So this, yeah, this is Miracle. Bang. And this is Miracle Jr., the kid. Nice. We are getting stuff done. What are the jobs? I just want to look over the jobs again, because... Farmer. Media mogul, military, musician, news anchor. Are we going to use all of these? I don't feel like we have enough people to use all of those. And the jobs don't go away once you place someone in that job. Okay. Man, we really had a break in the freaking case. Okay, now I'm going to go over, and this has 11 clues. So now I'm going to start with the Jones. Now that I've really narrowed down where they can't be, where they can be, you know, like I can start, like there's very limited. I didn't want to start with them yet because I didn't know anybody they were related to. But now I feel like we're bound to have them related to something, right? Because Jones, there's only one Jones. So that guy is Brian Jones, and he marries Stephanie to give her the Jones last name, and she takes his last name, and she's pregnant. I don't know if she's given birth to her kid yet. Okay, this is buried under a ton of other mail that Carl left in his inbox. It has a handwritten note attached that seemed personal. It is a flyer about a candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. On the back is an excerpt from a newspaper article from the Butler County Times about her campaign. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least, but in her world it is still full of love. And now, 22 years later, with a baby of her own due around Christmas, her message for voters is simply, love is our future. The handwritten note says, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting us out a statement, CM, oh my gosh, supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conference spread to the next generation, CM. You just confused me so much more. Stephanie Landon, Caroline Morden, CM. Wait. Didn't we talk about a CM in the... Oh no, EC. Who is CM? CM. The only one I know of that is Caroline Morden. Where is she? Caroline Morden. So maybe... Oh, but she didn't have any kids that married. Oh, so they didn't... Oh, they don't have... Their baby wasn't born. Oh, wait. So then I think... Hold on. CM. So I thought maybe this was her husband writing. I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflicts spread to the next generation. CM. Caroline Morden. So maybe that's her daughter. Maybe Stephanie Jones is her daughter who's like, hey, I know we fight, but you should support my daughter. And I guess they just haven't had their baby yet. But we could look up city council or better for Butler County maybe, or something to maybe verify that. Let's look up in the periodical. The most recent mention of Stephanie Jones is a small report detailing the election results from last month's election. Stephanie apparently won her election. You also find the full version of the newspaper clipping on the back of the campaign mailer. While most of it is unimportant, you do find the following. Stephanie Jones, born Stephanie Landon, until her marriage to local business owner Brian Jones, has lived in Butler County her whole life. Stephanie grew up in a home without a father. With my mother and her partner, I essentially had an entirely female influence. Oh, so she was the adoptee, because her moms were gay. Though she is a distant cousin of the Roottrees, her mother Caroline, a local artist who has appeared on the front page of the Butler County Times in the past, has often come out as opposed to the corporation's policies regarding deforestation of indigenous trees to expand their maple farms. Unlike my mother, I'm not a fighter. I want to bring love to the world. Okay, so she's a fighter. So this is Caroline then. Caroline Morden, and this is the other Morden. And she had... Is that what it said, Caroline? You should fight for that, though. She's right to stand up against that Caroline. And she gave birth to a Stephanie. Or no, well, they adopted a Stephanie. Stephanie Landon. Nice. And she married Brian Jones. He's got a photo. Peng. She was a politician. Politics. Right? Bro, these saxophones, too loud. Yeah, and then her mom was an artist. We don't know if that's her photo, though, quite yet. Oh, well, with this beret. With this hat. I'm almost certain that's her. But we'll find out later. Anyway, that's really good, though. Caroline Morden, her mom, and then she had a partner. This is a girl. Is there another Landon? Mark Landon. Okay, so maybe this is what I was thinking then. They had a kid and split up, and then she got with another woman who then adopted the child. So this is Mark Landon, her father, and then she got with somebody else who then adopted her. Right. Okay, so her mom has appeared in the Butler Times in the past, so Caroline Morden. Yes! You find a cover story about local art installations, including one by Caroline Morden. There isn't much about Caroline as a person. This is mostly a listing of art in Butler County. She seems to get top billing. Accompanying the story, there's an image of Caroline standing behind a large metal sculpture of a mermaid. It is captioned, Caroline standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis Burden. Maybe I'll look that up. The sculpture is one of the many works featuring in her upcoming book, Self-Portrait, Art and the Beauty of Women. According to a quote further down, Atlantis' burden is meant to symbolize a society split by indecision over whether women should be equals or prevent or something to protect. The picture on the front page has been added to your evidence. Upcoming book? Oh my gosh, there's a book. Let's look up this though. Hold on, actually, let's put the photo. Oh, cute! It's the image that accompanied a story about local art in the Butler County Times. Right. That is a cute little... I can't take a picture of that. That'd be funny if I could. Caroline Morden. Okay, so maybe we'll put her here because we know for sure that's her. And then we'll just come back to the other photo later on. Nice. Okay, so let's look up Atlantis Burden let's look it up here first. Nothing's new there. Let's look it up in the spider search. Nope. We can look up the well, maybe if it's out already. Yes. Art, photography, sculpture directed to Eloise. Eloise! Come on now. Oh. Direct to Eloise. It's so... Oh, is that her girlfriend? Or her wife or whatever it may be. It's so scandalous that she didn't get a last name. Like, you could barely find out enough information about her. I'm sure that's what that is. Oh, these homophobes. Oh. Directed to Eloise and Stephanie. Right. Her wife and her partner and her child. Oh my goodness. That's so sad. Mostly black and white pictures of Caroline's art. The centerpiece is a series of full-color nude self-portraits at different ages. Okay, stretching from 25 to 30. They certainly have not been added to your evidence. That's funny. In the intro, Caroline talks about her influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation, and in her late teens she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. Yeah. She especially dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson. Ooh. who she calls completely bogus. Their marriages led her to double down on her passions, art, and the environment. She even married a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. She comes out strongly against the Roottrees Company's effect on the local environment and rues how she was not able to convince her father Zach to make changes to policy. She also explains that her marriage to Mark led to the most, volatile moments in her life, all negative, and that the only good thing he ever gave her was a daughter. Leaving them all behind for good has pushed her to pursue her true loves, art and the beauty of women. Yes! That's for sure her lover then, Eloise, her partner. What'd you say her brother-in-law was, Wilson? Hold on. Her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, who she calls completely bogus. So, right, her brother-in-law was a Wilson, one of these, and they had a bunch of kids. Jem, Jason, Steven, Zach. One of those. Okay, there's a lot of them though, but we have her done. We almost have them done. We have their photos. We don't know what she did. She was a farmer, but I don't think she's still a farmer. Okay, there you go. She was a farmhand. She's always that. Okay, nice. Dang. We're going now. Okay, nice. Mark Landon. Eloise not. Oh, that's so sad. She didn't get a last name. Y'all suck. Wow, this is a lot. Wow. Booyah. Now there's going to be a lot of yellow. Oh, look at that. We locked in a lot of optional photos. So I was right about those. Now I can come over here and put this photo in. Oh, we haven't locked her yet, dang. But I'm really determined to get all of the bonus photos because I think that'd be really fun. Just to get them all, because we're kind of running out of photos that I haven't placed down yet. Where do you think November goes? There's like a lot. Maybe here? Or here? Because it has to be a root tree. Maybe down here? Or here? I don't know. It just has to be, her parents have to have the name Roottrees. Wow, this picture in itself has 8 clues. Art and the beauty of upcoming book. Did I put that in there? Oh, I think I did. What is this? Caroline standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis Burden, yada yada yada. Oh, I read that before. Yes, we put that there. But this leads us to this. Her father, Zach. Right. Zach Morden. I hope she wouldn't get married to a Zach. But I mean, I married someone who has the same name as my dad. So I mean, it doesn't really, you know, who knows? Zach, Steven, Jason, Jem. So Jem is one of the kids. These are the Wilsons. I'm gonna put their names for now. I don't want to accidentally confirm one. So I'm just gonna put the Wilsons down here. I'll just put Jem Wilson down here for a second, just so I know that this is the branch of Wilsons, because I don't want this one to accidentally lock if I don't know for sure what that one is. Oh my gosh, Bethany Kellogg. See, she was a college student, because he's still a college student, but she's younger than him. That doesn't mean she's still at college. No, wait, that was her yearbook photo. He took her yearbook photo really recently, so she would have been a high school student. Oh, a student. Oh, come on, if I can spell. She was a K through 12 student. And then there was, wait, hold on. What was the other kid that she took? He took pictures of the middle school kid. This one was, oh, what's your name? What is your name? Stephanie, photo with backpack. She was an only child, so maybe one of these. Or here. But no, she's 4 generations down. So then she's one of these people, and she's a middle school student with a backpack. But what was her name? I forgot already. Stephanie? Bethany? Stephanie. Right, there's another Stephanie. What's her last name? Stephanie Cattrall. So then there are 2 Cattralls, Sam and Stephanie. So then, because he probably gives Madsen. Yeah, Nicole Madsen. So then Cattrall would have to be the guy that she married. Right, and then they had Stephanie Cattrall, who is like right here in this photo with the backpack on, and she was a K through 12 student as well, because we just know that. Oh, I didn't walk in. I thought maybe I'd get it. Student K through 12, Catchall Sophie. Oh, but these could still swap, right? I think. Or maybe do we have these guys? I don't remember. I don't know. I don't think we know their order yet, but we at least know her kid, and we could just swap this all if we need to, which is really fun. Madsen, Nicole Madsen. Do you think we have a Nicole yet? We've done this, kinda. 6 more, so we're getting there. The only one we haven't, I don't think we've looked at, where's it at? This one. Let's read this one, because we don't know who these people are at all. This photo was tucked inside an envelope with the letter beneath a candle in the corner of his office. The letter says, "To Carl and Brenda, I'm sorry that you were unable to attend the funeral. I'm traditional to have it as soon as possible, and Ernie, more than anyone else, Ernest, more than anyone else on earth, knew how busy your job can be. Oh, right, because he was one of the presidents. I've enclosed a Shiva candle. Shiva? I didn't include to ours if you'd like to pay your respects, so it's not expected for those outside of the faith to do so. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but for his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you three did together, as well as how Carl has carried on for him after taking over. As for myself, it is impossible to express my gratitude enough for rescuing us from the panic and burden of endless bills. Though we caught it too late for him to get on the donor list. Oh. The company took care of us beyond our wildest expectations. It went unsaid at the time, but Ernie and I knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and that it was no coincidence that it happened shortly after your visit, Brenda. Up until the end, Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake. We could never have done that without the two of you fighting for us. Much love, Debbie. Ernie's wife, Debbie, and their kid, Nicole. Ernie's wife, Debbie. Wait. Hold on. She has a photo. Right? There's a photo of her. And it's not here. Okay, so then we're gonna have to swap these, because Ernie's wife, Debbie, does have a photo. Yeah, this is Debbie, and this is Nicole. So, because she has a bonus photo and this person doesn't. So we're gonna have to move Sam Catterall over here. And then this is Debbie. Deborah Bean. This is Ernest Madsen Jr. This is this girl. He's the president, the 4th president. This is, I don't know her yet. I don't think, but this is Ernest Madsen Jr. is right there. She had this kid. Oh, Catterall. Wait, Madsen. This is Gwyneth Madsen. This is his wife, Deborah. And then this girl goes over here, because she's Stephanie Catterall. See, I knew I just had to move all these over. This is a student. I don't want to block that in yet, because this is his kid, Nicole, right here. Nicole Madsen, K through 12, and this is a student K through 12. That should lock in. Nice. Okay. Yes. This, now that I know what evidence I can use to figure things out, it's so much easier. Locked file. Okay. Optional entry. Sam. Yes. Nice. Booyah. I like this as booyah. That's a lot of bonus stuff. All these kids. So we're really getting that back generation. Oh, is this not right? Or was he the 3rd president? Was that not right? Or did I put the wrong photo in? Oh, I put the wrong photo in. This guy is up here. And then this guy. Oh my gosh, do I not have Ernest yet? Oh my gosh, pump the freaking brakes. Oh wait, hold the phone right now. This is her brother. Where is the big guy? Where's the guy with the glasses? This guy. Not the big guy. He's not a big guy. With the glasses. This guy. Oopsie daisy. They both had glasses and I got confused. But I almost have, oh my gosh, I've been recording for too long. I almost can get everybody done. I almost can lock in a third. Look at that. Oh my gosh. The rate we're going, I'll only have a few more. But the lady's gonna come back. Oh my god. But I'm recording for too long. The free spirits. Wait, this is... The free spirits are all in the same generation. Like this. Across the way, I think. Right? They're all the same generation. So everybody in that photo is the same generation. Except for these two are not the photo because they were not there. So, hold on. This video is going to be long, but I need to get this done. Yes, it says here that the free spirits are a generation of people. And that these are all of... Hold on. These are all of the free spirits. So that means November here, because he's not part of the free spirits per se. He's this generation. He's the next generation, but he's in that photo for some reason. But November is either here or she's here, right? And she's a child. So if we can figure out with the root tree, oh, but he's also a root tree. If we can figure out where she is, we can lock her in pretty solidly. But anyway, I think that's unfortunately where I should end. I've been recording for too long and I don't want to make these videos too long, but that means in the next episode, we are going to get that lady to come back to us who is apparently part of the root trees. I guess I should probably be trying to figure out which one she is. It has to be one of the ones that are still alive. Which one of the root trees she is. That'll be fun. But yeah, I am so excited. I got done so much in this little playthrough that I've been playing for like 2 hours, and I got done a lot. These last 2 videos have been very, very fun. And I just can't wait to find out more about the scandals. I really want to find all the photos. I want to really look into all of the articles because I find the lore of the family really, really interesting. But yeah, I found out quite a lot in this video, and I'm really excited about that. That's cool. This one I'm particularly proud of, finding Deborah Bean, knowing that it had to be this, because she had to have a bonus photo. Like, she had to have a photo in there, and this one didn't have a photo, because we couldn't, damn Cat Girl didn't have a photo. But that's why putting these guys here and knowing that they could swap around was really helpful to me, because once I found out, oh, this one has to be that one, I was able to quickly just go in there and do it. Same with this. Like, I knew that there were, here and there, and then I knew that she had a child and she had a partner that adopted her kid. Like, this really still breaks my heart that she couldn't even get her last name in the family tree because they probably just don't accept their relationship because they're gay, which is so sad. But I love that her book is like, she learned how to love art and women. I think that's pretty cool. Bonnie Hudson. Oh, see, I'm excited. I know I have her bonus photo, but I haven't locked her yet, so I can't put her bonus photo in there yet. But anyway, I feel like I'm going to be done in a few episodes, maybe, and then I'll go find all the bonus stuff. Maybe I'll do Root Tree Mania. I'll look for this. This one's really exciting. I just still wonder if they're connected to these or not. And we are only 3 blood relatives away from the unknown relative that we now know is a root tree before she comes back. And I think the first place I want to start is over here with Bonnie Hudson. I don't know what she did as an adult. We know she modeled as a kid, but we don't know what she did as an adult. So I want to look her up to see if there's anything we can find out about her to get her locked in and done. No, but what about if she went by her married name? What's her married name? Bonnie Kellogg? Let's look up. Oh no, well that's definitely spelled wrong. Hold on. 2 L's, 2 G's. Nope, not quite. What about if we look up the Wilsons? We know that she's married to a Wilson and had 3 kids with the last name Wilson. So let's look up who we think might be her husband. Maybe we'll look up Gwendoline Morden. Let's just see if we have anything about here. Nope. Okay, so let's look at Jason, Stephen, and Zach Wilson. Let's look at them. Nope. Nope. Oh, there you go. Dr. Stephen Wilson, okay, that's her husband then, is a pediatrician who practices north of Pittsburgh. Although there are a lot of Stephen Wilsons and Dr. Wilsons, this one apparently found a way to game the search results and pops up every time. Oh, as he pops to the top every time. His website claims that he is a pediatrician to the stars. The only evidence for this is that he apparently was a doctor of the Roottrees sisters. Oh, there's a picture of him on his website as well as a picture of his 3 children. Yes. The 3 of them look as though the photographer was holding them hostage. Oh no. Regardless, the photos have been added to your evidence. There's also a quote that, although credited to the child Jason, you suspect might not be written by a 10-year-old. Okay. My dad is the best dad in the entire world, and he treats every patient with world-class care. He will treat your children like he would me, my big brother, or my sister. Okay. So Jason is not the oldest. Oh, okay. This is Dr. Steven Wilson, self-proclaimed pediatrician to the stars. You found this photo on his website. Why do you have a pediatrician? Why do you have this? And then there's, okay, Dr. Steven Wilson's kids. All right. In 1996, the quote below was credited to Jason. The picture has a date on it. It seems like this was taken 2 years ago in 1996. He just graduated. So is it high school graduation or college graduation? I don't know. But we have the pictures of his kids, which means that Jason is the youngest because, yeah, he just is the youngest little boy right here. Or wait, this little boy. And then he's a child or a student, K through 12. And then we have Steven Wilson was a doctor, and he's in this glamour shot right here. We don't know what she did yet, but we know we have her, and then we have, well, I guess we don't know the order of these two. Because he is just graduated, but this is Jem. We didn't look her name up. Let's see if we can look her name up. My big brother or my sister. Was it Jem? Hold on. Also, I gotta turn these saxophones are just so freaking loud. Let's look up Jem. Guess we should also look these all up in the public or the periodicals in the Butler County Times. I don't know, nothing came up for them, but that's good progress. And we have Jem and Jason, or not Jason, Zach, the other one, and we don't know. We're just gonna put their photos there for now. Put the photos there for now, although we won't lock them in because we don't know who they are. And also November, we have November's photo too. We also need to find another one of Jane LaRoe, because November we figured out was either Elias C. Roottree's child or Elias M. Roottree. Right, because she's in this generation of kids, and that's the only ones we have left. So that's cool. Let's look up Pediatrician of the Stars, although I don't think that's gonna be anything. No, that's the same thing as here. The Dr. Wilson's practices north of Pittsburgh. I mean, he must pay to get his name to show up first. But if he was the pediatrician of those kids, maybe we can find. So we still have a bonus photo here for Raina. But maybe that has something to do with her husband. Oh, I did have some things to look up for her husband, I think, in my notes. Let me see my notes. So Thomas Sheridan was in something called Brother Trouble that I never looked up, I don't think, back then. That was her husband. Maybe this will help me. Maybe. Brother Trouble was a 1989 sitcom about 2 16-year-old brothers the same age, one adopted, played by Tommy Mark Sheridan, which is Raina Roottree's husband, and Dustin Christopher Baker. They're Penelope Tessa Green. That's one of the. We have a Tessa Green. Hold on. Penelope Tessa Green. We have one of those. Oh wow. Okay. This is good then. Played by Tommy Mark Sheridan. Okay, whatever. Their single mother, played by stand-up Penelope Tessa Green, often had to navigate her job as a magazine columnist, as well as the troubles that come with raising 2 boys who were extremely competitive in sports, academics, and even romantic pursuer of their next-door neighbor, Roxy. The showrunner was small screen director Ron Roottree, RR. That might be him, although maybe it's probably the other RR then, because if the RR we know was trying to get somebody who wasn't in the trust, really, they're trying to push him out. But I feel like it wouldn't be this guy. Well, I don't know, we'll find out. The show had strong ratings through the entirety of season 1, rocketing both Sheridan and Baker to instant stardom, mostly amongst the teenage girl demographic. However, it was canceled in 1991 midway through the 2nd season due to significant drop-off rates. So what if we look this up in the Starlet? What about TMS? Thomas Sheridan? Oh, shoot. No. Okay. What if we look up Dustin Christopher Baker? Oh my gosh. Christopher Baker is often abbreviated DCB by his teenage fans. Since leaving Brother Trouble, he has appeared in in a few straight-to-VHS movies that adapt classic literature to a family audience with minor success. The most popular of which was Jane Eyre, which reimagined the Charlotte Bronte novel as a high school romance with a focus on skateboarding. He doesn't seem to be associated with the Roottrees. Well, let me just make sure. Oh, I don't want to do that. Sorry. It's like a real thing, but I just want to check. I just have to check. No, okay. But Penelope Tessa Green is definitely an important person. Let's look her up. Yes, okay. Penelope Tessa Green is a retired comedian. There's a result for the Laugh Lounge, a club in Reno that claims Penelope got her stand-up start and first did her famously raunchy breast milk cheese routine in the 80s before she was a TV star for Brother Trouble. The site claims she retired for the birth of her first child, but still makes yearly appearances for fundraisers, doing more family-friendly material. You find a picture labeled Joke-O-Lantern 1997, as well as a different picture labeled Jack winning one of his mother's charity sets 1994, both been added to evidence. Jack? Oh. Her and then there's a Jack. There's a Jack Roottree. I've heard of him. He found this website about a comedy club called the Laugh Lounge. Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets in 1994. Oh shoot. Joke-O-Lantern was taken during Penelope Tessa Green's fundraisers. Okay. Jack? Where is Jack at? Have I already placed him? Jack Roottree. No. Okay, but it can't be them. Because like it had to be a girl that got married. Can't be over here. Jack. It could be his wife, and then they had a kid named Jack. It also could be over here. And then it also could be it could be here. Oh, but okay, there's a photo of the wife. So here. And that's what it has to be then, because there's a photo of the one he was married to. We don't have any extra spouses that have like a bonus photo. So I think that means it has to be, right, because they have a kid. It has to be, yeah, here. Right, it's Penelope Tessa Green. Oh, but we don't know which one she got married to, but we know we can put her. Penelope Tessa Green, and then she had 2 kids, I'm assuming, but she had one at some point, which was the baby. Where's the baby at? Right there, Jack. And he's a baby. Oh, there's a baby option. I feel like that's right? So now we have 1 completed, 2 completed, 3 completed. Okay, so no, I'm wrong about something. Okay. Dang, so I wonder who... Are these right? This looks like the right age order, and then he has to be a student. 1994, that was 4 years ago. He was a baby. Oh, so 4 years after that, he would be a student, wouldn't he? He'd be old enough to be a student. Possibly? No, okay. I don't know. Maybe they've had another kid before that. I don't know. Maybe I'm just completely wrong. Oh my goodness. This is one of they have 1 kid and then they have another kid. Oh, this is 1997 and this is 1994. So this is an older kid. This is Jack and this is the baby. I just got confused. I lumped them all together in the same person in my brain. So this is Jack and he's not a baby. And then we have the other baby. Where's the baby? Right here. And it's a Roottree. We don't know, I guess. But he's a student. He would be a student. There you go. Okay. I got them confused. I got them mixed up, but that's all right. Let's see. Oh, the person's going to come back. Oh my gosh, I'm excited. Okay. Yep. Jack, Ernest. Yep. And then Jason. Nice. Tessa Green, Penelope, Steven Wilson. The kids are easy because it's like they're just students. They're just students. Booyah! Ooh. Hey. On the
phone,
I forgot you
said
talked to me.
I owed you an explanation, but I can't reveal everything. Not yet.
Why not?
I'm sure this all seems like deception for deception's sake.
Kinda.
So I'll try to explain why. It's true, I'm working with lawyers. But not the candy company lawyers. My publishers.
Lauren?
I'm on the verge of releasing a book, and it's not kind to the Roottrees.
Lauren? Oh, wait, yeah.
Especially Elias and the Five Pieces.
Her
The truth often
grandparents
isn't.
and aunts and great-grandparents.
But with the plane crash,
Or her
the
dad.
publisher
Her
is
dad is a
rightfully
five-piece.
worried it'll look like I'm making things up to exploit a tragedy. So they're doing their due diligence. That's why
Right.
you're here.
Are you Lauren?
To be sure, there's enough evidence for an expert to unearth the whole story. If I tell you the whole story now, we can't prove that. I hope
Come
you
on.
understand. That said, I can say that the work you're doing is very personal to me.
Okay.
To my story, one spot on the tree is more important than the rest. You've likely noticed it. It's locked for now. I'll return one final time, after you fill it in.
Ah!
Also, there are fewer root trees left. In a sense, that makes it easier. Use process of elimination.
Yeah, I know I am. This is Lauren for sure.
It's also harder to verify when you're right. You'll need 4 blood relatives before they lock from
Whoa,
here
that's
on out.
rude.
I don't have any more evidence for you, but trust your intuition. If something has a high number, it's not a mistake.
A high number.
You're getting closer and closer to the truth. I look forward to seeing you soon.
Okay, what do you mean a high number? The next time they returned, they gave you a partial explanation. They hired you to help verify their personal account to the family's history. All that's left to do is finish the family tree and find what's in the locked space, which they said was personal to them. Like this? Okay, use process of elimination. Right, I've got a lot of... Which you've probably noticed by now. Are you talking about this? Are you talking about this? What are you talking about? Which one? How many root trees do we have left? Christina. November. We know it's not November. We know it's not Rob, right? Tessa? It could be Tessa, but it's her last name. But I think that's a... It's a baby. You can't really tell. But it might be a girl. These people, we gotta figure it out. Because she looks older. I don't know. And he's just graduated. Also, before in last episode, I realized we were talking about Gwyneth Madsen saying that she had the same green thumb as her adoptive grandfather. And I got really confused. That's why I placed him in the wrong place. But she was not raised by her parents. She was shipped off to marry an older man. He didn't raise her, and he didn't even know her until she was older. She was raised by someone not called EC on the farm, which we know that Edward Clancy? Clancy Edward? No. Elias C, maybe? Yeah, Edward Clancy, right, was EC. He was one of the other farmhands. She was raised by him, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure he's EC, because he worked on the farm. She was sent off there to work on the farm. And there was also, like, a John, I think, that also worked on the farm. I'm thinking that they were, like, lovers, that they, like, were together. And that's why they worked on the farm and were, like, maybe ostracized from the family because they were gay. And so they raised Samantha as their child. So I think that's who they're talking about, her adoptive grandfather, aka Edward Clancy, who had a green thumb because he worked on Clancy Edward. Wait, you say Clancy Edward? Oh my gosh, what am I talking about then? I don't know. Maybe I got that backwards and I'm talking about Elias C. Root Tree, but maybe not, because Lauren talked about how she once got a letter in the mail from her dad, and they, like, to her dad, and they got his initials backwards. Like, they wrote Edward Clancy instead of Clancy Edward. So maybe he went by Edward Clancy, and that the letter was, like, legitimate. And I don't know. I think maybe if I've got it all wrong, because there's so many names the same thing, but I think that's what was right. He raised Sarah or Samantha. Gwyneth, what did you do, girl? Gotta figure out this. How do we go more into these guys? Oh my gosh. Okay, I looked at Brian Jones, which is Stephanie's husband. This girl, the politician, in the ad. There are many advertisements over the years, as well as a small article from 1995 about Jones Graphic and Print. The article is a piece about Brian Jones taking over from his father's printing company after 20 years. Brian seems to not have let it go to waste as a marketing opportunity during an interview portion. I've been in and out of that shop my whole life. My father taught me everything there is to know when it comes to getting the job done right and getting it done quick. We've been a printing staple of Butler County for years, and even the Butler County Times uses us for their coupon pages a few times a year. Thanks, by the way, he laughs. But still, whether you're a new client or one of our regulars, nothing will change. Come on down for the best prices on bulk printing anywhere in the state of Pennsylvania, or search for us online. I designed the website myself. Okay, Jones Graphic and Print. Jones Graphic and Print is a company that, according to his website, has existed in the Butler County for some time. The website seems fancy, it even has frames. Okay. The website lists the address, hours, and a few examples of clients and the type of work that was done for each. Stephanie Jones Campaign, mailers, Roottrees Candy Company, various banners and posters, Butler County Holiday Light Post banners, Miracle Network tour flyers, Roottrees Motors coupon flyer. Oh, so he's kind of behind it all. Butler County School District, various banners/posters. Butler Summer Theater, posters and set contributions for Children of Eden. At the bottom it says we also do web design. Come in to get a quote today. So does that mean we can look up Roottrees Motors? You find a hit for the Roottrees Motors of the Jones Graphic and Print website, which you've already seen. You don't find any trace of them on the internet. As a local business, they may be featured other places. Okay, hold on. Because I want to look up the Roottrees Motors. Oops. I want to look up this, and I'll put it in terms. Oops. I haven't done this in a while. I'll put it in terms. I also want to look up the Butler County School District, because that might show us some stuff, and the Butler Summer Theater, which will definitely probably show us some stuff. So let's look up the Roottrees Motors, maybe in the Butler County Times. Nice! There's an ad for Roottrees Motors in the paper. It seems Roottrees Motors used to be called Wilkins Motors. Oh my gosh, okay, that's the Madsen, or the whatever. An ad for Roottrees Motors has run in every week's Butler County Times for many years, but recently has been changed to include a picture. 3 different unique versions of the ad have been added to your evidence. Oh dear. The Wilson. A Roottrees Motor ad that ran from 1994 to oh, well, it's not a... What? Oh, there's a person right there, I saw it. That ran from 1974 to 1977, advertises that the former name of the Roottrees Motors was Wilkins Motors. Wilkins Motors is still the same family business, but it has joined the Roottrees family. Wilkins Motors is now Roottrees Motors. We may have a new name, but we promise we're still the same family business. All that's different is we've joined a sweeter family, right? Because of the candy, I get it. Funny noises, need new oil, come on down, we'll fix her up. Call the fixers at 555 Fix Her Up, right off I-72, takes exit 23, okay? Roottrees Motors, your local family mechanic servicing the entire Pittsburgh area. Okay, and then you, I see you. Tessa Roottrees, our newest fixer, learned all there is to know about cars from her Roottrees Motors parents. Your local family mechanics for 50 years. Funny noises, need new oil, come on down, we'll fix her up. The Wilsons. Says that Roottrees Motors has been around for 50 years. It is a family business, and also that Tessa Roottrees, their newest fixer, learned all there is to know about cars from her Roottrees Motors parents. The Wilsons. From her Roottrees Motors parents. What on earth are you talking about? There's only so many places a photo can even go anymore. It's none of these people. Tessa Roottrees from her Roottrees Motors parents. Oh, look at what he's got on. Is that like a... Hold on. Is that... Hold on. Where do I go? This... Oh my gosh. I clicked the wrong buttons. Will I ever learn what buttons to click? Probably not. That kind of looks like a... You know, he's working on cars, but it's the Wilson. Is there another Wilson? Wilkins. Wait, I've been... Hold on. The Wilkins! I've been pronouncing the wrong thing the entire time. It's the Wilkins. You or you married a Wilkin? That looks... You or you married a Wilkin and had a child, Catherine Wilkins, and had a Tessa, this girl. Oh... Which one? So, okay, so this is either Tessa, who for some reason wasn't in the Next Generation, or the Free Spirits photo, in November. Tessa and November go here and here, here and there. But we don't know the correct order yet. And he could have married Laura or, you know, Helen or Joan or April or Holly, Christina or all Nicole Smith. Oh, wait, no, he wouldn't have married ones that had his. He wouldn't have married Roottrees, but he could have married Nicole. Oh my gosh. Okay, but that's very helpful. This photo. Roottree Motors' parents. Because we don't know. I don't know yet what all these guys do. I can't believe I haven't figured out what these guys did yet. But this is giving. He works on cars. You know what I mean? And then this, she is a mechanic. Is it like mechanic? Mechanic. Yeah, okay. We'll figure that out in a second. We'll go back first to the Butler County School District. But hold on, let's go to the periodicals then. Nope. Business Watch? I don't feel like it'd be in there. Nope. I thought maybe we'd see pictures of the kids. Maybe this? The Butler Summer Theater performs plays and musicals during the summer. It makes sense. Although it's not summer, their website has a thank you message. Thank you for making our 1998 season such a success. Stay tuned for announcements about performances in 1999. Their website lists the credits of a musical, which seemed to be the final show they performed last season. There's a cast list, but none of the names seem relevant. Below the cast it lists the crew, and two things stand out. Posters and additional set design elements by Jones Graphic and Print. And choreography by November Studios. Now, she's a choreographer? A local dance school, they advertise lessons for ballet and jazz classes. There is hardly any information available. But November. Hold on. Periodicals. Let's do, oops, sorry, I was looking that up earlier. Let's do Butler Summer Theater first, and then we'll look up November Studios. Same. Has been around for at least 30 years. They perform plays, musicals with the cast and crew from in and around Butler County. There are hundreds of mentions of their performances, not just in reviews, but in many nearly identical advertisements for their box office tickets, as well as yearly announcements for upcoming shows and seasons. They also tend to take out a full-page ad at the end of every season that says thank you and lists the names of the shows they perform with no additional information. As of this year, however, it mentions they have a website. Right, but we need to look up, oops, November Studios? Hold on. Instead of November Studios, maybe they should have called this place No Mention Studios because you don't find any information about it anywhere. Nice thought though, bro. Is that, because is she old enough to, she's definitely old enough to be like older now, and where's she at? And like have a job. Which one is she? I'm assuming this is the car mechanic. I don't know yet. Maybe if I look up Wilkins Motors, maybe that'll give me some other, like it used to be called that. You don't feel that the older ads are relevant though, why the name would have changed might be. Right, because she married a Roottrie. We have one of two. Okay, Thomas Overwood, what is he, who is that? I feel like I wrote a note for that somewhere, but I don't know what he was. I can't remember what he was. Let's just see if anything pops out about him though. Nope. Maybe if we spider search him? Thomas Overwood seems to have, oh, the Roottrie curse. Oh, right. We don't need him. So all of our notes are gone. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I can't believe I didn't do this at the start, but I kind of like to find it out naturally. This is the list of every single person in this game. I am going to meticulously go through and search up every single person's name in both the spider search and the periodicals that I have. Because I'm sure there are probably more periodicals, but I'm going to go through and just look up every single person. So I'll come back if I have any relevant information. Christensen Steel was a steel company in Butler County. On a World War II history page, you find that it contributed to the war effort by creating parts for vehicles, but after that it went out of business. Christensen Steel and Patricia Christensen both are mentioned in a book review for Steamy Correspondence by Tina Angelina. Oh yeah. There you go. There you go. That's something. Steamy Correspondence. Oops. Oh my. Did not mean to copy it twice. By Tina Angelina. Oh my gosh. I need to erase these. I could have just probably typed that out faster. Nice! This is a book of historical letters with erotic twist. Each letter is accompanied by context from the book's author. A letter from the book has been added to your pages. By Tina Angelina. Is she one of the people on our list? Oh my gosh. This has nothing to do with... I'll read it. Let's find. In 1934, someone who goes by Patch wrote a letter full of innuendo to an unknown gentleman who it is clear she had a romantic history with. Patch is thought by the book's author to have been Patricia Christensen, a daughter of the owner of Christensen Steel. Her nickname was Pat, and Ch were the first two letters of her last name, but Patricia Christensen was known to appreciate wordplay like this. Patricia Christensen is... This one is Sam's mom. Yeah, okay. Patricia, who had been in her mid-20s when the letter was written, was married to an older man of no notable status. This letter was most definitely not to him, right? It was to her lover, the one, Samantha's dad. There are also a few passages about the steamy bits that mention a daughter, leading Tina Angelina to theories that the letter was written to the father of a child she hid from society in some way. Yep. The letter ends on a mention of a twisted twin that seems to evoke imagery from classic literature. If not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told. How awful is it that such beauty was ripped from its rightful fate, and worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin? Hold on. What the heck are you talking about? A twisted twin that seems to evoke imagery from classic literature. If not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told. How awful is it that such beauty was ripped from its rightful fate, and worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin? Left an outcast, forced to live a life of labor under a wicked relative, it's like something from the start of a children's fable. She deserves not the life he has been sentenced to. I can't stand to be apart from you both. Someday I shall return to you, and I pray that he has not corrupted her to know his sin. I swear that on the joyous day, with all of the strength I can muster, I will fight for our child's freedom. Let us pray her fable has a happy ending. Tina has no theory for what the more cryptic parts of that mean. So EC, maybe, okay. Yes, Clancy Edward. Maybe he had a twin brother named Edward Clancy. Oh, it just zoomed in so far. Back up! And Edward Clancy, which is why Lauren got letter in her mail from someone who was trying to write to Edward. Clancy Edward, she thought that they just messed up his name and did it backwards, but they were really trying to go to Edward Clancy, who was his twin brother, who they called Twisted because he was gay and he was with the other farmhand. And they raised Samantha, and this is Samantha's mom, who was sent off to marry someone older, and was like, they were like, Patricia didn't want her daughter to end up gay like Edward Clancy? Maybe? Girl, I don't know. That seems... Oh my gosh. And then, because that's why there's connected, but then... Did you have a twin... Oh no, wait, yeah. Did you have a twin brother? Tell me. Did you have a twin brother? Because it's attached to her. So heavily. Like, something's up with her. It had to have been... I have to be on to something. Is there something to look up in here? What if I look up Edward Clancy Roottrees? No. What about in here? No, they would have hidden him. What about if I look up EC? What about EC Roottrees? I knew eventually I was going to get something that was a little suspicious, because you're supposed to really look into something. There's something up with that little secret thing you have to find. Historical letters with an erotic twist. What if you look up Tina Angelina? What does she have to do with anything? Historical letters with an erotic twist. Okay, yeah. Released in 1997. So nothing new. Oh my gosh. But that's interesting. written to the father of the child she hid from society. Twisted twin. If not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told. How awful is it that such beauty is ripped from its rightful fate, and worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. Of your brother? Yes, brother. So she's talking to him, and she's like, if not for our child, our story would have been so she's talking to him. Our story would have been so tragic, and how sad is it that she was sent to live with your brother's twisted twin? I think they're talking about like Edward Clancy, and they didn't even put him on the family tree. So there is. Wait. Do you remember before when one of the presidents he did a sixth type of candy, and he said it caviar, and I was like, what if there is actually a secret kid of the 5 pieces? Because that's what they named their kids after, the flavors of the 5 pieces, and then it was caviar. The sixth candy flavor was caviar, which would align with the C, Clancy Edward. Or no, oh no, sorry. Sorry, that was, if there was an E as a secret one, but close. But I had the idea maybe there's a 6th kid. Close. That almost worked out. That would have been fun if it would have worked out all the way, but but that's fun. Oh my gosh, okay. Oh my goodness, is there anything more here? There's no like hint button. Like there's no like, oh, that's the photos. The photos don't have show text items, show music items, show marketing items, show photo items, the story items. Yeah, the photo items don't have a hint, like how many hints there are, but the text items do. Oh, a lot of those are gone now because 2 here because you figured them out. Oh, this one, yeah, this is a text item, so it doesn't have any, because it's so cryptic, but it has to do with this, I'm sure. All right, I'm gonna keep looking up more names in everything just to see, I don't know, see if I can find anything. I just did Patricia Christensen. It was so early on and I found something interesting. So I'm gonna go look up everybody else, see if I can find anything. Oh, okay, so I found something. I also enabled just for this portion, the little option where you can search all for all periodicals, and because I was not about to click this button 7 million times to switch. So this is Butler County Times. Christian Steel was a company in the early 1900s. You find few mentions of the Butler County Times. Some are of old birth announcements in the Butler County Times from the then owner Matthias Christensen. The only name that looks familiar is Patricia Christensen, the third of his 4 children, who was born in 1908. There was a front page article in 1944 stating that the Vice President of the United States had stopped there to visit the factory. The company stopped being advertised around 1949. Around that time, there was a blurb stating that Matthias was stamping down and attempting to sell the company. Oh wow. Okay, but that isn't really super relevant. But you could look up Christian Steel from there. Edith Jacobson. Okay, here. In the Butler County Times, there's something about Edith Jacobson. There's a crime blotter article about Edith Jacobson that also mentions that Helen Roottree and Lucinda Jacobson. In 1971, when she was 18, Edith and her sister Lucinda were arrested for trespassing at the Miracles Congregation Church in Butler County. We look up that. They're pretending to be the church employees in an attempt to get into the room where the church houses their weekly tithings. The church didn't press charges. They were caught by Helen Roottree, who was there at the time with her husband. While her husband Miracle was away preaching, Helen Roottree was quoted as saying, "Jesus forgives and so do we. The Lord works in mysterious ways, and I am confident he has brought these young women to us for a greater purpose." Helen Roottree was Miracle's wife. Which one though? Probably, they're just saying Miracle. In 1971, Edith Jacobson. But Edith Jacobson's also on the list of people we have to place. But then there's a Helen Lennon. Miracles Congregation Church, 1971. I don't remember. That was 26 years ago. So maybe it's this guy's Helen's wife. I don't know. They would refer to him as Miracle Jr. So I'm going to put Helen here. Helen Lennon. And there's also an Edith Jacobson trying to get in. Maybe she married this guy because she was trying to get in to see them. Edith Jacobson. Hold on. Edith and her sister Lucinda was arrested for trespassing at the Miracle Congregation Church. Let's look this up. No. But we can spider search it. No. Okay, let's look up Lucinda Jacobson. Maybe that has something to do. No, okay, she's just in there with her sister. But if we look up Edith in here, you find a link that seems to be a partial and corrupted list of archived articles from the Butler County Times. The article is cut off, but it mentions Edith Jacobson and an arrest. You might be able to find the article somewhere. Okay, that's interesting. I'm assuming she's with Edith married one of the Roottrees, or the Miracles Den, but I don't quite know. Let's just keep looking. Okay, this is something about Bethany Kellogg in the Butler County Times about a local high school science fair. She did an experiment involving sunscreen and ultraviolet light. She says her mother was Bonnie. The article does not have any pictures and no information. So that's something we already knew. But that's cool that you can find it other ways if you go the route of just putting in everybody's name into everything that you find. It's just interesting to know you can find it other places. Caroline Morden is listed on a few art websites without much detail. She seems to be associated with a movement called PFLAG. An organization founded this in the 70s. The acronym stands for Parents and Friends of Lesbians and Gays. Right, that is this. This is Caroline Morden. She's part of PFLAG because of her daughter, who is with Eloise. Cool. Fun little information. This is stuff that you also could help you, I guess, figure out a solution, but it's also like I want to know everything about everybody, which I think is going to help with Root Tree Mania too if you know a lot about everyone. So it's good that I'm looking through everything. This is about Carly, whose other name is Rose, I think. You discover a trivia page that lists common trick questions. The answer to what are the first names of the famous Root Tree girls lists the answer Raina, Carly, and Riley. The explanation below the answer states that Rose was originally born Carly Rose Roottree. Apparently her parents had planned to have a son, Carl Roottrees Jr., but after finding out that they were having a second daughter, they called her Carly. Sometime in the early 90s, the now preteen Carly strongly expressed her dislike that her sister had RH names and she was the odd one out. That's when she began to go by her middle name. Oh, all the way her preteen years. Wow. She was Carly for a while. When you look up Brian Jones, is a famous athlete who broke a pole vaulting record in 1954. He doesn't seem to be related to the Roottrees. You have to look at a more local resource, which is periodicals. I just thought that was funny. Okay, this is about Ernest Madsen Jr., who was the most recent president before Carl. An article from 1982 announces that an Ernest Madsen Jr. is taking over the day-to-day operations of the Root Tree after the previous presidents died unexpectedly. Little is known about Ernest, but sources close to the family who have asked to remain anonymous have made it clear that he is more than qualified. There are rumors that Ernest had originally trained to succeed Zach Morden, but had been passed up for unspecified reasons. Well, yeah, because Ernest Jr. Madsen was the son of what they deemed an illegitimate child, so they probably didn't want to give it to him, unless I guess they had to. Business Watch also managed to get a quote from the company's publicist. The last 4 years at Root Tree have been rough. In an attempt to keep our products relevant to the modern audiences, some of our decisions have had unintended consequences, from the fancy flavors misstep to the batter up bar. We have taken a bit of a tumble in the public eye, but Mr. Madsen is committed to getting back to the basics. So this is probably the caviar whole debacle. Yeah, and then this Batter Up Bar. Batter Up Bar was a failed candy bar launched with great fanfare in 1980. It was meant to evoke the classic combination of pancake and maple syrup. The name came from the fact that its recipe used a creamy imitation of pancake batter as its filling, and the packaging had baseball imagery. Consumers loved the taste, and the candy launched to stellar reviews, but after a little less than a month on the shelf, it was discovered that the filling of unopened bars began to separate and develop an off-putting texture described as powdery chunks floating in oily goop. The authenticity made it a punchline of late-night jokes for weeks, solidifying its reputation as a failure. Yeah, no duh. Okay, interesting. So that's just rumoring hints that maybe he's connected to something suspicious, like her. Oh! Oh, when you look up Chris Clark Rafferty and then you look up his album, they give you, oh my gosh, they give you something. This a band called C&J and J&D released one single called These Times. Someone with the username XXX Diehard Dazzler XXX scanned the cover and noted that it cost him over $200 at auction. Apparently this was Jim Roottree and Diamond LaRose's first song together. He also mentions that it was performed with Jim's cousin and Diamond's sister, and that it was only somewhat similar to Jim and Diamond's later works. So this is going to have their picture on it. You can't find anything else about that user, the band or the single, so all that's left to do is add the scan to your evidence and the blazing fast 35-minute download. After a blazing fast 35-minute download, the track is also available. Nice! These times. Oh, so many photos. Let's listen.
life, love shall be. Me for you, and you for me. Someday will come, though, that this tree will be the last of what was we. With passing years, all paths diverge, rivers rambling onward surge. One source behind old memories, but find their ways to different seas. Someday these times will all be over. All be over.
Ooh, the harmonies, okay.
Dries on the morning clover. Morning clover. So take my hand beneath the tree and carve your name with me. These times are ours for free.
I'm just awkwardly sitting here, but I don't know what else to do. I want you to hear the song, right?
These stories older, dwell on warmth, ignore the colder. Probably yearn for what could be, rose tinted by youth's memory.
Okay, that's kind of a bar.
So act as though these times ain't fleeting. Love still flows, our hearts heart beating. For now, ignore fate's destiny. Two roads that cross once at this tree. Someday these times will all be over. All be over.
It's so sad that one guy ruined like two families, like happiness, band, like their income, just because he wanted to cheat.
So take
How rude.
my hand beneath the tree and carve your name with me. These
Okay,
times are
that's just gonna repeat, so... Oh no, go back to the game. That's gonna repeat. But we also, I guess, I realized I never went back and listened to this whole song. And I guess if you want to listen to it, we should do that.
We're rolling, rolling, rolling.
I never listened to this whole thing. I don't know how to like just stare at you guys.
Saturday night and you're quite a sight.
The world might be burning, but
We don't know what to do. We're gonna listen to it though.
we can't afford gas, so we skate in the streets.
Guys all rush to say that I'm pretty.
Ladies blush and find me so witty. They're out of luck tonight, what a pity. We're rolling, rolling, rolling on down to the city.
Because this song was about like his like calling out for politicians about them like not talking like the economic implication, not like making a comment on all that stuff. So this makes sense for this line down here later on. What's that? Inflation is rising. There we go. And then this down here. Amen.
Overseas, but we'd rather skate.
Guys all rush to say that I'm pretty.
Ladies blush and find me so witty.
Oh wait.
Out of luck tonight, what a pity. We're rolling, rolling, rolling on down to the city.
This was really riveting gameplay, huh?
Politicians at large are hopeless.
The bankers in charge are all clowns.
Yeah.
Parties so better than protests.
So signs up while we boogie down, 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 down.
Guys all rush to say that I'm pretty.
Sorry we canceled the last chorus. The last verse, I accidentally switched the song. Oopsies! Or I went out of the game and it switched the song. Haha, so we'll just go look at this. Okay. These Times is an old single from folk group C and J and D. Right. You have scanned the album as well as the recording of the title track thanks to a collector of Jim and Root Tree memorabilia. The website also listed the song's credits as music and lyrics by Clark Rafferty and Jim Roottrees, backup vocals by The Rose. On it is a sticker that says folk style songwriting catchy MMM magazine. Right, we already have that. Modern Music Monthly. The lyrics of the song contain no clues. So these are all of those guys. Jim and Diamond and Clark and Jane, right? Are those people in that photo? Clark. I don't know. Which one is Clark? How am I supposed to know? How am I supposed to know? He had a mustache. And then, did I not take a picture? Oh, the girls are over here. Jane is one of them. Is she blonde? How am I supposed to know which one's which? Where's Diamond? Diamond is blonde. So meaning she's probably this one. And then Jane is the other one. Where did they go? Jane, where are you? Boom. And then this guy. If not, we'll switch them around because, like, bro, I can't freaking see who those dudes are. I can't see that. But I mean, maybe they're facing towards the one that they're together with. So maybe this is James and this is the other one because they're like facing towards their girl. Maybe? Girl, I don't know. So this is going to be that guy with the red eye for some reason. I don't know why his eye's so red. And then the other guy is this one. They both kind of have red eyes. I don't know. Does he look similar to anybody? He has facial hair. The other guy doesn't. But he has facial hair. But that's also good. Anybody could have facial hair. Oh my gosh. Well, you can switch the main photo of them. Oh my gosh, that's cool. I didn't know that. You want to look like not like dumb? Sorry. If you're balding, you're not dumb. I'm sorry. I don't know why I said that. That's so mean. But he's a cheater, so he can get made fun of. Right? There's so many clues. So many hints. This one still has 5 clues. Well, yeah, I guess there's still a lot of photos to lock in about those guys and probably the kids and everything too. You know what I just realized? We're talking about Clancy Edward is the one who kind of made the Clance Trust and made it so like hardcore, like no one can get into it, no one like can get out of it, whatever. That's also the one that's rumored to have the twisted brother. I think that's interesting because he's the one that has the twin. I think. We'll find out. So I've already looked up Elias Roottree about the photos that's already been added to my... I've read all this, but I just realized there's a quotes from Elias from a book called Family Man, The Roottree Legacy by Bess Williams. And I never looked that book up. I never looked that book up in the library. Oops. That probably has some stuff in it. Also, these dang saxophones are just so loud. An old book about Elias Roottree. There is no downloadable version available because the book is impossible to find these days. Bro! Dang. Okay, so that was a dead end. They got me excited. But also, I don't know how you can be a family man when allegedly you kick out your, one of your kids for some reason, but probably because he's gay. I don't know how you can call yourself a family man, because of that, but, you know, whatever. Okay, so I looked through everything, and that's all that I found when looking through everything that I have so far. All the names and all the periodicals and all that jazz. Although, okay, so looking at Margaret Roottree, we know that Gwen's father's husband, Gwen's mother's husband, like her dad, Gwen's dad took the Roottree last name, and the only boy that we have left that isn't a Roottree on this list, I believe, is Linus Cornwall. So we're gonna put him there. We also, like, there's so many more, there's not a lot of options left that we have for what their partners could be, which is interesting. We're kind of whittling people down. But we know that, so this is November, and this is Tessa, or whichever way it may be. November and Tessa are there. I still don't know. I haven't found anything about what she has done. So I think maybe I'm going to try the theory of, like, if I haven't found anything through all of my research, I'm just going to put them as a housewife for now, because I haven't found out anything else that they could have been doing. Except for her. She had a green thumb, so she's probably a farmer. But I just want to... I want to double check. We heard something at least about her. Oh, and also this, when Lauren had the anger entry, where she's like, there's another girl that like claimed that my pop was her father, and I didn't know who she was. She had a dirty dress. That's Samantha, right? Yes, because yes, Samantha was raised by her father. Anyway, that's cool. Yeah, Gwyneth had the green thumb of her mother, who is her, yeah, and her adoptive. So I think she's also a farmer. Okay. Oh, we need 4 to lock in. So we haven't yet done everything yet, but we need to figure out what these guys did. I don't know anything about them yet, and their relatives. This is a baby, or who their spouses are. Well, who do you think they gave birth to? I don't know. But I'm thinking this guy, that looks like a mechanic. He got his little label on. He's definitely the car mechanic, and his daughter is Tessa. Nice. Okay. They said he could use process of elimination. The game gave me permission. Okay, who we locked? Elias? Yep. Gwen? Yep. Housewife. Okay, cool. Because I hadn't heard anything about them. Linus Cornwall, I was right about that. Helen Lennon. That photo. That's about all of them. Yes. They were facing their partners. That's what I was hoping. Okay. Booyah. So then that means this is Tessa, who is also a mechanic. Bang. And then now we have to figure out their like spouses. But oh yeah, right. Wilkins, Catherine Wilkins. So that narrows it down. How many girls outside? Edith Jacobson, Laura Carlson, Joan Monroe, April Quatrick. And all the Roottrees are here. Nicole Smith. There's only so many more. Like these all figure out their spouses. So this is November then. No. November. And was she a dancer? Because there was like there was November Studios, but they said not to read into it. Like you couldn't find anything about it anywhere. I don't know. I'm going to mark her as a dancer and move on with my life, because maybe the reason why you can't find anything about her really in the Butler County Times is because the family's racist, right? Because this whole family is racist and homophobic. So yeah, we kick them out of town. Bonnie, now we can put in her bonus photo though. So that's really nice. Look at that. We have a lot of the photos handled. We need your children. How do I find your pictures of your kids? And how do I find out who these people are? Who are you guys? But as I'm getting into a lot of these, I'm realizing there's a lot more involved. There's going to be a lot of things we're going to find out, and there's a lot more things to search up than I thought there were. But yeah, we're really getting down to the wire. I don't know. We're probably going to start going fast once we start to lock all these people in. We're probably going to start going fast. So we're getting pretty close to the end, I think. We're starting to figure out a lot of new juicy information, so I'm really excited. So let's just get right back into it. Oh my gosh, I was looking back at this. There's a magazine called Teen Blast. I did not see that before. Is that there's a new periodical. Oh no, Teen Blast is a magazine aimed at teenage girls. Their website has a news section that offers condolences for the loss of the Roottrees sisters. Their fashion line was often covered by our magazine, and Raina Roottree first appeared on the cover on her 16th birthday. So if I look up the Roottrees sisters or something, that's probably another photo of her. Raina was on the cover of Teen Blast when she was 16 and did an interview. You add the cover and article to your evidence. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, Raina! I found you! Oh my goodness, finally. Where are you? There you are. I finally found that bonus photo. I want to find everything, because I think it's fun. 3 clues, though. There's an article about Raina Roottree from 1994. This issue also mentions TMS and brother trouble. In an interview, Raina talks about her inspirations. One important thing I learned from an early age is that dreams are not outside of our grasp. My grandpa was a college professor who taught lectures about history. He always told me that history was full of people from famous families who wasted their fame and fortune by taking it for granted. Instead, he told me I should go out and use my name to accomplish something. I think he may have practiced that lecture a lot because I have other people in the family that have also made the Roottree name famous for things beside candy. His older sister even wrote a book that some of my friends tell me they had to read in school. I took his advice and now I work with my mom designing clothing. I help decide what colors and patterns I want to model, then she designs the clothes with a team of amazing men and women. Although my grandpa passed away earlier this year, Grandma Laura tells me that he was really proud of what we managed to accomplish. Brother Trouble, New Gossip, also How to Know What If He's Interested, Raina, the Sweet 16, Teen Blast, TMS, What He's Up To. Right, okay. What are the 3 hints for that, though? Because I have her. That's 1, and I've already found out most of them. I don't know. I guess these... I also don't know if these are in the right order still. I still have to figure these guys out. But that is really helpful. What if I look up Riley? No, there's nothing really special about them. Rose? No. Carly? What about Brenda? No, but that... I can't believe I missed that periodical, but it doesn't look like it was that. I think it was just for... really just for this photo. Interesting. But I also wrote down in my notes here that I looked up The Sweet History of Candy, Volume 1 by Charles Lee. I wonder if there's more than 1 volume. Let me look it up. Because it said there's 1 volume. So I want to see if there's... like, they did that on purpose. Let me see if there's a second one. This is a part of a book series about all things candy and the... oh, wait, no, maybe Volume 1. Sorry. Hold on. Nice! Okay, because I already have Volume 2, but I have Volume 1 now. This is a book about all things candy throughout history. It starts with historical accounts dating back to the ancient Egyptians and chronicles candy through the year 1924. It includes some print advertisements from companies you've heard of, including an extremely early newspaper ad for 5 pieces that Charles Lee included due to a major misprint added to evidence. Oh, so this is how you get... if you're smart enough... ah! CE! Available from the fine stockist through Pennsylvania, 5 magical flavors in every box. CE is for cinnamon extract. You found this advertisement in The Sweet History from Candy, Volume 1 by Charles Lee. It's from 1924, 2 years after the debut of 5 pieces. The author included it because of the spelling error on the word available near the bottom. It states that the flavors are inspired by their children and their order is grape, elderberry, egg cream, cinnamon extract, and melon. Egg cream. Grape, elderberry. M is for melon. Yeah, there's not a second M yet. Oh, interesting. M for Miracleberry. Right, there was another twin. There was CE. Oh, or EC. It was his twin brother. There was an Edward Clancy and Clancy Edward. Oh, we're cracking the freaking case, guys. Yeah, so he had a twin brother, and they rewrote him out of history. So he didn't raise... wait. Did he raise her, or did his twin? Because... wait, she said that her father had a kid run up. Right. Samantha ran up to him thinking that was her dad because they're twins, which is why she was like, "Hey, that's my dad, not your dad." Interesting. Is there like more than? I wonder if there's more. No, but that's fun. Oh my gosh, I'm really glad that worked out because I have a lot of notes on my phone that I didn't. I guess I wrote down when I was editing that I didn't write down in here. Interesting. Okay. So I'm going to Jim Roottrees, and it looks like there's 2 other albums called this. Cherry Tree is a pretty general search term. Perhaps unsurprisingly, you find a lot of results for Foliage by Jim and Diamond. No, okay, maybe Cherry Tree. We'll put it in the, I don't know. We'll go to the periodical because maybe that's something in Cherry Tree. I don't know, before the album kind of just came up by Jim and Diamond, maybe I don't need the buy. Yes, an album by Jim and Diamond released in 1995. It wasn't professionally reviewed. The diehard fans of Jim and Diamond online say it was a return to form. The CD was apparently so hard to find in stores that some fans have resorted to selling cassette bootlegs of it. There's a music commerce website that claims to sell the album, but it's sold out that moment. It's sold out at the moment. You do find a short sample of one of the songs called Sun. You add it to your evidence. Sun, they had a son. Where do we know that? Wait, do we?
There blazed a spark of light that ever brightly shone.
Aww.
From her starting days, imparting wisdom to conquer life unknown. Though someday she'd we depart in part, I'd never be alone. In my heart I'll always be the son of.
Son of. Wait, did they have a son though? We could look up how many root trees are left. There's Christina root tree, there's a Robert and a Ronald and a Wolf. They have Candy, so I bet you anything this is Robert and Ronald, and she kept like the RR theme. Does that mean they have something to do with the RRs? But they're kind of ostracized. They're not part of the family really. That like they're off and doing their own thing. And there's a Christina. Is this a girl? Do you think? I don't know. It's a baby. How can you tell? Maybe we'll look up the Laugh Lounge. The Laugh Lounge Comedy Club hosts several fundraisers throughout the year, but most of them famous ones seem to be Joke-O-Lantern. But the most famous one seems to be Joke-O-Lantern, which happens every Halloween. Comics and patrons are encouraged to wear costumes, and it seems the person with the best costume wins a voucher, which can be redeemed for 5 pounds of buffalo wings. There's a 2-drink minimum and a zero-tolerance policy for heckling. Every year we tell people not to heckle the comics, and every year someone ends up getting kicked out. Don't do it. That doesn't help me find out who you are. Because I don't know if that's a girl or a boy. Okay, I also have on my notes to look up the Romance in Court series by Lauren Roottrees. Is it Romance in Court? A romance novel by Lauren Roottrees, the About the Author blurb mentions she has the inspiration for one of her brother Clancy's lectures on the Middle Ages. Okay, so that doesn't have anything to do with it. Okay, when I look up Diamond LaRoe, there is something about considered to be the band's leaders. The band never had another hit, but it had its fans who referred to themselves as the Diamonds Dazzlers. Maybe we look up that. Yes, Wolf. Diamonds Dazzlers is the name of the official fan club for Jim and Diamond. You find a forum post called Cool Things You Got in the Mail on a random forum about video games. One reply mentions that Jim and Diamond still send out Christmas cards every year to Diamonds Dazzlers, like their fan club. It's accompanied by some pictures as well as some history about the fan club. Apparently, even though it is no longer available to join, Jim and Diamond still honor it themselves personally. There's a fierce debate in the subsequent post about whether that's cool or pathetic. Amongst the pictures of the Christmas cards from over the years, only one is relevant. The card from 1996 included pictures of Jim and Diamond's young son, Wolf, as well as notes about his daughter's band, the Fluzzes. Okay, we'll look that up too. The picture has now been added to your evidence. Nice, okay. So I figured I had to go back into them. I've spent a lot of time off camera looking up random stuff and like combing through evidence because I didn't write these down as diligently in the beginning because I knew we had to find their kids. All right, so we have, nice. Merry Christmas. We found a picture of a Christmas card from Jim and Diamond to their fan club in 1996, 2 years ago. The description said it included a picture of his son Wolf listening to his parents' latest music. I said a while ago that it's probably Wolf because that's just something that, you know, they would name freaking son. Wolf for sure. K through 12. Not enough yet. Who are you? Who are you? Let's look up their daughter. Their daughter had. Yes. Found all evidence and the Roottrees are dead. Oh my gosh. Their daughter. It said she was in a band. The Fluzzes are an all-female punk band operating out of New York City. They're mentioned in passing in an online review from earlier this year. Apparently they were the opening act for the band the reviewer actually came to see. The reviewer writes that she normally doesn't review the opening act, but this one was unusual, and not because of the music, which she described as loud, fast, and repetitive, but not in a good way. Oh no. The trio was extremely cagey about their identities. The reviewer asked the venue who they were, and she was told they were rumored to be the children of other famous musicians and didn't want that to be why they became popular. The reviewer also mentioned that for an underground and an unknown band with absolutely no following, their equipment was all extremely expensive, and not only were they selling CDs, but they only cost $1. They probably were losing a fortune. Well, yeah, they don't need money. The reviewer said although she bought a copy, she would have been unlikely to ever listen to any of it except maybe Beef Baby. The 7th track, I don't want to listen to that. There is no picture of the Fluzzes performing live, but the cover from the CD they were selling, Conquista Pure, has been added to your evidence. Let's just see. Okay. The Beef Baby is a song with the Fluzzes. You can't actually find anything else about it anywhere, but with a name like that, it's hard not to speculate on the subject matter, is it? Could it be a euphemism or about a newborn cow? Perhaps the Fluzzes are holding a grudge against a toddler. It certainly piques your curiosity, if only you had the time or resources to look into it farther. But it could be in the periodicals. Nope. Okay, but what about the Conquistadore? They're an all-female punk... Oh, okay, that has nothing to do with anything. But it could be in here. Oh. Nope, let's look at the photo though. Oh, yay. Okay, and not a song. A CD from the band called The Fuzzes that is only available for live shows. The credits on the cover say Candy, Nikki, and Nina. Okay, Candy, look at her. She's a musician. Candy is a musician. Yay! Oh my gosh! Let's go! Can't believe I haven't found those before. I just missed some things. But I locked in everyone in the Free Spirits photograph. Nice! Oh, because of November. Although, the other stuff I was finding out was much more interesting than these like rich wannabe pop stars. You know what I mean? Like that was much... Those were much more intriguing. But how do I figure out the order of you guys? Nikki, there's one more here. Who are you? Christina, Robert, or Ronald? Oh wait, okay, now we know that these two are boys, so this has to be... Oh, hello? Oh, sorry. This has to be the only girl left, Christina. So this is Robert and Ronald, but we have to figure out their order. And then we have... I mean, we have a bunch of like the spouses, and there was... Edith Jacobson was mentioned in tandem to like she was trying to sneak in to their church or whatever, so I'm assuming maybe she gets married to one of the miracles, and I'm assuming it's probably this guy because Helen had to be like, hey girl, get out of here. So I'm assuming it's this one. I'm gonna put her there because we know she's not a part of the family, right? Or part of the Roottrees, like by blood. Then there's all of these that are all like spouses, but we don't... I want to know who they pair up with, but it's not as critical. I have to figure them out really bad. I need to figure out what they did. These guys, how do I figure out what order they're in? Because he's graduating. He's taller than her, but that doesn't really much matter, does it? He graduated 2 years ago from probably high school. So he's probably a college student. But I don't know if she's older than him or younger than him. I don't really know how to find that out. But we've got all the bonus photos locked in over here. He's got to figure those guys out, and then I think we got it. Okay, looking at the photo of Gwen and her 2 boys, his shows film school. So this one was a film guy. What do you think that is? Director? Probably. What do you think he did? Probably something in the arts too. Any hints here? But how do I know which one is which? I don't know how to know which one is which. Oh, wait. Did I never look up Gwen Roottrie and the Starlet? How did I never look her up? Because Gwen... Wait. I think I like glazed over this and didn't fully read it. Gwen Roottrie was often in Starlet. Most mentions are around the time of her divorce in 1958 from Wild Bill Williams. The gossip is speculative and full of tabloid stereotypes. Some of it focuses on the fact that when she announced her divorce, she also announced she was pregnant again. Others mention that the rumor is Wild Bill had multiple affairs which left her heartbroken. There's also an interview from earlier in mid-1957 where she asks about her last name. She answered, "The power of a name is undeniable. My grandfather constantly preached the importance of family names and honoring them. My father decided to bless me with a famous name. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall, her dad's name. Oh my gosh. But Roottrie has power. My husband similarly goes by Wild Bill. It's an infamous name he repurposed for himself because he didn't have the benefit of being born with a famous one. But Wild combined with the alliteration Williams is incredibly memorable. Although we relocated to Paris, I know your readers love to keep up with my husband, so consider this a Starlet exclusive about both of us. Wild Bill and I have a child on the way, and we're sticking with Roottrie for the last name, not Williams, but we plan to lean into alliteration. That's how we'll honor both our family names for the next generation. Alliteration. Like RR. Okay, right. Yeah. I figured that out. Robert and Ronald, but which order? I don't know. I guess the only thing I can think of doing is the periodical we just got. We might have to start searching things up in there. Because maybe they're in there, or there's something new we can discover. I don't know. I'm gonna go look up all the things that I know are relevant to Teen Blast. Okay. Does this help? Ron married Penelope. Oh, okay. Tommy Mark Sheridan appeared on the cover of Teen Blast a record 38 times, including 3 back-to-back months during the height of Brother Trouble. And the issues he wasn't on the cover, he was still mentioned quite often. You read every word of every article, and besides the fact that he was married to Raina, only one thing seems relevant. The gossip section from 1996, about 8 months before their marriage, is called "Is TMS Dating a Roottree?" It says, at a recent autograph signing, TMS told a Teen Blast reporter that he met a girl at a party in Malibu. Apparently, the cast of Brother Trouble gets together at Penelope's house once a year, and this time TMS found love. The mega hottie had this to say: "She's incredible. She came to the party to meet me specifically, and I'm glad she did. She said she had a crush on me when she was younger. I told her I have a crush on her from her posters now." When our Teen Blast reporter asked who the lucky girl was, TMS refused to spill, but we did some digging. One of the creators of Brother Trouble, Ronald, married Penelope, who played TMS's mom on the show, and get this, Ron is a distant relative of the Roottrees sisters. Oh, I forgot about that. So Ronald, yes, I forgot. Ronald is the one who was the director here. And then he's Robert, because he was the director. So that's how we know, because here. This guy is film school, so he became a director, directed this whole thing, and then, yeah, he's something else. And they had 2 kids. Nice. Distant relative of the Roottrees sisters. That's why this clue still had 3 left, right? Because there's still more to look into with Brother Trouble. What if you look up TMS in here? Does it show up the same thing? Yeah, pretty much. Wow. Okay, what else can we find out from this? Maybe if we look up like Rob Roottree, or maybe like like their abbreviated names. Maybe that'll help. This guy's over here. Ron and Rob. Maybe we look up Ron and Rob. Rob didn't help us, obviously, but maybe Ron will. Ron is a small screen director and the head of RR Productions. He directed episodes of a few other shows before showrunning and created a 1-season hit, Brother Trouble. The show was canceled partway through season 2. Okay, maybe RR Productions? RR. Roottrees vs. RR. Defunct production company responsible for Brother Trouble. You find a comment on an Usnet board stating that Brother Trouble ended up being an ironic name considering the rumors about RR Productions, Ron, and Robbie. I was close. Robbie Roottree. There's not much relevant information about Robbie Roottree, and in a comment thread on the message board about television cliches, you find a thread called "Why Was Brother Trouble Cancelled?" One user speculates, "I think it's because the writing went really downhill in season 2. They actually had an episode where Roxy was addicted to sniffing markers." Right. Another person replied, "Maybe it's due to the rumor about Robbie Roottree in Silver Screen magazine. There's a link to some kind of article, but it appears to be dead." Periodicals. No, I don't know. Maybe though. Hold on. What was it? Silver Screen something? Where is that at? Silver Screen magazine. Oh, wow. That's not spelled correctly. Yeah. Oh, that's a periodical, right? Oh no. Combine it. Oh my gosh. Silver Screen magazine was a Hollywood Insiders magazine focusing less on actors and actresses and more about the nitty-gritty of writing, directing, costuming, set design, film production, and other elements of filmmaking. It ran from 1983 to 1993. It was bought by a bigger, more recognizable magazine. Oh my gosh, sorry, I'm freaking out. A few years ago, and the website now redirects to the new magazine. The new magazine doesn't appear to have any relevance to your case. Then why is it in here? The Small Rumors article from 1992 that claims that self-taught television screenwriter, he's a screenwriter. Yay! Okay, I'll read that in a second. Sorry. Yes! I'm so close to the end. 5 more. Yes, okay, so he was right. He's a oh, okay. Right, so he's older. So that means she's younger than him, and they're at high school graduation, so she's probably a student in high school. Boom. Still have them to do, but we got a lot of people narrowed down. Nice, let's read what we had there. Robbie was allegedly tried and convicted under the name Robert in French court of law. It seems he, again allegedly embezzled from the company RR Productions to fuel a gambling habit that left him hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt. This is RR. So his brother, they're talking about the Roottrees RR, who RR tried to push somebody out of the family tree because 1, he was born out of wedlock, and 2, he committed a crime against another family member. So this guy tried to kick his brother out because 1, he was born after they were divorced. And so he was born out of wedlock, 1, and 2, he stole from his brother, the director. So he tried to kick him out of the clan's trust. Wow. Okay. He embezzled from to fuel a gambling habit, left him hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. He then fled to Paris, where he grew up, and then Silver Screen continues to insist this is all very much alleged. Allegedly, it assaulted an author who came to question him. The article's author says they were unable to get a statement from French authorities, but received information from an anonymous source and were able to confirm through public records that there was a trial involving a Robert Rootree around the time that Brother Trouble was canceled. Nice! Oh my goodness. Okay, sick. Oh, we still have their wives to do. And these guys. I don't know what those guys did. How do I not figure that out yet? Let's just go through. We have all the evidence. Let's see if there's anything on any of these pages. Oh, I just realized how we're supposed to figure out that November is his kid too, because it said that one of her brothers brought home somebody who they'd have been illegal to marry, meaning like someone who's a person of color, which is why November is black, because her mom black as well. So that helps. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. Edward is set to take over his department as a lawyer, but I don't know what order they're in, but he's a lawyer because he's taking over his department. It's also said my brothers all seem to pursue passive knowledge. Passive knowledge. Like, okay, so lawyer. And then this guy looks like the littlest one. He's the youngest for sure. That one's Edward. Hold on. Let me swap them. That guy looks the littlest, but I don't know about these guys. Who looks older? That guy looks older. Oops, sorry. That guy's a lawyer. Passive knowledge. Maybe a doctor or another. There could also be a lawyer. It could be a professor, maybe. Or I don't know. Although my grandpa passed away earlier this year, Grandma Laura tells me he was really proud of what we managed to accomplish. So her grandma's name was Laura. I'm just going through everything. I'm kind of all over the place. I'm trying to figure out what these guys did, but I'm slowly figuring it out. There's slowly little pieces of information that you you figure out because there's only so many pieces. Look how much evidence we've gotten away with, gotten rid of. See, there's still something there. I don't know. I'm gonna go back and look some stuff up in the new periodicals we just got. Oh, here, one thing. This is Raina talking about her grandfather. My grandfather was a college professor who taught me lectures about history. How did I miss that? It's because I'm just I'm so frantic right now. I'm just so excited. Professor, boom, you are what? What did you do? But I'm getting you, Laura. And then what are the rest? April, Joan, Elias C. Oh, I never put his name back. Nicole, April, and Joan. You, Nicole, April, and Joan. What about, who are you guys? Okay, this also says that Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers. So that means I was right about Eli C. being James's dad, which is good. I'm gonna look this up one more time just to see if this pops up anywhere, because I think that's his twin brother who they're keeping secret. Oh, how do I find out what you did, sir? What did you do for a living? Oh, here, if you look up Jim Roottree in Modern Music Monthly, because Jim is Eli C's son. Here he talks about how one of the benefits from his family That's also how my father was connected to the Root Tree. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the wall over the record player, but I was never interested. He was an advertisement. Yes! Oh my gosh, why is it zoomed in right now? Ugh. It's okay. We got the last 4 though. It won't zoom out, so I'm just gonna be all zoomed in. Cool! Okay. Locked everyone. Oh my gosh. Oh no.
To my genealogy genie. If you're reading this, it means you've locked in 49 blood relatives.
Nice!
Congratulations. I knew you could do it. There are 2 more entries on the family tree I'd like you to consider.
Okay.
These last 2 are optional. You can summon me whenever you wish. However, this will end your search and reveal the truth. So make sure you're ready.
Okay. Who is EC? Oh, I know. Hold on. Oh, you have to find his photo. Yeah, I know he was Clancy Roottree, the twisted brother, and then his spouse was John? I don't remember what his last name was. Let me try to find. It's in somewhere in here. Yeah, Sam was working alongside the farmhands EC and John. But I don't know his last name. And also we have to find a photo of him. Like, I mean, he's like, oh, adopted. See, yeah, they adopted her. That's why it's connected like that. What about this stuff? I think that's what they consider born, like, out of wedlock. Or not this part, this part. Okay, but what about their, like, how do I lock in? How do I ever lock these in now? You know what I mean? How do I ever lock those in? I don't know. I know they're girls probably, but I don't know how to lock those in. Okay, oh, so I have to, oh, does he have a last name? I wonder if there will still be hints in here that'll pop up. I feel like that'd be too easy for you to find where they are. I mean, we're probably going to the diary to figure out more about, like, these are probably where we're gonna figure out, like, what John's last name is. But how do we find a photo? We have all the evidence. Oh my gosh, there's a person back there. That's him. Oh, I literally just looked. I was like, oh, there's people. The farmhand. That's him. Oh my gosh. Now we gotta find out. Okay, now we just. Oh my gosh. Edward Clancy, right? Clancy Edward Roottree Elias. And he has this. Oh my gosh. Edward Clancy Roottree, farmhand. Now we have to figure out John, what his last name was. Oh my gosh. Let's read. Oh my gosh. Here. Pop warned us to stay away from the farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as a confirmed bachelor, and I suspect that's why he kept us from there too. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. John Miller. That photo was hiding there the entire time, and I didn't even know. John Miller. Farmhand. I think this is right. John, the farmhand, with Mr. Miller. Edward Clancy Roottree. Oh, with a T, sorry. Oopsies. Right? Is that how you spell their name? R-O-O-T-T-R-E-E, farmhand, and that's his photo. Whoa! I was just looking in the, like, for photos that had another face, so I had all the evidence. And then I was like, oh my god, there's a guy back there. Because he's part of the 5 pieces. They, like, ostracized him. Because he's gay! Ugh! Bro, that's messed up. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, do you have to, wait, should I put it in the way they are, like Roottree, comma, Edward, Clancy, like everybody else is? Because like oh, maybe that, yeah. Miller John, and then Edward Clancy Roottree, farmhand. Wow, I'm glad I was piecing this together as I went. Because, yeah. Am I right? I don't want to be wrong if I click on it. But I think this is right. Okay, I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna lock in. Confirm. Finish the Roottrees Are Dead, but first... So I didn't get the last 3 names. I'm so sorry. I didn't get the last 3. It's okay. It's okay. Hey, girl.
So, you thought EC was Edward Clancy Roottree? And his partner was John Miller?
Yeah.
That's exactly what I needed to hear. I'm Sam Madsen, though you know me as Samantha Roottree.
Oh.
Yep, I got old. The only picture
You
you have
do
of me is
look
from
like her.
40 years ago.
True. Oh my
book
gosh.
tells the truth about Elias, the
Oh.
5 pieces, and my
I
parents.
should have known. I should have known.
Not my
Wow.
biological parents, Elias Jr. and Patsy.
Right, your real parents.
My father. By
Oh,
now,
I didn't mean to
you've
click.
either
Shoot.
read Lauren's diaries,
Yeah.
or you're just an incredible guesser.
I read her diaries, girl. I clocked
Lauren
it
was right.
immediately.
I hated the 5 pieces.
Oh.
She just didn't know my full reasoning.
She has a hatred for the 5 pieces and Elias Gwyneth. Well, obviously.
My father, Edward Clancy, was a great man. But his identical twin Clancy and his father, Elias, were not.
Yeah, they kicked him out of the family.
At age 16, my father was caught kissing a farmhand.
Yep.
Back then, they wouldn't even acknowledge gay people existed. Having one in the family was unthinkable.
Jeez, I hate these people.
The same year, I was born. A bastard granddaughter. 2
Mm,
stains on
wow.
Elias's perfect family. He decided to fix both.
In the same way, sending her to them.
They tried
Wow.
to erase Edward Clancy.
Yeah.
They even removed his 5 pieces flavor. His name was deemed a dirty word. He became EC.
Man. Samantha was sent to the Roottrees. Eliza hid her away with a local farm hand named EC. Wow.
We were sent
And they
to the
sent her
farm,
mom off
and the
too.
5 pieces did their best to keep the next generation away, to isolate me from family.
Fuck
But
them. My
Elias couldn't
God.
erase us from existence. Laura never realized I was
Yes.
the little girl from her diary.
Yes, yes, yes. Because you thought her dad was your dad.
Who could blame me for being so
Yep.
confused that day? Her father was an exact copy of mine,
Right.
except without the beard.
Right.
And while the 5 pieces celebrated
is
a new
cool.
factory, farmhands did the real work. It's a fluke there's a picture of my father at all. But there he is in the background.
Oh my
The
gosh.
6th 5-piece.
Wild.
Patsy returned, and things got complicated for Elias.
What if I didn't find
She
this?
fought for my freedom, from a life she deemed unworthy.
Yeah, sent to live in position with your brother's twisted twin, an outcast, forced to live a life of labor under a wicked relative.
Elias relented,
Wow.
so long as I never learned the truth or receive inheritance. They knew I'd help my father.
Oh, that's why? Y'all suck. Oh my gosh.
At Elias's will reading, I learned part of the truth. The rest I learned at home. I began to hate the 5 pieces.
You found out when he died?
My
Oof,
father made
I
me
forgot
stay
about
silent.
that part.
He was worried history would repeat, and that his grandchildren would become outcasts.
Oh.
His fears weren't unfounded. As you know, my son Ernie died a few years ago.
Yeah, girl, I'm
He
sorry.
had trained to take over as president. But due to family politics, or perhaps hubris, it went to Guy. A real Roottree. He nearly ruined the company.
True. He was the one that made a bunch of different candies and did a bunch of stuff. I love that you're seeing the evidence play. I wonder if you didn't find this evidence, would it pop up or not? But you can read the evidence that we're supposed to lead you to this conclusion. That's fun.
When Ernie took over, he saved the operation. Over 13 years, he made the family billions.
Wow. Maple crisps. And by spearheading the formation of Root, that Root period, that one was,
Ernie
yeah, that's the kid's
earned
model for
about
that.
$36.
Oh, right. Because of the freaking salary was supposed to just make sure it stayed in the family.
They got by on Debbie's salary, but when he fell ill, he couldn't pay his medical bills. His death was my tipping point.
Oh, right. If she didn't get any inheritance, neither did her children. Which meant they didn't get any of the profits from the company. Ew! And they still made him become president and not get any money from it? Ew, and and then they couldn't pay his medical bills because she was illegitimate, so they didn't save his life, even though he was president of their company, and then Carl got it? Ugh. I also kind of love how Carl Roottree is like the reason why you start this thing. Carl Roottree and his wife and their kids all died. And then they're like barely in the story. Like they're barely like relevant. Like there's so much more drama and tea about the rest of the family, which is so cool.
Originally, my book was meant to expose Elias's hypocrisy. Until I started to look into the other dirty
Robert,
laundry.
gambling habit.
Ron tried to have Robbie removed from the trust, but couldn't. Robbie was a blood relative, even out of wedlock.
True. Yep. Ah, yes.
That sounded familiar.
So are you.
The
That doesn't make any
trust
sense.
that Elias established was designed to secure his family's future.
Yeah. Essentially impossible to get around. Yeah, so everyone could get it.
His entire family's future.
Yeah,
He
you're a
couldn't
direct
write
descendant, girl.
exceptions in without the whole thing falling apart.
Ooh, get revenge, girl.
My book can definitively prove that Elias was not the paragon of virtue he's heralded as.
So you have a bunch of secret kids? Oh my gosh.
And that my daughter and granddaughters are just as much family.
Yes.
At least in the eyes of the trust as anyone else.
Yep. So is your
The
dad.
Rancid Trust will secure their future. They
Yes.
can decide what to do with their shares. But I'm old, and I'm not in it for the money.
Let's go. That's so
The
fun.
truth has been eating away at me for years. But now, I can set the record straight.
You're welcome.
Thanks to you.
I thought she had malicious intent, but she didn't. I mean, she did have malicious intent, but for good reason.
As someone who enjoys searching for the truth, you might understand the power it has.
Yeah. This is a fun
Whitewashing the
game.
past to protect the status quo can lead to repercussions in the present.
Okay. Good. Okay,
So
I like this game a lot.
You knocked it out of the park. With your expert work, the truth will
Oh
come
my
to
gosh,
light.
I kind of feel like crying that it's over. It's just such a fun game.
And when it does, my share of the Clancid Trust is yours. Like I said at the beginning, set for life.
Oh my gosh, you did say that. I forgot about that. Oh, ...
Looking at the family tree on your wall, now with my father's, everything finally feels complete.
Oh, after all of them.
Unless
Let's
a whole
go.
lot more root trees somehow appear from thin air. This is the last time I'll come knocking.
Well, the Root Tree Mania exists, so we'll
Thanks
see what
again.
that's about.
So long.
I wonder if that's a whole new mystery, or if it also has to do with what we've been doing this whole time. On down to the city. Thanks to your hard work, Sam Madsen's book was published, exposing all of them. It received mixed reviews. Why? I mean, I knew it would, but life went on and a new president took over the company. The Roottrees family faded from the news cycle. Yes. And then everything changed. Roottrees Mania. There's another mystery to solve. All of them had illegitimate children. Roottrees Mania is now unlocked as a new game. Let's go. I'm a secret Roottree. Me too, girl. I'm gonna look. Oh wait, is this? Oh wait, no. It's a new game. Sorry, I should go back out. Because this is just before. Oh, bummer we can't like go back in and fill these in. What if maybe I can click here and say oh look, now they're locked in. I wonder if I could go in and like lock these guys in. But I don't remember anything about them. Let's go out to, let's go see if we can start Roottrees Mania. I just want to see what, find out what happens to the infamous family in a whole new mystery, what this is. Roottrees Mania will spoil unlocked content. Make sure you've tied up any loose ends before starting. Yeah, okay. I'm fine, because I haven't, Oh, you have to do, okay. Are you sure we're gonna override no, sorry. We'll do the other one. We just have the wives that I haven't locked in. So we got all the main relatives though. Oh, it's on the same board. Hello, who are you?
Hi, I'm Clark.
Clark Rafferty.
Probably not who you expected to be knocking, but life's funny sometimes.
Okay.
You've done well staying anonymous. It took us a while to track you down.
Sir, I feel threatened. Please get away from me.
A lot has happened in the last year.
You're a cheater, aren't
Far too
you?
much of it public. But there's stuff going on behind the scenes, too.
I like the idea that I kept the little family tree up.
I never wanted to be president.
Oh,
I'm not great with stress. With my mother's deteriorating
condition?
I'm sorry, I'm rambling.
That's fine.
I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here because part of the fallout of Sam's book is that everyone's coming out of the woodwork.
Yeah, I'm sure they are.
Now that it's public knowledge, the Clancy Trust covers any root tree despite their history with us. A lot of potential cousins have surfaced.
Oh no, that's what this
You may have
is.
seen that man
This
on
is
the cover of
exciting.
News Time. It was a
News Time.
disaster for us.
I'm writing that down. News time.
And then Miracle went and made it all about himself.
Oh.
The long and short of it is a lot of potential cousins just showed up. Sam's helping some of them.
Well, they
but she's
deserve
not really
it.
going about it the right way. And she's not taking calls from anyone in the family.
I wonder freaking why. What?
I let it
You
slip
guys
through a
suck.
mutual friend that I found you, and I was stopping in.
Okay.
It's manipulative, but I'm hoping she'll reach out to you. You can let her know I'm on her side.
No.
In the meantime,
Oh.
if you're willing, I can share our files.
Notable
with you.
events,
Pass them
reminders.
along to Sam if she reaches out. I'm genuinely hoping she'll realize I'm an ally.
You are not an ally.
Feel free to do your own research. I've been told you enjoy things like this. To each their own.
I do. Trust. I'll get it for you. Oh. Oh. Is also on the original tree. Oh. So let's see what their wives were. Sarah, yep. Oh wait, no, where are they at? April, Joan, Laura, and Nicole Smith. Alright, that's fine by me. What's in here? Oh, there's a lot of notable events, yada yada. Previously on, and then the little one that updates as you go through things. Let's just... Infidelity, split up. Oh dear. There's a whole bunch of secret kids. That's a lot. And there's another top secret thing. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, so many are out of wedlock or scandalous or whatever it may be. Oh no. Oh no. 8 clues on here. Oh, that's exciting. Oh my gosh. I'm really excited. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna start the next episode with the Root Tree Mania. I'm so excited. There's also another top secret thing to look into. That's really exciting. I also wonder what the ending sequence would have been to the Roottrees Are Dead if you wouldn't have guessed them correctly. Like what she would have said. Like, I guess you couldn't guess my parents are. You have to be extra sleuthy. Oh, you have to guess their first and last names in here. Oh wow, that's gonna be a lot harder. Holy crap. Okay, anyway, for real, I'm ending the video. I've been recording for 3 hours and 11 minutes because I had to finish this freaking game. And I finished it and I have to just do this. Ooh, John Doe. Oh. Look at all these new blood relatives we have on the original family tree. Oh. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm done. But they have to find different photos of them. Oh, this is so fun. Oh, this is from archived evidence. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm done. Thank you guys so much for watching this series. I hope you guys have been enjoying this as much as I have because it's just so exciting. But anyways, see you guys in the next one. Bye, guys!